Ooh, 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 ooh. There we go. No. Okay, there we go. There we go. You gotta see these random tier lists. Cause the D's is a rocket and he's ready to go. Kicking ass fast. Putting on the show. Just make sure the stream is going live, ladies and gentlemen. Chip, chip, cheerio. Just have some Culvers and no chili dogs. Yes, we are. We are going live as of right now. I don't think anyone's going to be watching at this moment because it's so late because of interruptions. So without further ado, let me just get straight to the promos, no matter how quote-unquote late it is for any viewers are watching. Especially for those that have school or college or jobs or just like, I don't know, do nothing in their lives. So let me just do the promos like I usually do since I am a YouTuber. There we go. Make sure I don't get copyrighted since there are some licensed Sonic music, but it's not like royalty-free music. Because, you know, Sega isn't as petty as a Nintendo. Sorry, I just got a hairball. ¿Dónde estás, ye chat? I swear, if I just start sneezing on the stream, it's going to be quite embarrassing if that was the case. Not so bad or sad. Let's see if there's anyone in the chat. Anybody? Hold on, there's some ad revenue coming by. Hey, what's up? What's up, Digital Dog? What's up, Sonic and Friends Plus channel? What's up, Julia Bonvenita? And what's up, Cool Man? So, kind of surprising that there's a chat. Wendy Whipple time? Yeah, Wendy Whipple's going to be easily an S tier. Out of all the characters, screw the dog, screw the girl that just got shot by a nuclear reactor bomb, Wendy Whipple's going to be easily an S tier for that. But yeah, that being said, guys, let me just enjoy this intermission break. Squid Games! His world is now playing. So, sorry about that, guys. There was some mucus and I had to spit out because it's so freezing cold in the state of Florida despite no snow. So, getting all cozy up with the trio boys of blueberry, lemonade, and cherry all at once. Rest in peace, the Olive Garden guy. Yeah, funny it is. We are going to talk about the Olive Garden guy. So if you guys are noticing for the tier list, I mean, yeah, I literally got all the characters from the first 3 movies plus the Knuckles TV show. And as you guys could already know, it's like, I was going to go directly like, oh, let me just rank the Sonic characters and then just put the random human characters and one-off characters that don't appear much. But I'm like, you know what? Let me just make it fair to be more chronological order from their appearances from movie 1 to movie 3. But that being said, before I even start ranking with the live stream, gotta address something. We, as we're about to talk about this right now, we are literally about to hit like, what, 7K subscribers on the channel, which is very insane. No, please do not end the live stream. No, 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 that is not good. You will not be getting like butter chicken and boredom like lassie. Just making sure we're going good. You guys are crazy. I know you crazy hedgehog, stinking hedgehog fans are like subscribing for all these shorts and the algorithm. So keep it coming, guys. Keep it coming. So I won't be surprised if this stream makes me hit like over 7K subs. And it's been a while since I've done a stream literally way before the movie. No. When I went to see the movie in my Eggman cosplay. So that being said, I do have some more streams after this. So I decided to revive the tier list stream. I'm assuming we could talk spoilers. I mean, duh, it's January too. The internet already leaked clips, even in HD quality where the movie's out. So, of course, this whole stream is going to be spoiler-filled. If it's not, like, if you have not seen the movie, then what are you doing with your lives? Grab your money out of your wallet, go pay a ticket and go see it. But if you can't afford a ticket, then just go find it one of these bootleg websites that are leaking everywhere on the internet. So, that being said, we got S for great, A for good, B for like, the middle, C's for decent, D's for mediocre, mid, and F is like, you're absolutely the worst. So that being said, I'm going to drink some refreshing Aquafina into my tonsils. Since there's like 13 people in the chat, we're going to be starting chronologically from Sonic Movie 1 to the Sonic Movie sequel, which is the second one, the third one, and the Knuckles series. So let's just start off with the backbone, the Blue Blur himself, the Blue Devil himself, whatever you want to call him, Blue Justice, Sonic the Hedgehog himself. So, where would I rank this main central character for the movies, which, obviously, way before the ugly design, until he jumped aboard the Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, I'm gonna get to my negatives with Movie Sonic right away. So, yeah, let's just get the negative out the way, because I have more positive than negative to say about Movie Sonic. So the negative is, the one easy criticism that most of us will agree is, yeah, his jokes, sometimes it can be very juvenile, but at the exact same time, it kind of feels like a little bit too forced, where, no disrespect to Ben Schwartz, because obviously Ben Schwartz is like, a great comedian whenever he does improv, like, for his comedy. But I will admit, I feel like some of the writers kind of, like, force these Alvin and the Chipmunks type of products, which I know Sonic does break the fourth wall and makes some pop culture references, which, he lives on Earth throughout his entire life, so that's why he's so influenced by Earth customs, which I will not be surprised if he makes a TikTok joke in the fourth film, no matter how much we want to cringe about it. But that being said, I mean, of course there are some jokes that will be a hit or miss, like the flossing of Sonic 1 to Big Tank 0, or Konnichiwa. So, it's pretty debatable. Personally, I don't think the jokes really, fully bother me, but I know it is intentionally meant to be cheesy and corny because, Sonic in the games is mostly makes most of more of the cringier jokes. But that being said, I'm going to be honest with you guys, that's pretty much one of the only complaints I got about this iteration of Sonic. Comedy's subjective, so 50-50 humor aside, I just think himself, as a character, throughout all three movies, even the first episode of the Knuckles series, easily an S tier. So before I get to Sonic to my ranking, because first of all, I mean, they try to find a way to how to make Sonic more empathetic. One, they got the design right. Secondly, Ben Schwartz kills it in this role, because not only you could tell Ben Schwartz passionately loves voicing this character throughout all the projects that he's been a part of. Ben Schwartz, with his vocal talent, I feel like he understands the energetic, youthful charm of Sonic the Hedgehog, but also get the snarky and weightiness that he knows from the character. But most importantly, for what draws most importantly from this iteration of Sonic the Hedgehog, is the fact that he becomes more vulnerable, where you get to see more of his flaws, and the way how he vent off with those emotions while he voiced Sonic. I feel like that's where Ben Schwartz truly stands out on voicing on his iteration of the character. So let me just read the comments right here. Movie Sonic's my favorite Sonic. I mean, yeah, I would say okay, I wouldn't say he's top tier as the best iteration of Sonic, but he's definitely at least one of the best, because character-wise, from movie 1 to movie 2 to movie 3, he really has a great character arc throughout all three movies. And then let me just see, I always cringe when someone brings up the farting motel in the scene. I mean, yeah, as expected, of course, fart jokes, the way that you utilize it, it could either be funny or it could be not. But of course, at least the fart joke was one excused by saying, I think it's to all the chili dog, because, his start for his love for chili dogs, just like in the games. Ben is a legend, bro. I mean, yeah, man. I mean, of course, I've loved Ben Schwartz's work at Parks and Recreation. Of course, he voiced so many blue animated characters, from Dewey Duck to Leonardo and Rise of TMNT. Of course, and other than that, Ben Schwartz, he's a cool dude. And what I do like about his history with Sonic is the fact that Ben Schwartz is a big gamer himself. He has multiple Nintendo consoles. He knows how to play the Sega Genesis. Got used to playing the classic games, and then literally had to play Sonic Adventure 2 to understand the knowledge of Sonic 3. So I'm just going to be honest with you. I know back then they wanted a Hollywood actor by saying, hey, let's have Tom Holland or Chris Pratt or Andy Samberg or Jim Parsons to voice Sonic. But if they would not have Ben Schwartz been cast to that role, I would have been yeah, I'm just not feeling it. Just whenever Ben speaks as Sonic, I just feel I just necessarily hear the voice. For instance, sometimes where he starts to become a little bit more snarky, where he goes, hey everyone, welcome back to my live stream. Today we're destroying robots. Step 1. Ah-da-da-da. But that being said, outside of the weightiness and the comedy, I just feel he's the main central character that truly carries this franchise. And if it weren't for the design, if it weren't for truly developing his arc, which I gotta talk about that. First movie, he became an outsider loner that wants to bond with human life after when, Longclaw took care of him, and then after that, when his powers were discovered by the Echidna tribe, boom, his guardian is dead, and then basically he has to stay away hidden. And even though he got so used to Earth culture, but also at the exact same time getting used to the small town that he's been a part of it, he just feels that he just wants to be a part of that world, kind of referencing The Little Mermaid in a way. But that being said, despite the journey from finding his bucket list, finding a family, of bonding with Tom and Maddie, very wholesome, very heartfelt. And then the sequel, I like that in the first movie, he learns that he's trying to discover his powers to actually utilize it to not run away from his issues or his problems, but actually use to protect his friends after when he has his banter with Eggman, which by the way, I love that literally Because I know with all the characters, Sonic often calls Tom Donut Lord because of donuts, Maddie because of Pretzel Lady, and when he meets Robotnik, obviously the drones are shaped like eggs, so it's pretty genius. Like, okay, so how does Sonic call Eggman? I mean, literally the egg-shaped drones where he goes, "Your flying eggs are pretty impressive, Mr. Eggman, but let's face it, you'll never catch me." And honestly, I really love the moments where we get to see Sonic overcoming, like, his flaws, but at the exact same time seeing Sonic go down to the feast, so then he's not just this OP perfect character where he has zero flaws whatsoever, which I feel like in the 2010s era of the games, that's what's been lacking about Sonic, where he's thinking that he is almost perfect of everything. But I think after the first movie, I feel like the later games have like actually explored like the game version of Sonic a lot more, so I gotta give credit for the movies for that. But then when we talk about the second movie, so he already mastered the powers, he already beat the villain, and he already has a family where he's no longer alone. Goody. But he is still immature, acting like a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, which that is a part of his art, because the first movie, he's more like this hyper ADHD 12-year-old that wants to be like really giddy and happy around the world. But then Tom, aka his Uncle Ben, Sonic needs to learn a little bit more responsibility, and thinking that he doesn't choose the moment comes to choose him. And throughout his arc for meeting up with Tails, which is like the only real friend that he's made after Tom, when he had the whole father-son dynamic in the first film. But then I like that, just like in the game, Sonic still remains to be the main inspiration for like characters from his world. Like for an instance, like Tails feels like that he's become a freak and he's become bullied, and then Sonic became the inspiration that he has the confidence no matter how weird he could be from being judged by so many people around him, and that's the charm of the character. And then when you have his conflicts with Knuckles and Shadow in the sequels, like for Knuckles, like for an instance, like despite their origin stories and their past tragedies and their disagreements, but during the moment where he saved Knuckles' life, and then he just says like, sometimes this is not all about giving the people what they want and wanting revenge. It's all about surrendering and caring about others. Like, basically, for what Sonic learned in the second movie, like, to be a hero is not all about just stopping the bad guys and saving the day. It's always about looking out for one another and giving people a second chance. And he does a really good job of overcoming his trauma, but also overcoming his lack of trust in the sequels, especially in the third movie. So, that being said, like, his great confrontation for being foes to friends with Knuckles, great writing. And then when we get to the third movie, during the moment where Sonic was consuming himself with vengeance, which there was a theory, I'm like, yeah, I knew that Tom wasn't going to die, but when Shadow came into the way where Sonic evolves from being this outsider loner to now becoming a hero, just to become a good example to his fellow teammates like Tails and Knuckles. And then the third movie got what I asked for it to be. Like, Sonic still being a team leader. Like, he is still immature in the third movie, where he's like, alright, I'm going to ditch off my team so I can beat this other hedgehog that looks exactly like me, except he's darker and he's voiced by Keanu Reeves. But I like the fact that even Robotnik even calls Sonic out by saying, like, we should work a little bit more on your trust issues, and then Sonic responds with, now you wonder why I have trust issues. And I like during the most, like, I feel like in the third movie, like, I feel like Ben Schwartz truly gives it all in the third film, where he actually, like, shows, like, how trigger he is after when Shadow nearly killed Tom, where Tom was, like, you know, Sonic's Uncle Ben in a way, and the fact that he almost wants to attack Shadow. And I like that the message that Tom Maddie tells Sonic, like, never change who you are, despite you lost your guardians, but yet you have us, you have your friends, and you got people behind you that actually looks up to you and wants to help you. So, for an instance, I just think that's really amazing for what they've done. And then during the moment, which it's an iconic moment in the third film, when Sonic was literally about to go Dragon Ball Z, Goku versus Vegeta on Shadow, and then Shadow's like, go ahead, consume your anger, fight me in here, and then Sonic's like, this is not who I am. And then when Shadow, similar like Knuckles, gets confused by saying, why you don't want to fight me back? You have the chance to kill me on the moon, man. And Sonic was like, there are no winners in revenge. And I'm like, the blue boy's growing up. He is growing up, boy. And then during the moment where Sonic actually has his moment with Shadow, when they talk about Shadow's loss with Maria, but then Sonic just knows that it wasn't easy just to cope up with his loss, but he'll never forget about the love that he got from his family and the love that he got from his friends, and actually sees, and once again, peak writing in the third movie where it goes, the light shines even though the stars are gone, and remind of Shadow's light of not losing hope for Maria, but also looking the best for what's next to come for his life. And then, you know, epic live and learn moments. And then such an awesome moment where Sonic and Shadow took the sacrifices, and when Sonic goes down to Earth. And during the moment where Tails and Knuckles look out for Sonic. And to me, around that third movie, I shed the tears, because literally when they played the SA2 last scene where Sonic apologizes to Tails and Knuckles by saying, like, you guys, I just feel bad that I wasn't smart enough to trust one of you guys. And I like that Sonic was being very sincere, but also being openly honest by saying, you guys are the best teammates that Hedgehog could have. And during the time where Knuckles like, yeah, you could have just listened to me. Like, during the moment where Sonic and Knuckles were about to have their conversation where Tails is like, guys, we gotta calm down. Then Knuckles is like, the fox is trying to come for you, Hedgehog. It's like, that doesn't matter right now. Give me the Master Emerald, Knuckles. Don't do this. I'm like, bro, like, I just like it when most of these characters kind of lose their cool. Kind of like Spider-Man in a way, where he lost Uncle Ben, lost Aunt May, and then he goes berserk. Then he has his other two bros just tell him to, like, find some comfort to overcome that anger. And then it falls off when Sonic forgives Knuckles, again for the second time, hugged it out, and they have their team. And I just say that, look, despite the 50-50 on the jokes, and I know I'm going to be rambling too long, but easily, Sonic as a character between all three movies, and even shout out to the Knuckles series, which I didn't talk about that. Like, even though despite his short amount of screen time in the Knuckles series, at least Sonic was at least comforting up by saying, hey, this is our new home. No, I do not like this new Hedgehog. And then Sonic's like, oh, come on, bro, you can actually enjoy it. Just try some new things that feels more about you and just be like, you could be worrying out before you know it. So I like that Sonic still represents to be like the confident, open-minded character. So with Ben Schwartz's performance, with Jeff Fowler's direction, and everything for what he's gone through his arc, I mean, it's a no-brainer. He is easily an S tier. Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I don't know why. I mean, I can understand that movie Sonic is not, like, their favorite iteration of the character, which I can understand that, which I'm not saying, like, I'm here to disagree with you, but I will say this, I do feel like it is kind of odd that some petty Sonic fans by saying, like, oh yeah, he's beer tier because he's not the game actor one, because obviously Sonic and Spider-Man are different from each other. Like, there's different medias, different vulnerabilities, different types of flaws. So in my opinion, I just feel like, yeah, I think ever since the first movie, easily S tier, character wise, arc wise. I just think, like, I mean, like I said, without him being the backbone of this franchise, and without Tails and Knuckles, or even like Tom and Maddie, without Shadow, I just think Sonic is easily on the S tier. So before I continue with the next character, let me just go ahead with this. In the third act, Sonic looked genuinely pissed. Sonic is an S tier. Agreed. S tier. Shadow S, Sonic S, Knuckles A, Tails A. Good to know that you already got your tier. Longclaw is D tier. She's forgettable to me. Oh yeah, the reason why I decided to put these characters first, because I'm going in chronological order of when these characters appear. So I've already rambled about the Blue Boy. Let's just talk about Longclaw. So that being said, I can't really say much about her character because I think Longclaw is an interesting character, but I will not say she's a great character because the low amount of screen time what she has. But that being said, like, even though I honestly would have liked to see more of the backstory of how she was raised as a guardian with Sonic, and even though she's not Sonic's real biological one in the first movie, but I do feel like it is kind of weird. Yes, cool, man, I did see that Ben Schwartz noticed that Sonic 4 Spring 2027. I'm all cut up with my Sonic news, so of course I'm not living under a rock. But anyway, back on topic. So, back to Longclaw. That being said, I wish there was more to show more of the backstory of, okay, we know that Sonic is raised by her, but we never get to explore, like, how did she find Sonic? Sonic was like an orphan, kind of like Mowgli in the Jungle Book, or Tarzan in Disney's Tarzan, where maybe Longclaw finds Sonic as a baby after when some hedgehogs got killed by, I don't know, maybe it's the echidnas, maybe some random reptile villain or something like that. So I do say that the emotional core of Longclaw is still very integral for this iteration of Sonic, just because, you know, without the loss of Longclaw, we won't have this whole journey of where Sonic has gone through from first movie being a loner and try to find, you know, his place in life. Second movie being with someone that has a personal conflict with the echidnas versus the Longclaw and all the other owls during the Master Emerald War. So that was still pretty integral, and then Sonic still thinks about her every day. And then the third movie, we don't really get to see much about Longclaw at all in the third film, but she still carries an impact for Sonic, even if she's not physically there, not even for a flashback. I kind of wish there was, like, maybe, like, one or two flashbacks that we could have seen, like, a little bit more about, you know, Sonic's world, because the first movie's Green opening act was good, but the sass thing is, it was just cut too short, so we could just get straight to the Earth stuff, which I guess is for budget reasons. So, just to keep this shortly, let me just read some others. Longclaw is C tier for me, Longclaw is B in my opinion. I just think that Longclaw, as of right now, because she isn't really that fleshed out as a character, but at least, like, her role, despite how small it is still integral, I would say C tier, like, at the bare minimum. I think she's decent for what she is, so I definitely say it's going to be pretty simple. So, that being said, Longclaw is going to be C tier. I like that Longclaw is like a Guardians of Galaxy Alex Clown. I know, right? It's like I was literally thinking about the exact same design of how Longclaw is. So that being said, Longclaw is easily seats here. But now we get to the first human character that's not Jim Carrey. Let's just talk about Cyclops, Fred O'Hare from the Hot movies. What was his character's name from Enchanted Prince Edward? Anyway, yeah, we just got James Marsden, a.k.a. Thomas Michael Wachowski. Okay, one person put Tom as an S tier. This S tier. Donut Lord's easily S tier. Wow, you guys really like Tom. So let me just get to my opinion about Tom Wachowski. So here's the thing. I actually like Tom. Like, I feel like the Sonic movies made me actually like the human characters more. Not saying that previous medias had not had like any likable human characters. I mean, Chris Thorndike, Princess Elise, and the previous medias like Sonic X and Sonic 06. But that being said, what I do like about James Marsden, like even in the first movie, because obviously the first movie, Marsden had a lot to do because obviously the only characters in the Sonic universe was Sonic and Eggman in that first movie. But I feel like the first movie, I feel like that's where Marsden was like at his prime because obviously he has to carry the whole movie for himself. Tom over Chris, to be honest. So my personal opinion on Tom Wachowski, I feel like I almost thought he was going to be like one of those forced human characters. I'm like, well, we need to have a lead actor just to tie you in with the CGI character, which James Marsden's no different from that, from the movie Hop and the movie Enchanted. So obviously that's no different for James Marsden's other roles. But that being said, I like that in the first movie he actually has like his own motives and his own goals way before Sonic comes out. Like he's sick and tired of being this small town cop that just does nothing but just look out for elders, clean up for trash, but he's not like taking his whole priority as a cop so seriously. Like for an instance, like it's kind of like pretty crazy that he actually wants to aspire to become more than just like being a small town cop. So basically, and the one thing is, I will talk about Maddie, but I do like the fact that both Tom and Maddie has like a really healthy relationship, even though it's a popular interracial relationship between a white guy and a black girl, kind of like Tom Holland's A Day in a way, but it's more mature and more older. But I do like the fact that Tom actually has his own goals and he actually wants to pursue more. But when Sonic came to the mix, I like that it would have been this predictable trope by saying, I don't like this talking furry CGI character in my life. Like, get out of my life. Like, basically, I could tell there's not that much hatred for, like, Tom thinking, like, oh, this hedgehog's going to ruin my life. But it's so cool that Tom actually took the risk and actually took an advantage. Like, despite he's a blue hedgehog from a different area, it's a good thing that Tom still looks out for the guy, even though Sonic is not really needed to be a part of Tom's life. But Sonic actually looks up to him because not only he's the Donut Lord, basically the small town cop that is like the protector of this town of Green Hills. But it's a good thing that throughout the bond, Sonic and Tom actually sees like the gun eye to eye, but also like improves on one of each other's flaws. So I do see like the character development in the first movie is actually done really well, despite it does get the flaws. It does get very Alvin and the Chipmunks, very Smurfish in a way, where the lead character shouts for over the main CGI character, and yeah, that could get pretty formulaic and tropish. But that being said, I just feel like one of the best moments in the first movie, which I will say in the first film, the best scene was literally, it wasn't the motel scene, it was during the scene where they went to the whole tower in San Francisco where basically, excuse me, I'm almost dying because I'm talking about human characters and not Sonic characters. So that being said, my favorite scene is definitely the moment where Tom was actually like encouraging Sonic to go, but obviously he actually has a little bit of empathy that he will miss the wild adventures that Sonic does. And the best thing about it is, even with Sonic like quote unquote almost dies from the ticking drone bomb that Eggman has planted when they slice the truck, I like that Tom actually has grown care enough that he will look out for Sonic, like literally on ride or die situations. Like heck, literally in the rig portal, like he punched Eggman once or twice, literally in the ship, where after the "who the hell do you think you are? I'm the Donut Lord, you son of a." And then, look, as corny as this sounds, I like the moment where Eggman was like, he's a space little alien, he doesn't belong here. And then Tom has actually stuck up for Sonic by saying like, well, that little alien's more human than you'll ever be. His name was Sonic. This was his home, and he was my friend. And the best thing about it is like, despite that, you know, Tom is not really like a pre-existing character from the franchise, but I feel like what Jeff Fowler's done and during James Marsden's charisma, I guess like from that first movie, it makes me to grow like Tom. I feel like one of my complaints with Tom in the sequels is, I mean, of course Sonic encouraged Tom to stay in Green Hills because the people still need him around. And yeah, it's a good thing they still kept him around, just so you know. Green Hills is his home, and so well Sonic as well. And then the thoughtful thing was during the moment where Tom and Maddie actually made a whole room so Sonic's no longer homeless and he gets to live with the Wachowskis for a while. But I feel like one of my biggest complaints about Tom in the sequels is not only because, he gets less screen time in the second and third movie. I just feel like his whole persona of being a small town cop, I feel like that was gone and missing the second movie and the third movie. Like, I know in the second movie he still pull out punches to protect Sonic in the wedding scene, if you guys remember that. But I feel like I'm not saying he completely give up the whole, oh, I don't want to be a cop anymore. I'm just going to be a full-time dad for my little space rodent that happens to be my first son that I adopted. But in my mind, it's like, kind of feel like they kind of like forget about that. So in terms of human characters, Tom is the heart of the movie franchise. And the best thing I do like about Tom, like since the first movie, like despite we don't get to see that much cop stuff like in the sequels, but I do say that what is really done well, like throughout the second one, and which I will talk about the second one, is the fact that I really like the boat scene where he's like, look, I know that you're having fun with your power song, but look, you can't just do it just for fun shenanigans because it could lead to a lot of consequences. And during the moments where Sonic's like, oh, stop talking to me like you're my father, which I know it's a kid's movie, and know most family movies wants to depict like the whole like, oh, tell me what to do, like you're my father, I don't want to listen to you. But then Tom has this attitude by saying, excuse me, sir, I'm the one that's raised for you, you're not paying for rent for this, so basically I have to be like a father to you, boy. And I like the fact that in the sequels, like, despite the heartfelt, integral stuff that they do, I mean, I will say this, like, even though it was a smart way just to, like, write the humans to get their own side story in the second movie where it has nothing to do with the main characters, which is obviously the second movie's carried by Sonic and Tails versus Knuckles and Eggman throughout the treasure hunt for Master Emerald, and then Tom has his own mini vacation so him and Maddie could have their time off. Which I'll say this, I'll talk about the wedding subplot when we get to some certain other characters on this list, but I feel at least like Tom, for the most part, still stays a character to like, still care for Sonic no matter what the causes are, and he actually like punched Randall, punched some gun agents, and then he got locked up with Sonic, so it really proves that Tom has really grown by saying like, hey, like, this hedgehog means so much to me that he's like a son, and then I move on. And then, I like that during the moment where him and Maddie actually took the risk to actually almost die when Eggman was literally about to punch down to the truck, put the flames where it's like, no, Sonic, we're family, we stick together no matter what. And they were literally embracing their last moments that they were going to die. But then Tom is like really so proud that he sees Sonic's maturity, he's actually growing up just looking out for others, and what Tom wishes for Sonic, instead of just being like this one hedgehog that feels alone because he's the only alien in his world, and then when he brings Tails and Knuckles, he feels a lot more welcome just to bring Tails and Knuckles to the family, like what he calls Tails and Knuckles, like Sonic's wingman. And I like during the moment where he's very proud of Sonic at the very end of the second movie, where he's like, wow, looks like you just got yourself some buddies, and then Sonic's like, I got a lot more than that, Dad. So, like I said, as corny as this sounds, it's heartfelt, wholesome, just because, it shows the growth in the bond where first movie's like, alright, you're my buddy. Second movie, you're my dad that's actually teaching me a lot of things. And then we get to the third film where they fully embrace, like, Sonic's welcome. And I think my favorite moment with Tom was literally in the third film where he's like, no matter how much of the past that you've gone through, you have not changed it to a darker lease. Like, the one thing you haven't changed is your heart. And I know Sonic jokes about, yeah, my lungs. I really like that moment during the scene. And then what's funny that in the third film, we barely get to see the human characters at all because obviously the main characters are the Sonic cast. But I like the fact that in the third film, he embraces more of the Donut Lord name. Like, even in the second film, when Eggman roasted by saying, it's the Pastry King, and Tom's like, it's the Donut Lord, that he has a jersey. And I will admit, during the one gag, which you guys probably remember from the third film, when Tom and Matt are trying to discover quote-unquote hobbies for themselves, him grabbing out a random puppet where he goes, well, Tom, that's what he said when he get rid of you. We're going in blind. I'll admit, as goofy as that is for like having a random ventriloquist puppet, I'll admit, it may not be the most funniest joke in the movie, but I will say that was probably Tom's funniest moment throughout the whole movie because him grabbing the puppet was so unexpected. Like the one moment where he talks to Maddie, that's all I said to get rid of you. I'm going to be honest with y'all, I do not mind seeing the puppet in the next movie if they bring the puppet back for Sonic 4. But during the moment where he was almost about to die, like during the moment where they have like this gravity room where Director Rockwell, Eggman, everyone's trying to get the key card for the Space Colony Arc, during the moments where Tom, Maddie, and Tails were like stuck on this gravity floor where they're not be able to move and the rumble comes down, where Tom shouts out everything, and then when Sonic like emotionally supercharges to save Tom, and then what we all expected was Tom changes to Commander Walters and get the key. The one thing that I did saw coming that was predictable, that yeah, I do have a feeling that Tom was going to get like either knocked out unconsciously by Shadow, but it's a good thing that the writers were like, no, we can't kill Tom. Like, I know as dark as that would have been, I think that would have been too much if they did kill Tom, because that would have been depressing for Maddie, and that would have been depressing for Team Sonic, and also it would have made Shadow even more irredeemable if he actually killed Tom. So I'm kind of glad that they just made Tom unconscious in a way. He's got to make a Tails on, then everyone goes, that's creepy. Bro, that would be insane if that was the case. That would be such a deep cut Easter egg. So despite the least amount of screen time in the third movie, I do like the fact that I feel like the third film shows, like, I do say, like, Tom is, like, at his prime in the first film, while the third film definitely embraces a bit more of his personality outside the first film. But I still like the fact that his role still carries meaning throughout Sonic's arc, but also, like, the whole conflict of why Sonic almost wants to kill Shadow for vengeance when Shadow literally almost killed Tom unconsciously until, you know, at the end of the movie, Tom's very proud of what Sonic has done for overcoming of not changing from who he is, from where he is on Demon Side. So that being said, like, people act like the wedding scene killed their mothers. It's like, pfft, I'm still putting Tom and Maddie in the D tier. It's like, well, too bad for you if you don't like them. Aye, aye, Captain. Who are you, Popeye? Yeah, that one scene. It's so funny that Tom changed it to a black guy and Maddie raced on to look like a white chick when they swipe it off. I mean, I will admit, that scene, it was kind of cringy when they went the face swapping, where he kind of has, like, Instagram, Snapchat filters. But I will admit, the line where Maddie's like, who are you, Popeye? It's like, I was thinking SpongeBob SquarePants. So I will say this, I don't think Tom is going to be on S tier, because I'm going to be honest, because like I said, I think as a human character, I like Tom most than the majority of the other human characters, and of course, James Marsden brings his charm for whatever he does and brings like good things. So I'm not going to put Tom on S tier as much as Sonic, so I will say Tom would be somewhere on the A tier. So that's just me. This is my personal opinion. Like, he's a good character, but not a great character. But I will say this, he's definitely a worthy addition of the franchise. I feel like the first movie is where James Marsden is at his best, because, you know, he has his own goals and his own bond with Sonic. But he still is good in sequels. But I just feel like in the third movie, he shows a bit more of his humor and a little bit more of everything else. Sonic would all fight Shadow at the end. Yeah, all because that one moment where Shadow's like, what was his name? Tom, and then Sonic just uppercuts him like Goku versus Vegeta, so that was insane. But that being said, I like Tom. It's cool that James Marsden will still stick around, because I believe since the first movie, he signed up to be in many Sonic movies as much as he wanted to be, so he's going to be in Sonic 4, 5, 10. Of course, James Marsden's going to do it for the paycheck, but also do it for his kids as well. So anyway, I've already talked about Thomas Michael Wachowski. Let's just get to his, dare I say, sexy wife, Maddie Wachowski. So, Tika Sumpter as Maddie, she is like the nerd. Like, if Tom definitely portrays like this good masculine fatherhood role, I definitely say Maddie definitely portrays like the more feminine motherhood when it comes to this. So it's kind of funny that we haven't even got Amy Rose into this franchise yet, despite that one post-credit scene. So in reality, guys, Maddie is basically the real first female-led Sonic character way before we get Amy Rose. I mean, as baffling that sucks as it sounds, I mean, it is what it is, so they won't shoehorn Amy Rose in. However, I will give Maddie one credit. As you're looking at her t-shirt right now, I will give a credit for Maddie Wachowski saying this is where Maddie is simply wearing these shirts, like the yellow shirt represents Tails to tease Tails for the second movie, red and black inserting to be setting up for Shadow, and then obviously she wore pink in the Knuckles series and even in Sonic 3 just to foreshadow Amy Rose. So pretty interesting how they utilize her character where her colored t-shirts representing the foreshadowing of future Sonic characters. So that being said, that's really cool though to do. But anyway, let me just talk about the character Maddie Wachowski. So Tika Sumpter, she has really good chemistry with James Marsden throughout all three movies. Even off camera, they seem to like have really good chemistry as actors, like literally behind the scenes. And I could say that in the interviews, like if you watch any interview with Tika Sumpter from all three movies, including the Knuckles series, she's like the biggest cheerleader of this franchise. Like, don't get me wrong, every single actor is like grateful to be a part of this franchise, but I just feel like Tika feels like she has the most gratitude and optimism, because obviously Tika's not really that much of a big actor next to James Marsden or Jim Carrey, so I can clearly tell that Tika Sumpter is having the time of her life, just being like the mother role to the Sonic characters. So that being said, even though I would say this. She is a good character, but obviously I like Tom more because I feel like we get to know and explore Tom a lot more. I mean, just like the first movie where we get to see more hints of Tom as a cop, but at the exact same time, I just feel like Maddie, on the other hand, is a veterinarian when obviously Tom is a cop that looks out for people. Maddie's a veterinarian that she looks out for animals. But one of my biggest complaints about Maddie is, just like Tom, we don't get to really see Maddie with her veterinarian skills. Like, she still has that nurturing vibes, kind of like what a loving mother could have. But we still never see too much of the veterinarian, like, task of what she's capable of doing. So I kind of wish that the later sequels, like, I mean, I'm fine with Tom and Maddie being, like, the parental roles, but I kind of want to see more of, like, their range and their roles for, like, their skill sets, like Tom being a cop, Maddie being a veterinarian, just look out for the animals. And since, you know, they keep Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles around, that's just one thing. So I like that in the first movie. She still, like, has a heart, and actually, despite her crazy shenanigan sister Rachel, I still like the fact that she still has an art for Sonic the Hedgehog, but at the exact same time, like, has, like, knowing for the best and trust Tom throughout, you know, the whole journey that they had throughout the first film. And then when we get to the second movie, I mean, it's kind of funny that Tika Sumpter definitely demands to have more action, and clearly that she did. And I will say this, like, even though she was mostly with Tom in the second film, and despite she does not show more of her vet skills, I will admit, even though the wedding scene was too long and too much of Rachel, which I will talk about Rachel for a second, but I'll admit, at least the scene between her and Rachel, sure, the scene wasn't really necessary in the second film, but I do like the fact that Maddie's pretty resourceful of using Tails' gadgets, despite we never see Tails use those gadgets in the second movie, but then the third movie fixed that flaw for me. So it's cool that in the second movie, because I feel like in the first film, sure, Maddie was kind of like sit in the backbone so Tom could have more of the action, but I feel like in the second and the third film, Maddie had a lot more to do, like evolving to be a part of the plot, so it's cool to know that she was the one that breaks Sonic out, break Tom out, and the fact that she and Tom actually looked out for Tails, even though they did not know anything about the existence of Tails, once when Sonic eventually decided to, you know, convince, like, he failed his moment, and basically just failed of not looking out for Tails. And I like that Maddie and Tom still looks out for each other, and I like that in the second film, Maddie and Tom work together as a team. Like I said, like a happy married couple between a good man, a good woman, just looking out for their quote-unquote adopted family. And I like that, just like Tom, her husband, she even takes the risk to save Sonic's life way before Eggman was about to squash him like a bug when he's trying to get the Master Emerald. And just like Tom, was willing to take the sacrifice and willing to accept death before Sonic becomes Super Sonic. And then come to the third film where, same as usual, and oh yeah, I forgot to talk about the Knuckles series. Where's Gabriel and Lezarat? They're just not going to be involved in the stream. And besides, it's my stream. It's the Sonic movie stream. I have a lot to say, and I don't want the stream to be dragged on way too long. So that's the answer to your question, Cameron. But anyway, back to the topic. So with Maddie, so in the Knuckles series, of course, she wasn't really there that much because, you know, all that she does was, you know, stay there and stay ground for Knuckles, which I will say, the first episode, Knuckles of Y, is the best one because at least we get to see a little bit more of the Wachowski family household way before we go to the third movie. So then she's trying to, like, get used to the household with Knuckles, and, you know, like a mother, like, if you ever get to, like, a mom's temper side, you just don't want to tick her off. So despite the little screen time that she has, at least you know she still plays a central part just to, like, look out for Sonic, look out for Tails, look out for Knuckles. And then the third movie, I just feel like the second and third movie are no different of how her role is, like, portrayed, except the more difference is she's more into the action along with Tom in the third film, because I feel like in the second movie she isn't, like, with the action when it comes to Tam, so it is what it is. So that being said, especially in the third film, I like during the moment where, aside from, even though I will admit it was so weird that she decided to disguise herself as her sister, which I'll talk about Rachel Randall once when I get to the list, but I'm like, I don't know about this. It's probably too goofy for the sequence, and one way just to bring Rachel Randall back, even though it's not really them, but it is what it is. But that being said, it's cool that Maddie's a part of the action, and literally during the moment where Tom almost dies, quote unquote, I like during the moment where Tom was about to go to the ambulance because, you know, he's knocked out unconsciously. I like that throughout Maddie's body language without any dialogue, where she looks straight to Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles when she leaves in the ambulance. Like, you could tell she's trying her best to, like, not feel sad about it, and in her mind, she's looking at the boys by saying, stay strong, boys, it's going to be okay, and just move on just to make sure that she's there to comfort Tom. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not just going to say I'm going to be thirsting for Maddie, because even though Tika Sumpter is a hot chick, but I will say this. Maddie is a true, real keeper, and I definitely would like take consideration that she's a good example for what good women could be and good mothers could be. And then at the end of the day, of course, just like Tom, they all live together and live a happy family. So I'll say this. If I have to rank Maddie somewhere, I was going to say like either A tier or B tier. But, I mean, the reason why I probably might go B in a way, and let's not forget, I mean, bro, I just mentioned it in the stream about her wearing multiple shirts that basically foreshadows all the other characters, so it is what it is. So I'll say this. I think the safest bet, I think I would probably put Maddie somewhere on B tier just for now, unless if you guys disagree with me, because even though I do like Maddie as much as Tom, but I just feel like Tom had a lot more to do than Maddie by comparison, and that's probably because of the first movie where we get to know more about Tom. But for Maddie, she is there in the Knuckles series, but I just feel like there wasn't like, so much to explore than outside being the mothering role. But regardless, Maddie's a good character. But now, I'm going to be honest with y'all, adding Aussie the dog, I mean, it's so funny that they keep on changing the dog throughout all the movies, because if you notice that in the Knuckles series, the dog's fur is a lot more white. The first two movies, he definitely looks a lot more like a golden retriever, because, they keep switching the dog. So, hey, Ozzy's a dog, he's a good person, I like that. In the later sequels, they sort of give Ozzy like his own personality, like in the second movie, he chills with Sonic whenever he's having his Home Alone sequence, then gets scared when the power outage went out, when Sonic's having movie nights. And the Knuckles series, Knuckles actually put Ozzy up on the roof, and then Tails has a nice one with Ozzy, and then Plenty of Viking, actually Knuckles try to lectures the mailman to have his battle during the first Knuckles episode, which I will admit, that was pretty funny. So Ozzy's D tier. Why? Ozzy's a good boy. I mean, Ozzy's way better than Wade Whipple, which I will talk about Wade Whipple in a second. So, even though, yeah, obviously he's just a dog, so I can't really say much about it. But that being said, Ozzy, he's a good boy. I mean, I would say, like, he's probably, like, in the C tier, because I like that in the third movie, he's like, what are y'all humans doing? Like, I like that in the third film, they gave him subtitles by saying, like, what about me? Where's my love? Where Knuckles like, I'm having the love. And it's like, hey, I want the love too. Kind of like how dogs in real life. So, you know what? Ozzy counts in the movie, so he definitely, like, in the C tier list. And oh boy. So, I said a lot of positive things about Sonic, Tom, and Maddie as characters. Oh boy, I'm just going to say the quote. The flames of disaster! Wade Whipple. So I'm going to say this. I think in the first two movies, I definitely say he was an okay character. I mean, there's a lot of fans that actually really like Wade. Like, for me, he's definitely a solid character in the first two movies. Like, I think the first two movies, and I guess the third one as well, did a good job. Like, well, he's a side comic relief character that, he's gullible, he's fat, he's a man-child that doesn't take his job seriously. But you want to know why I don't understand about Wade Whipple, even the Knuckles series? How is he smart enough and mature enough to be a cop? I mean, I'll name one thing that Wade has actually done for his job got right. He literally almost shot Eggman, literally in the first movie. Like, literally, it's like, that's our sheriff you're missing with. I feel like that was, like, one of the only moments where Wade Whipple actually did a base moment. So, first movie, I definitely say the first movie, Wade Whipple was tolerable, even though most of his jokes aren't, like, I wouldn't say his jokes are, like, kind of like Sonic's in a way, but at least Sonic has a bit more of charm when it comes to his 50-50 humor. But I feel like in movie one, I just feel like Wade has been, like, done the best. Like, side character in, then he comes in and comes out. But you want to know what's funny about Wade Whipple? So you're telling me that he is friends with Tom Wachowski, but throughout all three movies, and even the Knuckles series, we never had a scene where both Tom and Wade interact with each other as buddies. So, of course, Tom is more believable to be a strong, stoic cop because, Tom could pull out punches to Eggman, pull out punches to gun agents. But for Wade Whipple, however, Wade Whipple's such a frat bro, which I will admit, the second movie, I mean, sure, they gave Wade Whipple a lot more to do in the second film. It was like, oh yeah, I'm the sheriff of the town. But I will admit, his jokes in the second film, not as funny as the first one, where he's like, oh, it's like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man for Ghostbusters. Yeah, are we supposed to laugh at that just because you mentioned, hey, Marshmallow Guy from Ghostbusters? But I like the fact that literally in the first two movies, what's so funny about Wade, read the prequel comic. I mean, I know the comic is something where Tom and Wade were like in a fishing boat, but I'm talking about in the movies, in the TV show. We just don't see that much of Tom and Wade interacting with each other. But in the second movie, in the first film, I like that Jim Carrey's Eggman often roasts him. Like at certain times, I like that in the first film, he's like, don't be bothered. You just sit there and be you, Sless. And then just leaves where he just goes, thank you, Officer Brainfart. So that was funny. And then the second movie where he, quote unquote, interrogate Agent Stone, I like the moment where Jim Carrey's Eggman actually confronted him to sit down, where he goes, you smell like a snap flake. And then Wade, as a stupid fat dork he is like, well, I just got for the job. And then Eggman goes, sit down, and actually confronted Wade just to sit down for an instant. So he was fine in the first two movies, but then enter the Knuckles series, aka the Wade Whipple Show. Ooh, where do I begin about his role in the Knuckles series, bro? This is like a Cars 2 situation, but you want to know what? Cars 2 actually did it so much better, which I'm not saying Wade Whipple's like Mater, because obviously Mater is a way much more entertaining character than Wade Whipple. So Wade was fine in the first two movies, and I think Wade should be like, sticking as a side character, but him making him the main character of a show called Knuckles, big mistake they ever done, Paramount, because I will admit, I get that the Knuckles series is like one way to like quote-unquote explore Wade's character, and I have no issue of Wade like teaming up with Knuckles, because I'm like, well, if you're going to have one human character to team up with Knuckles, who will it be? Is it going to be Rachel or Maddie? No, I just think Wade Whipple would be tolerable because, Knuckles is more like stoic, vengeance, victory, where, Knuckles is the brawn and Wade's the dork, so you can have this comedy opposite a track of, you got serious straight echidna, then you got dorky goofball of a man-child, which is Wade Whipple, which I feel like the dynamic of Knuckles and Wade's work when it's a buddy comedy things, but I will admit this, like, one of the stupidest moments in the Knuckles series is like, so you're telling me that Wade likes bowling whenever he's not, like, being a cop in Green Hills. But what's so stupid about it is he's doing a bowling tournament and he is losing to an 8-year-old girl in the first episode, and his friend is like, you know what, Wade, you're an embarrassment. Give me your jacket. You no longer have the privilege. And you're telling me that Wade Whipple's like, well, Knuckles, I don't think I'm ever gonna be a true warrior because I just got roasted by a little girl. More like, man, like, in my mind, it's like, remind me why Wade Whipple decided to become a cop, because bro is literally just a living joke. And what even makes it more insufferable is, during the moments where he's having his emotional moment with Knuckles, he's like, yeah, my father abandoned me. What was the warrior that saved him? TJ Maxx. And I'm like, bro, I want to take your tragic origin story of why you have daddy issues, but your father abandoning you at TJ Maxx? That's honestly gotta be one of the most funniest, oh, my dad left me just because during a discount store, in a way, and then boom. And then, in the first episode, I get that Wade Whipple's defenseless, but then when the gun agents, I like that the gun agents that quit gun, I like literally in the first episode, Knuckles, they're like, who is this clown? Well, he doesn't matter, we're just here for the kid, and it's like, yeah, that's what we mostly came for, Knuckles just being a pitbull, and then after that, Wade was just being like a stupid dork by saying, oh, no, if Knuckles was grounded, you can't do nothing that. So I feel like the first episode did it well with the Knuckles and Wade dynamic, despite how cringeworthy Wade's backstory could be. And then in episode 2, I get the whole purpose of Knuckles being captured, but I will admit, during episode 2, episode 2 is fine for the most part, but I will admit, the I Need a Hero montage, I'm like, bro, can we stop milking this song? Shrek 2 used that song a lot better. And I get that Wade is an idiot, that he's not that smart with his, resources of everything else. But at the exact same time, for Wade Whipple, I think it was just so stupid that the whole episode was mostly focused on him. It's like, literally, episode 2 was like, man, everything for what I fear for the series was literally hinted in episode 2, once he's like beating up the gun agents in a very comedic, stupid way. But I will admit, my favorite Wade Whipple moment in episode 2 is when Wade is riding on Knuckles ET style, and he's like, Knuckles, you can fly! And Knuckles like, no, I can glide for a few seconds. And then his fat butt cheeks falls down to the dumpster. Easily the funniest moment of the entire show. So, episode 1 and 2, tolerable. But then when we get to episode 3 and everything else, I just want to be like, why am I watching Meet the Whipples on CBS and turning this into the Wade Whipple show? So basically episode 3 was definitely where Wade goes through most of his family, and I will admit, it was so cringeworthy to see his backstory of how his Shabbat Jewish family dinner often becomes a mess, and then I'm like, what type of Nickelodeon sitcom TV show of a budget that I am looking at. And then the fact that bro literally gets very defensive of arguing with his sister, which I will talk about the sister later in the tiers, but the fact that he gets stabbed on the fork and basically he just whines in his bedroom about it's more like a, Wade, this is why you're such a virgin, you're single, you have no girlfriends, you have no friends. Basically the only real friend you got is basically Tom for the most part, and I guess your only real friend is Sonic and Tails, and Knuckles is like your only best friend, which I understand why they want Knuckles to like live in with Wade Whipple, because I get it, just like in the first movie, Sonic gets to learn more about like Earth culture through Tom Wachowski, and Knuckles is trying to learn how to appreciate his life on Earth through Wade Whipple with all the music and everything else. But I will say this, the most controversial episode is when Wade Whipple gets kidnapped by his friend from the bowling alley in episode 4, the most goofiest episode where he decides, like, it's so funny that in episode 4 when Chief Pachacamac is like, you are now Knuckles, you have to pretend you're him, it's more, and then Wade is like, I'm Knuckles, it's like, bro, it's so meta because Wade Whipple is literally taking the spotlight wearing like this onesie furry Knuckles series, and then just being like, the flames of disaster going to musical segment. So I will admit, the song, like, you know, the flames of disaster, the song did grow on me. I did like the Easter eggs, but I'm like, couldn't we just have this whole segment of Knuckles' origin of finding Iblis in a bigger budget with CGI so then it's not a musical? I mean, I will give respect for the crew for trying, but at the exact same time, I just feel like it was wasted over this, like, musical segment that, you know, could have been explored to, like, Knuckles' point of view rather than Wade Whipple. And I will admit, one of the most corniest moments in the 4th episode where he physically got out of the cage out of nowhere. It's like, bro's only human and he surprisingly just got out of that cage. Like, if the Knuckles series was a cartoon, then I would have been more believable. But since it's live action, it just makes it so unrealistic. So, it is what it is. So that being said, it's so weird that Wade Whipple decided to cut, what's his name, Jack Sinclair's hair. It's like, yeah, I'm a warrior now. And then the Knuckles series was like, oh yeah, he's definitely a warrior for like cutting a man's hair. He stole the hat, then he wore the motorcycle. Like, one of my disappointments with Wade Whipple's role in the series is the fact that we never really get to see Knuckles actually training Wade, just like in the intro, where the intro animatics actually shows the training, but all Knuckles does is like, oh yeah, just get into my dreams and just get to the phone call. And I thought that was stupid. And then what was even more stupider was in episode 5 and 6, like, yeah, I'm reunited with my long British dad that just left me on TJ Maxx. And then what was, the one thing that I don't understand about his dynamic with his father, which obviously, if Cary Elwes is supposed to be his dad, then why does Wade Whipple looks as old as his dad, even though he could be like his long-lost cousin or something? But then what makes episode 5 and 6 more insufferable, like, we have these bowling tournament scenes that has nothing to do with Knuckles whatsoever, which, as much as I enjoy Knuckles himself and as much as I do like the buddy comedy duo with Knuckles and Wade, but the biggest issue with the Knuckles show is the fact that they push Knuckles on the side and Wade Whipple, on the other hand, was like, oh yeah, I'm just going to do bowling tournaments with my dad and just leave my buddy Knuckles just watching El Última Pasión on the TV. And then the fact that it's so, okay, I will admit, there's one good thing I did like about Wade Whipple in episode 5 is during the fact when, surprise, surprise, your dad is working with the gun agents, where basically your dad is hiring these gun agents to kill your sister and your mom. I like that Wade's like, oh yeah, kill my sister, I don't even like her. I'm like, you know what, Wade? That's probably one of the only good things that you say about the show. But then, you know, tries to defend his mom because obviously that's his mama. But then, the one thing I will admit that was pretty kind of stupid, like, even though it was smart just to, like, convince Knuckles to bring Knuckles himself to fight the gun agents, but I will admit, as stupid as it was, when Wade Whipple's like, I'm just going to give Knuckles some AirPods, I'm like, wait, since when did Knuckles wear AirPods? And then, one of the most anticlimactic moments in the final episode of the Knuckles series, the fact that you're telling me that Wade Whipple beats down a giant mech guy that basically almost killed Knuckles of stealing his power through bowling balls, and then just have this, like, you know, corny friendship mode by saying, Knuckles, you learn how to honor your family, but the most important thing that you learn of all is a home. And I'm like, how is this buyer villain taking it so easy where he can easily kill Wade Whipple? Like, even Wade Whipple was like, yeah, I'm not scared of you, you giant robot freak. It's more like, Wade, you're not an OP. Just because you're so-called warrior, you're barely doing any warrior things. So, I don't know, man. Like, it just got really annoying, the fact that he's trying to, like, stay strong for himself. Where I just feel like his words of wisdom actually just felt, like, pretty forced in a way, and then it leads to the iconic meme, the flame's a disaster, and then next thing you know, his dad got beat up, and then Wade's like, yeah, Knuckles, you teach me how to become a warrior, even though all I just did was bowling. I'm like, if you want to treat, like, if Knuckles wants to teach Wade to, like, you know, be more courage and act more manly, why not do boxing instead of bowling? That doesn't even make any sense. So, and then when we get to Sonic 3, since I talked so much about the Knuckles series, I'm so glad that in Sonic 3 we get less Wade Whipple. Like, I don't hate Wade, but the one thing that was so stupid, like, as great as the Sonic and Knuckles fight was in Sonic 3, it was so stupid that Knuckles is like, well, the Master Emerald was guarded by a trained warrior, and you have to go through him. It's like, Knuckles, you really have to trust Wade Whipple out of all the people, where Wade Whipple is literally using a Master Emerald as a hockey puck, and I'm like, so I guess Wade went from bowling to liking hockey now? But I will admit, the best thing about Wade's scene in Sonic 3, Sonic's like, give me the Master Emerald, and then Wade's like, oh, I'm just trying to protect it for my life, and then Sonic's like, shut up, I need this emerald more than you do. It's more like, it's a good thing that the third movie gives us less to him, which I feel like the movies, if you want to bring Wade back, that's fine, but in the movies, just keep him small role, like maybe ha-ha, he-he, corny joke, and then just never see him again, and it is what it is. So I'm not saying Wade Whipple is like the worst character of the Sonic franchise, but I'll say he's like D tier. Like, he does have his moments in the first two movies, but I feel like the Knuckles series in the third movie, he's a D tier for me. Like, he's not as bad as some other characters, but it is what it is. But now we get to the next character, aka the Olive Garden guy. Not Commander Abraham Towers, but Commander Walters. So I'll say this: he's not like just to give it away, just to not to make the ramble too long. He's definitely not an S tier character. I say Commander Walters is definitely, like, you know, in the first movie, he's definitely more like I'm your federal government agent, and I'm definitely going to be hiring Dr. Robotnik just to take down the space alien. And then I feel like the Olive Garden joke in the first movie actually felt pretty forced, where he's like, oh yeah, I'm definitely going to give you guys the Olive Garden ducks, and I'm going to be like, have you ever tried the never-ending pasta bowl? It never ends. So I just feel like the first movie, I can't really say much about it, so it is what it is. Exactly, guys, the movie just come out in December, we haven't seen Amy Rose. I mean, yeah, guys, why would you think I would say, why would I put Amy Rose and Metal Sonic into this stream if we haven't really got them into characters, and I don't want to wait to make the stream to, like, what, 2027? But anyway, back on topic. So, obviously in the first movie, I can't really say much about Commander Walters aside from him being an okay character. And then the second movie, where he just come on in goofy Hawaiian shorts, where he tried to use this quote-unquote wedding setup to be Operation Catfish, to have Gun incorporated just to kidnap Sonic and actually bring Sonic and Tails as quote-unquote subjects to learn for like government agency stuff. And I guess it was like an interesting way to like incorporate Gun to Sonic 2, but I don't know, it just feels kind of odd that he just randomly just pop up out of nowhere during the wedding subplot, and that's one of the things I just honestly thought, I felt like it was too goofy, including the moment where the commander was actually about to shoot in front of Rachel in one way. So I don't know, man. Sonic 3 did a good job with keeping less of the human character's screen time more than the human character. So I'm like, yeah, I feel like Sonic 3 definitely, I feel like by the third movie, I mean, aside from Jim Carrey, they actually know, like, alright, we've already utilized these human characters in the last two movies, let's not put too much of them in the third film. Which I'll admit, of course the third movie definitely brings Commander Walters to, like, the most depth. I mean, literally, in the third film, we literally go to his backstory, like, literally, by the post-credit scene of the second movie where he goes, coordinates to what? My gosh, Project Shadow. So, literally from that second post-credit scene where Shadow was first revealed, it was like, yeah, it was pretty obvious that this man was involved, like, in the events of Project Shadow. Like, obviously, Commander Walters, I guess he is sort of a homage to Abraham Towers, but obviously Abraham Towers in the games is a lot more serious than Walters, because, you know, Walters is more joking and silly because, oh, Olive Garden gift cards, and you must do better than that, agent. So, his role in third movie, I will admit, his death was honestly felt rushed to me, in my opinion. Like, I think it's pretty funny that the Olive Garden guy died at the Chow Garden in Sonic 3, which I honestly thought about that. So, I honestly think that was pretty funny. Bro had the balls to stand over a kid's sandcastle but died by egg drones. I know, right? I honestly thought that was pretty funny. Like, the cruelty is standing over a sandcastle but then tolerating being in this Japanese Chuck E. Cheese mascot. Which, that being said, guys, I just feel like Commander Walters' death was very rushed in Sonic 3. Yo, you ever think about cosplaying as Willy Wonka? No, why? What are these comments, bro? I don't know. I'm just going to ignore the chat and just continue with the ranking. So, I will admit, the fact that he just goes to a restaurant and the fact that he literally just dies and he goes, Sonic, I need your help. Just grab this card because you're the only people I can trust. So, I don't know. I just feel like it feels like a weird plot hole in Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 where literally he is like, oh, these aliens, they're dangerous for our world. And then Sonic 3, oh, I trusted you guys. So, I don't know. Like, even though Commander Walters was there just to show exposition about Shadow the Hedgehog's backstory, which I will admit, the younger version of Commander Walters, the young version of Commander Walters feels like a completely different character than the old Commander Walters that we see in the third movie. And I will admit, the one scene that caught me off guard, like, I know Commander Walters is dead in the third film, but it's so weird that Tom decided to disguise himself as Commander Walters and try to convince Director Rockwell to get the card. But here's what this is like a big major plot hole in Sonic 3. Like, you know the scene where Shao pops into the gun tower, he goes, Commander Walters, and then he just punches Tom and Commander Walters. This guy's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Shadow, did he see Commander Walters when he was like 50 years younger, 1974? Like, how did Shadow knew that old man was out of nowhere? Like, oh yeah, you're Commander Walters, despite you look like 50 years older than I remember you. So I don't know. I just felt like that retcon, that plot hole just feels like pretty off about it. Everyone stay on topic at hand, please. I don't know, Cameron. A lot of kids are just like doing a lot of things. So either way, one of the things I was like, I don't know. I think Commander Walters, I would say he's probably like somewhere on the C tier because I just feel like, yeah, third movie kind of like shows a little bit more than that. So I would say C tier. I think he's like decent for what he is. I think it's fine that he was like this jokey, silly character, and then the third movie, let's just give him a bit more depth. Even though I do think that his death was too quick, and I often just laugh at it. You're so good in depth when you're doing characters. Love to see you Don Jets. Why are y'all talking about Willy Wonka? Maybe he's the leader. His face looked familiar. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys want me to do? Make a Willy Wonka tier list by saying, oh yeah, Timothée Chalamet, B tier, Gene Wilder, S tier, Johnny Depp, B tier. I'm like, where do these Wonka comments come from, bro? Anyway, outside of that, we've already talked about like too much human characters. Will we get another Child Garden in the game again? Who knows? Maybe Sega might consider it since, you know, the third movie they're making Child Garden shorts. But then, I need to talk about water. I would rank as Willy Wonka as S tier. Well, good for you, bro. He's the best Sonic character in these movies. Whether if you're talking about Gene Wilder or Timothée Chalamet. But anyway, I've already had my opinions about the other characters. Let's talk about I don't care what anyone says, this is the best character, the best human character, and I'm going to be extremely biased, the best character in all three Sonic movies, outside of Sonic, outside of Knuckles the Shadow, Dr. Ivo Robotnik, a.k.a. Jim Carrey. Anyone else thinking like Commander Walter C tier is strange? I think they deserve to be a little bit higher. The reason why I don't think Longclaw and Commander Walters need to be S tier, because they're not that well developed as characters. So, as we're talking about the best character, in my personal opinion, out of these three movies, Jim Carrey as Dr. Ivo Robotnik, a.k.a. Dr. Eggman. So, that being said, why do I love this iteration of Eggman so much? Like, personally, in my personal opinion, man, Jim Carrey's Eggman carries all three movies. Like, even with Knuckles, even with Shadow, any scene, any line, any dialogue, any moment, he's always the biggest highlight. So, obviously, if you guys know me, huge Jim Carrey fan. That man became the main inspiration of why I aspired to like be an entertainer, be more comedic, be more open-minded, confident with my entertaining skills, and be a lot more witty and comedic. So I would not be where I am today if it weren't for movies like The Mask, Ace Ventura, Dumb and Dumber, The Grinch. So then when I heard when Jim Carrey was cast to be a part of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise as Eggman, obviously as a Carrey fan, I'm like, I don't care what anyone says. That role is perfect. I know people are going to say like, oh, he's not fat. He's not going to look like Eggman. Well, like it or not, guys, that was the point of the first movie, where obviously the first movie, outside of Sonic, he carried that first movie alone, because not only this role gives me nostalgia of like classic Jim Carrey roles, I feel like he brought back Ace Ventura, The Mask, The Grinch, even the Cable Guy, and the Riddler from Batman Forever, and then bringing some Eggman elements literally mash them in together and just roll them all into one, that would have been amazing. Imagine an alternate timeline where Jim Carrey wasn't cast as Eggman. I don't think I wouldn't be as excited if Jim Carrey was involved because, guys, it is very rare to get a fan-favorite actor in a fan-favorite franchise that I love and you mash it all into one. So anyway, let me just see this. I agree, Danny. Robotnik's my favorite character. Jim Carrey rocks besides. He inspired me to dress him as Halloween. Hey, thanks, bro. I mean, of course, Jim Carrey inspired me, of course, but me inspiring others? Thank you. You love me. You really love me. So anyway, let me just read some other comments. If Jim Carrey comes back for part 4, do you think he'll get a suit change? I mean, it's part of his evolution, so I wouldn't mind to have, like, different costume changes. I mean, that's why Jim Carrey is so invested. Like, despite, oh, I don't do sequels anymore because sequels are nothing but diminishing returns. Somehow, in some way, this is the one and only franchise that Jim Carrey doesn't mind of returning back to multiple movies as this #1 role, because Jim Carrey has been open, like, in multiple interviews that he was really open to be finding this franchisable character that morphs, grows, and evolves. And the best thing about Jim Carrey's cast as Eggman, I have never heard an actor, especially, this is my favorite actor talking about this character, I have never heard an actor that is so passionate for playing a video game villain. Like, of course you see many actors that would come over here just to say, like, oh yeah, I love playing this comic book villain for Marvel or DC, but for a video game villain that happens to be a bald man with a big mustache, with a 3 triple-digit IQ, with a huge big fat gun, and just say, like, the whole reason why Eggman the way he is who he is. Like, for instance, like, outside of the comedy and all the jokes from the, I mean, one of my favorite jokes in the first movie was the, nice, rub that in my orphan face. No, you're gonna become a bully with a straw. Oh, no, what was my favorite moment where he's like, I seen you're taking a lover. Does she have a name, or should we just call her Collateral Damage? That being said, the first movie, of course he's not the Eggman that you know and love, because first movie, he was like, you know, a government agent, or no. He was just a scientist that was hired from the government. But I like the fact that way before we even get to Robotnik's conflict with the first movie, I like the fact that we often get hints of why Robotnik is so torn against humanity, except for Agent Stone for some reason. Why he despised human beings, because he literally said in front of Stone, human beings are unreliable, stupid, I care very little about them, but machines are delicate, relentless, they're everything to me. And there's this one segment, like, after making an X-Sad joke with the drones, he literally explains by saying, you want to know what I love about machines? They do what they're told. They follow their own program. They don't need time off to get drunk, put the boat in the water. Like, he thinks that in his brain, I'm better than you, I'm smarter than you, and I can succeed on everything you're ever going to do. Like, he definitely has pride and ego whenever he wants to present how intelligent he is, but also he just wants to see that he is the top banana in a world full of hungry little monkeys. I mean, as much as I'm calling about that, I just like, in his personal opinion, he just says that I am arguably better than you, and there's no way that you could top me. But then once when Sonic came to the mix, he just thinks that there is this extraterrestrial creature that actually brings the motives. And I just feel like, aside from Sonic, Robotnik's motivation, like, first movie was all about, let me just use all my intelligent adventures just to take down this lab creature, this disgusting space blue rodent out of this planet. And I'm glad that we slowly get to see the evolution from black scientist coat to red flight suits. And one of my favorite moments in the first movie, like, one of my biggest complaints about the first movie is I like the banter between Sonic and Eggman in that first film, but one of my biggest criticism was the fact is we didn't get to see too much of it. But luckily, the second movie and the third movie fixed that criticism for me, where we actually get to see more banter with Sonic and Eggman, which, don't get me wrong, in the first movie, he still, like, you know, still tries to chase down Sonic, but I feel like in the first movie, his confrontations were more towards Tom than Sonic, if we think about it. Like, he didn't really get to have, like, his real personal conflict with Sonic not until, like, the very end. And that being said, like, his gadgets and his energy and all of his comedic words, from literally going down to, that was a legal left, by the way, and then literally, I like the fact that Jim Carrey actually has PG-rated swearing. Like, in the first movie, he was like, who the hell do you think you are? And then the third movie, he was like, damn you, autocorrect. It's like, huh. I like that Jim Carrey, in a way, says damn way before Shadow has. So, I like that in the first movie. He definitely represents anti-socialism, but also isolation, where Sonic yearns for friendship or family, but Eggman definitely wants to stay away. Like, even though Agent Stone is always there for Eggman, but he definitely prefers time to be much alone, despite he likes lattes with steam monster goat milk. But that being said, first movie perfectly established him for like his origin aspect, but then the second movie, he fully embraces more of the Eggman persona, from the stash, the ball cap. Like, there's even some moments in the second movie where he sounds more like Eggman. Like, even the moments where he starts laughing like, ha 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 ha! Giving up already? Not so size when you're finding someone 100 size or times tries, are ya? And then there's even some moments where he actually sounds a little bit more like Eggman, where he goes, "You can't beat me! Come and getting him!" Like, even though it is Jim's voice whenever he, like, you know, speaks, but whenever he gets angry, whenever he screams, I'm like, see, for anyone saying, like, oh, Jim Carrey's so, like, oh, miscast as Eggman's like, Jim Carrey's a great character performer wherever he plays the Mask, the Grinch, Count Olaf, the Riddler, and Scrooge. And I just feel like, once again, whenever he plays an iconic character that's pre-existing from a book, a comic book, or a video game, he just makes the character his own, but he still pays respects to the character. So I really just like how we fully see the evolution of the second movie, where literally he becomes more Eggman in the first film. And the one thing is, what Jim Carrey really loves about this character is his goals aren't the same, his looks aren't the same, and his motives are not the same. Like, first movie, he wants to capture Sonic. Second movie, he wants to have the source of ultimate power just to not rule humanity, but at the exact same time, utilize Knuckles the Echidna, just like, not just to trigger Knuckles to becoming quote-unquote friends for a temporary alliance, but actually because obviously Eggman cannot beat Sonic physically, but what he can do is have Knuckles be like, wait a minute, you don't like Sonic? He's a blue mist color? I'll be happy to show you the way, which I did like that, the way reference. So I like that in the second movie. We definitely see more Eggman versus Sonic confrontation, and even during the moments where I like the fact that even though we knew that Eggman was going to betray Knuckles in the second movie, but I like that throughout in the second movie's run, we definitely see the hints that Knuckles should not trust Eggman because, one, he abandoned Agent Stone at the Mean Beat coffee shop. Secondly, when Knuckles, like, he rescued the fox, and then Eggman's like, new friend, same pathetic weakness, and then Knuckles gets confused. And then during the moments when Eggman reveals the truth that he was just using Knuckles as, you know, a powerhouse bodyguard just to fight Sonic, while Eggman gets distracted to get the Master Home for himself, that's part of his master plan. I mean, he is the Eggman, that's what he is. So I like that the second movie fully embraced him as a villain and literally betraying Knuckles, using the Master Realm, including one of his funny moments of Sinister 3.0. Dr. Robotnik is truly S tier, and having the charisma of Jim Carrey, that's the ultimate master plan. Yeah, that's what I really love about this character. It's like, his arc, arguably, he's literally the best character in all three movies. And the funniest thing is about Jim Carrey's Eggman, the fact that he always almost dies. I mean, I know the first movie, he just crashed to the mushroom planet, and then he quarantined himself just to drink mushroom coffee out of himself and just be like, limited success. Like, any line delivery is always golden tier for Jim Carrey. Like, the best thing about Jim Carrey's Eggman, like, even for those parents or adults or everything, or for those that are not really huge Sonic fans, they actually tolerate Jim Carrey's performance because, you know, most of the older people in the audience, including myself, grew up watching Jim Carrey's movies, and easily, because if there's, like, older audience that, like, gets cringed out by Sonic's humor or somebody like Wendy Whipple's humor, they actually find Jim Carrey more tolerably enjoyable, which I will admit, there's one deleted scene in the second movie, which I was so disappointed that it was cut from the movie, where Eggman got, like, sued by Gunn to take away his company, and then there's a deleted scene where Eggman's like, those mouth-breathing pentagoons, they're trying to make me disappear, like they did to Taylor Lautner, the Shamwell guy. He even makes a reference to cancel culture by saying, it's hard being diabolical, they like to call it, cancel culture. And the deleted scene where Eggman actually makes, like, this one joke about making a GoFundMe page, and then when he hits Agent Stone's toe, where he goes, got you that time, mother, I never met mine. Thanks for reminding me, because, all joking aside, the first movie basically teased that Eggman has a rough childhood, and even when we get to the third movie, which I will talk about that, I like the fact that in the second movie, he literally is, like, playing, like, World Domination Playlist. He's playing Pantera, you know, the respect, walk, are you talking to me? Literally when he's dancing with his Death Egg robots, and including the first movie where evil grows, which obviously, for those that knows about my social media story, where Jim Carrey noticed my Where Evil Grows recreation, which the first movie, that's how Robotnik copes with his mechanism, but also his way of like how his evolution of his his diabolical plans are growing whenever you use Sonic's quill. And obviously that was during the moment where, you know, Jim Carrey knows my passion and dedication. So shout outs to that personal fanboy story. But then I like the fact that in the second movie, they assume that he was quote unquote dead, where he goes, "Later, hater," when the death egg explodes. The funniest thing is, even though I'm so happy that Jim Carrey comes back in the third movie after when he quote unquote announced his retirement, because if they would have ended his arc in the second movie, I'm like, no, that's not how you end his story in the Sonic movies, and that can't be the end for Jim Carrey's career. But then for the third movie, thankfully they, in some way, sort of fixed the problem that I had from the end of the second movie. With that being said, the second movie, he was great, better than ever, has more plans, more screen time with Knuckles, which I will admit, I like the dynamic that he had with Knuckles. Like, even though it was expected that Eggman and Knuckles are not going to be allies for a long time, but I definitely like the moments where he was, like, trying to mess with Knuckles by saying, like, "Oh, he's basically, the hedgehog is out of the base," and Eggman goes, "Fossa," which is Latin for Rongo, basically a reference to the Grinch, and when Eggman's kind of like, you know, bringing Carrey mannerisms where he goes, "Long distance liar, ha, ha, ha." I like that Knuckles type of humor is different from Eggman, where he smashes the table with the hologram where he goes, "Tiny magic hedgehog destroyed." So, I just think it's hilarious. You're lucky, man. Game recognized by a legend is a literal gift. But you want to know what's even more amazing is the fact that he's my favorite actor that I grew up watching and became the main inspiration why I wanted to do this. So that is a true blessing. Excuse me, I am choking out of mucus. Sorry, guys, I'm just rambling too much about Jim Carrey that it's a curse through my mucus throat. Anyway, let me just read the chat. If he returns to Sonic 4, it shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, for what he falls from the games, he always survives in his mechs. What's so funny about Sonic 3, they keep saying, "Robotnik's alive!" But you want to know what's hilarious? They never explain how he survived. However, I think there will be a deleted scene, and I've seen it somewhere on social media, that there will be a deleted scene where Agent Stone rescues Eggman, because the question is, Agent Stone get knocked out in Sonic 2, but then how did Agent Stone survive the explosion crash? Because you know Agent Stone literally took a gun agent's uniform in disguise and then had to rescue Eggman alive. After Eggman died, cannot be allowed in the games and movies. Heck, even the Archie comics, even they have an egg for an Eggman. Imagine you were cast as Eggman clone of Sonic 4. I'll say this, that has been a popular theory around. I mean, if you guys saw the social media post where Jim Carrey says, "Finally, Robotnik is doing his clone experiment bear fruits," I'm like, wait, if Jim Carrey considered me as a Robotnik clone, if cloning becomes a good excuse of how to quote-unquote bring Eggman to life in Sonic 4, I'm secretly stealing credit for that. So I'm like, I wonder whose idea was it. Sure, it was Jim Carrey's, but I'm secretly taking the credit if the cloning idea becomes reality in Sonic 4. But anyway, let me just talk about his role in Sonic 3, which I've already talked about his journey in the first two movies, but now the third movie, like what I said, it's funny that they never explain how he survived. Maybe it was the powers of the Master Emerald, or probably just the rings, or I don't know, Eggman's just an immortal being that he can survive through any crash. But what's so funny about him in the third movie, he finally gained weight, just like how Jim Carrey would have wanted when he's fat in a suit. But then I like that it's so funny that out of all the TV shows, he's watching La Última Pasión. And what's so funny about the show that Jim Carrey's watching is you got two Mexican dudes being played by the same actor, which surprisingly foreshadows Jim Carrey in the movie where he plays two Robotniks. Like, literally one of my favorite jokes in the movie where he goes, "We're two characters of the movie being played by the same actor." And I'm like, I thought it was the only one that makes these type of jokes, but it's pretty funny when it comes to that. Most likely Stone went to the research robot damage, probably found Robotnik hidden around and escaped probably to the crab. Yeah, because literally, I kind of wish there was like a little bit of like explanation, a little bit more screen time of how Stone and Eggman went to this crab base where, you know, Stone rescues Eggman and then they stay underneath and they decide to like not be possible anywhere because, you know, Eggman was a threat that literally almost destroyed the town of Green Hills. But I like the fact that even though the games have already done it where basically Sonic and Eggman has teamed up before, is the fact that Sonic and Eggman team up with each other in the games. But I like the fact that we're seeing in the movie version just because when they got confused when Sonic definitely needs Eggman's help, because once when they got confused when the egg drones are destroying the child garden that, you know, they were used by Gerald Robotnik when it comes to that, I like that Eggman often freaks out where he's like, imposter, that's imposter, what? No, my spacey mechanized babies. I like that in the third movie. You get a lot of callbacks to the first two movies where he talks about babies out of his egg sac and then literally just going on with his drones and everything. And just like traditionally in all three movies, he definitely has a weird fetish of licking Sonic's quill in all three films, because basically licking Sonic's quill is Eggman's, like, his motivation to, like, keep moving forward and get out of rock bottom, which is why he needed Sonic's quill, just for motivational reasons and for a hilarious payoff in the third film. But I feel like in the third movie, Dr. Ivo Robotnik is, like, in my opinion, I think it's Jim Carrey's best performance as Eggman in this one, but I think it's the best story arc in the third film, just because the third movie got what I wanted for Eggman in the trilogy's like, well, if you are going to bring Jim Carrey back, and since you got Shadow to the story, I want to see Jim Carrey, like, exploring more of his family themes, like, literally meeting his grandfather. And I like the fact that when he met his grandfather for the first time, I like the fact that he often quizzed how smart his grandfather is, like, where he's like, I think he made one reference to the movie Speed with Keanu Reeves by saying, divided by the speed, like, divide by the speed and the bus of the movie Speed. And then I like that in this one scene, I like that Eggman literally says, like, the most longest word in the English dictionary, numerosacacanas volcanocoliosis, and the fact where he emotionally hugged his grandfather where he goes, Grampy Poo, where have you been? Wait, where have you been? My entire life! And then, once when Eggman gets, like, freaking out because, obviously, I like the earlier scene where Sonic's talking to Eggman by saying, like, have you ever wished that you ever got a family so then you won't become a villain? And then Eggman literally says, I have no parents, no aunts or uncles. I could be confused with all possible genders, because obviously Eggman was raised as an orphan, which clearly he never had a family, so that's why he hates humanity and takes machines over humanities any day. So that's why Eggman becomes a villain. But once when he gets to meet Gerald in the third movie, I like the fact that Eggman has become a bit more vulnerable in a way and becomes a bit more childlike in a way, which I honestly think that's pretty funny, because, you know, it's been a while since Eggman has been purely happy, not out of evil, diabolical reasons, but out of genuine joy. So anyway, let me just read the comments. The ending made me cry, which I will talk about his ending. Or maybe the quill helps him survive. Maybe. I think that could be a good theory. He survived the Death Egg Raw because I think how Gerald's alive, he's 110. I mean, yeah, that's very true. Gerald is alive through licking Shao's quill that keeps him living. Speaking of licking the quill, there was a reason that Gerald was alive, so I think it's headcanon of how Ivo's alive after 2. I think that could be the case. I love how Eggman and Gerald broke the fourth wall. We are two characters of the movie being played by the same actor. That was comedy gold when it comes to that. I haven't seen Sonic 3. It's like, bro, then why are you watching the stream? This is full-on spoilers. The movie's already been out, man. So, if you don't want to get spoiled, then get out of the stream. But anyway, I do like the moment where Eggman is having, like, close bond with his grandfather. Like, I like the moment where Eggman is actually laughing at his grandfather's jokes because, you know, his grandfather's behind. Shadow got released out of Prison Island, and obviously using the egg drones just to kill Team Sonic and Commander Walters at the Child Garden. Like, it's all part of Gerald's plan. And he literally says, like, Gerald used his Interpel intellect just to reunite with his grandson because Gerald knows that his grandson is still alive out there. And I like that Gerald's like, yeah, terabyte me. And the fact that Eggman just laughs at it. And then during the moment where Eggman and Gerald escape in the crab when they fly off, I like the fact that Eggman gets really giddy but also really emotional where Gerald's like, how about you spend time with your grandpal? And I will admit, I get how goofy it is where we get to this VR montage, but I'm going to be honest with you, it was funny but also heartfelt where you get this Beach Boy montage of, wouldn't it be nice if we were older? Where Eggman never had a good, happy childhood, but then throughout the VR montage, he's trying to relive memories with his grandfather because he never had the moment to go to a roller coaster, have a happy birthday, have a good Halloween, have a good Merry Christmas, or see the fireworks with anyone close to his family. So Eggman is kind of like living the time of his life just to be with his grandfather. Like, as funny as it is, in classic Jim Carrey style, it's kind of wholesome to see Ivo being genuinely happy just for the sake of a family reunion than just literally being evil. So, that being said, I did like that montage. And then, obviously, Eggman is literally back in his A game, going to London, just going, London, baby! I like during the moment where they're in their suits and they try to get to the laser tag, which, of course, it's been a viral meme where they do, two of the Robotniks are doing the dance with galvanized. Don't hold back. My finger is on the button. Push the button. I will admit, some fans have been saying, like, this joke was, too long. It was too goofy. I can't stand two Robotniks. I'm like, oh, yeah? I'd rather see two Jim Carreys do some silly, wacky comedy, dirty dancing references in a laser room than the wedding subplot in Sonic 2 or any of the episodes of the Knuckles series, period. So, that being said, the third movie where Eggman is dancing with his grandfather, first of all, I mean, as a Jim Carrey fan, gives me flashbacks of the first movie where he does the Evil Grows dance and then the guitar dance in Sonic 2 where he's dancing in the Death Egg robot. I mean, that's a common thing for Eggman throughout all three movies where Ivo just dances out of his joy, dances his diabolical energy out of him. But now this time it's out to a laser room. But I like the funniest moment where during the gravity moment where Director Rockwell tries to steal the key card, he literally slides down like a worm just to get it. And the funny joke that his grandfather said, I know, grandson, a woman in the military. Gerald is a red pill conservative, confirmed. And then what's funny about when Tom roasts... I like that Tom always roasts Eggman with his outfits. Like the first movie, he's like, oh, nice for you to swing by to Comic-Con. And then the second movie's like, oh, where you get your new fashion trend? Third movie's like, Robotnik. I see that you do something with the skin suits. And I like that Eggman was like a couple of bleeding hearts with their emotional support animals. And then, what was so cool, like, literally after when Team Sonic failed and once when Shadow, Eggman, and Gerald got away, I like the fact that in the second movie where Eggman... You know, like, in the second movie where he has, like, the Master Rebel where he jump scares Agent Stone where he's like, hi, I can smell the electricity in your brain. And the third movie, Eggman gets jump scared by Shadow whenever he teleports. I'm like, see, Eggman, now you know how Agent Stone feels whenever he goes snap away. And like I said, despite Eggman does have mutual respect for Agent Stone, but he still abuses him in a way, but yet... Agent Stone is still loyal to him, which, even though as much as I love the Robotnik and Agent Stone dynamic, which I don't talk about that much, of course, that's always fun. Jim Carrey and Lee Mashdub have good chemistry with each other throughout all three movies. I mean, heck, even Lee Mashdub cut Jim Carrey's hair in real life in the second movie, so clearly that bro's having the time of his life just to work with Jim Carrey and literally cut his hair on set. But that being said, it's so funny the fact that no matter how much Eggman just discouraged Stone, roast Stone, he still appreciates Stone whenever he's on his side. I mean, I will admit, as much as I do love the dynamic between Robotnik and Stone, I'll admit, I understand why Agent Stone respects Eggman, but at the exact same time, I kind of wish throughout all the three movies, I wish they would have explained, like, how did Agent Stone met Ivo Robotnik way before he becomes Eggman, and why he trusts Stone, and why Stone trusts Ivo, and why is he so loyal to him. So, I wish the first movie, dare I say the third movie, should have addressed that, but, you know, a lot of things happen. There's multiple characters in one movie, so it is what it is. But that being said, once when they got teleported to the Space Colony Arc, I never would have imagined that Jim Carrey will be wearing a game-accurate Eggman suit. And honestly, for Jim Carrey's one and only trilogy in his career, it is so well-deserved and so well-satisfying that he actually went from evil mad scientist with hair and a bushy Civil War mustache to fully looking like Eggman straight from the games. And my favorite Easter eggs, aside from him acting like a child going, "Yee!" and wearing his suits, one of my favorite Eggman Easter eggs dropped in the segment. So once when Eggman was saying, I'm the chip of the old block, his ringtone is the Eggman theme song for Sonic Adventure 2. Now, I am the Eggman, that's what I am. Literally, it's his ringtone when it rings. And secondly, when the Space Colony arc rises, you literally hear the Eggman game theme song when it first debuted in Sonic 06. Do, 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 do. And then it plays again when Eggman was about to high-five his grandfather. It plays again. Down now, down now, now, down now, now, down now. I'm not joking with you guys. In the theater, I had the dumbest smile on my face when I first heard it. When I hear down now, I'm like... Like, literally, I was, like, getting, like, a big joy-gasm, nostalgia-gasm, like, I can't believe it. My favorite actor who's playing this video game villain that I know from a video game franchise that I grew up playing, which, for the record, guys, Sonic 06 was the first video game that I first got introduced to the Sonic franchise, and I guess 06, around that time, felt like the closest thing we're ever going to get to a live-action Eggman, and the fact that Jim Carrey's wearing the Eggman suit in Sonic 3 with the exact same theme song, I'm like, my younger self would be screaming so hard in the top of his lungs and the inside if that was the case. So, that being said, obviously his evolution is great, but you want to know what makes Sonic 3, in my opinion, his best performance? Because literally during the moments when Gerald betrayed Eggman, and literally during the moment where Eggman got so ticked off when Gerald was like, whoever prefers Mufasa over this masterpiece, shame on you. Yeah, I see someone in the comments saying, oh, I watch Mufasa. I'm like, if you like Mufasa, good for you. But if you think Sonic 3 is better, bro, you need to just go watch multiple movies just to know your taste in quality films. It's kind of like saying, oh, I like the Emoji Movie over the I like Emoji Movie over the Lego Movie. Get out. Get out of my household right now. But anyway, that's just a weird comparison to get your bolts tightened. Anyway, one of the best moments of Sonic 3 is where we get to see more of Ivo Robotnik's more softer side in the third movie, because the first two movies we never, like, first two movies he was full on villain mode, but in the third movie you actually get to see more of his cold-hearted side, where his grandfather is a lot more cold-hearted than him. Like during the moment where Gerald is fueling up the Eclipse Cannon and Gerald wants to destroy humanity, and then Eggman freaks out by saying, what? We can't annihilate the Earth! With our minds together, we can rule humanity, because obviously Ivo's motive, he wants to dominate and enslave humanity. He literally said that in the second movie. I'm going to enslave humanity and force them to serve my machines. First Green Hills, then the universe, then the multiverse, then who knows? Maybe that'll be enough. Like, that's what he originally wanted to achieve. But when his grandfather thinks that humanity is a failed experiment, and then when Gerald is basically trying to, like, broke Ivo's heart, where he's like, there's no one who actually cared about you on that earth. But then Ivo's like, we're family now. I have you. And then one of the most heartbreaking moments where Gerald's like, oh, Ivo, you're no Maria. And the fact how, if you look at Eggman's eyes, and the fact that he removed his hands, it's like, Jim. Like, the third movie, like, sure, like, throughout the moment where, obviously Jim is great when he's doing comedy, especially in this role, but he definitely shows a very Truman Show style performance when he's playing as Ivo. And I will talk about Gerald, where Gerald, like, when he plays as Gerald is a straight up menace, where he goes, I'm burning it all down. And then the funniest moment is where Jim Carrey gets to fight himself, where Ivo and Gerald gets to fight. Like, I love this callback in the first movie. I like the first movie, he's like, oh, what's that? Then hits his grandfather in the throat, he goes, let yourself open. I'm like, nice callback for the first movie. And then, literally, like, as much as I like the Sonic and Shadow fights in the third movie with Super Sonic, Super Shadow when they play Live and Learn, I like that we have a balance of, hey, we got this epic Dragon Ball Z Super Sonic and Super Shadow fight, literally in the final act. Then we got both the Robotniks spanking each other. Like, the best thing about Jim Carrey fighting himself was seeing Eggman and Gerald fight, because it's funny that Gerald has a scorpion tail. And I'm like, wow, Sonic the Hedgehog actually used the scorpion first before Spider-Man did. And then when Eggman turns into a praying mantis, well, okay, I'll give you some Jim Carrey lore insight for that, guys. The concept of why he decided to use mantis powers to fight his grandfather is the fact that, number one, Jim Carrey used to do mantis impressions in front of his mom when Jim Carrey was a kid, and when his mom was sick, he does the mantis thing to cheer his mom up. And secondly, Jim Carrey even mentions in an interview by saying, I'm so surprised they're putting so much CGI money for a comedy scene. I'm like, you know what? That's a great scene of why I love Jim Carrey in The Mask so much, because you know in The Mask where Jim Carrey does his wacky comedy shenanigans and they put CGI all over it, Sonic 3 remind me of that. I'm like, that's why I love The Mask so much, and why The Mask became the reason why I became a Jim Carrey fan, because I was inspired by the performances that he does from Stanley Ipkiss in The Mask, and the cartoony CGI effects that Jim Carrey does of how it plays well. And then Sonic 3, we actually get that where he plays the mantis. Like, one of my favorite jokes is when Gerald has this giant glove. I never expect Jim Carrey to say this, oh, a nano fist. I never saw that ever since I hate watched Green Lantern in 2011. I was saving it for Comic-Con, but now there won't be a Comic-Con. And then just he does a Will Smith slap to his grandson. I'm like, First of all, I know Ryan Reynolds would make fun of the Green Lantern movie and the Deadpool movies because Deadpool can break the fourth wall, but hearing that from Jim Carrey's words, not what I was expecting, but I honestly find that funny. And during the moment where Eggman has the Mantis moment where he cut his grandfather's bust after he goes, ha ha ha, that's what I call mentiscaping. And then Gerald responds, that's elder abuse. And I will admit, it's more like, look, as corny as you guys want to say about these puns, but only Jim Carrey can make corny type of dialogue and make it funny. So it's funny that Jim Carrey will come out of retirement out of a script out of gold ink. The script is mentioning Green Lantern, make a Manscaped joke out of Mantis stuff. But I will admit, the emotional stuff is when Gerald and Eggman have this very Star Wars moment where literally, like, when I saw the movie for the first time when Gerald literally kick off Eggman down to space, I'm like, no! Ivo! And I'm like, please don't kill off my favorite character in the movies. And then the funniest way of how Eggman got his revenge, the taking out his grandfather, when Tails and Knuckles, out of nowhere, decided to save his life. Who said life was pointless? Oh yeah, you did. Literally used supersonic squirrel up to his grandfather's butt cheeks, go straight up Tom and Jerry by a coyote, and killed by the electricity. And then Jim Carrey was like, the one thing I'll say about my grandfather, he'll make one hell of a bug zapper. And what is so true about Eggman's character, like, despite he is enemies with Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, on the fact that literally Eggman has a change of heart, we actually decides to help him around. I like the fact that we get to a little bit more of a friendly interaction with Eggman and Tails, because I don't think even watching the second movie, I don't think we really got that much Tails and Eggman moments aside from the, you can't outsmart me, I'm the outsmarter, when he got confused with the multiple Tails clones in the second movie. So I'm glad that in the third movie we get to see Eggman and Tails teaming up. And I will admit, we do get a funny homage to the meme. Once when they start steering the cannon, and when it was before to go destroy the Earth, he accidentally pissed on the moon! And I like that Eggman roasted Tails and Knuckles be like, look what you did! And I honestly thought that was funny. But then, when it gets to, like, the quote-unquote closure to Eggman, back then, I literally thought this will be the end of Jim Carrey's Eggman, but I know in a recent interview, Jim Carrey is surprisingly hoping for Sonic 4. But on first viewing, when he was literally about to take his sacrifice, and I like that Eggman talks in Spanish to Shadow, just to take their sacrifice, where he goes, go with God, sticking hedgehog, but in translation goes, Fantan con Dios, hizo espetoso, which is basically, go with God. Daniel, your thoughts on Gerald spanking Eggman? I was laughing. To be honest, when Gerald was spanking Eggman, and when Eggman was going, it kind of reminds me of the scene in The Grinch where, in The Grinch where he gets hit by a monkey's head where he goes, that was hilarious. I pissed on the moon! How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiots! That was comedy gold, just to pay respect to that one iconic meme. But I will admit, like, even though Jim Carrey is surprisingly up for Sonic 4, but if you would have told me, oh, Jim's not coming back for Sonic 4, Sonic 3 is his last one, because the writers and the filmmakers were like, well, if Jim Carrey doesn't want to come back for future Sonic movies, what's the best way to give him a satisfying closure? Where Eggman literally takes this very Truman Show style ending, which is ironic, guys, because I've recently rewatched The Truman Show, and that is one of my favorite Jim Carrey movies of all time, where if you saw the movie The Truman Show, where he goes up to the camera, he says goodbyes to the audience, where he goes, in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, good night, and then he opens the door, and then he lives a life of his own. And then when we get to see Eggman literally down on the moment where literally he was like, this is Dr. Ivo Robotnik for one final live stream for one special henchman, Agent Stone. And speaking of Agent Stone, someone mentions in the comments, your thoughts on Agent Stone when Eggman and Gerald got along. I mean, I will admit, I did expect Eggman to, like, be more in touch with Gerald and be more, like, Ghost Agent Stone way. But I'm going to admit, I'll talk about Agent Stone next after Robotnik, because you guys can see my tier list. Stone will be the next character. But all I'm going to say is shortly before I talk about Stone next, I honestly feel bad for Stone. I'm going to be honest. Like, I feel like Stone was being so treated dirty from everyone, even from Tails, even from Eggman. I just feel bad for Stone in Sonic 3. But anyway, speaking of Stone and Eggman, man, I'll admit, I was shedding tears, not because of Stone, but Eggman's closure, where he goes, you're the one and only person that ever cared about me. Stone, you were more than just a sycophant to me. You were a sickle friend. And then when the music plays, and I'm like, the one moment where my eyes started tearing up, where Eggman says this one iconic quote from the first film, I'll miss your lattes with sea mustard and goat milk. And I'm like, Jim, please don't make me cry. Please don't make me cry, Jim. I love the way you make them. Like, Jim. And then tears were just running from my eyes. And then one of the most emotional moments, like I said, even though Jim is interested in coming back in Sonic 4, but I'll admit, I'm like, if this is his last Sonic movie to be exactly, this is one hell of a closure, man. Very Truman Show, where he goes, it's been a real drag, and then when he does the robot one last time, and then say one iconic line from the first movie, it's been a real drag, thanks for nothing. And then boom, Space Colony Arc explodes. So let me read this comment. Sonic 4 is taking place in Sonic CD. It could include time travel where Eggman is really dead. Sonic could find another Eggman, another timeline. And yes, I will agree with this theory, guys, because think about it. And I actually rewatched the movie again because once when the Space Colony Arc explodes, it sucks into a black hole and then it explodes. I'm like, wait a minute. And if you guys seen the storyboard animatics where it basically spoiled the ending of the third movie, it originally was supposed to have time travel in it. So in reality, it was originally going to have some time travel, which meaning, hear me out, since Sonic 4 will adapt Sonic CD, and Metal Sonic will be in it, and Metal Sonic is created by Eggman in the games, in the source material, maybe that Space Colony arc, Eggman could have been dead if that was the case. But maybe he's shifted to a different timeline, to a different alternative universe. And like what some people said, like, or maybe the real Eggman's dead, and maybe there's a different clone of Eggman. Maybe there's a different Eggman from a different timeline. So there's so many other possibilities of what they could have done. I'm going to be honest, I really like Wade as a character. He was very interested in the Knuckles series. Well, you're not the only one that actually likes Wade, but like we said, I think Wade was fine in the first two movies, but in the Knuckles series, I kind of find him too sufferable because I think his dynamic with Knuckles is entertaining, but once when you leave Knuckles out of the spotlight and focus on Wade, that's where the cringe-worthy moments just kind of like lose it for me. So I'm glad that in Sonic 3, they gave Wade screen time. But anyway, I've already said enough about Wade. Let's just talk about Eggman. So despite the ending, it's so funny. Like, if you're telling me that Jim Carrey's like, I'm open for coming back in Sonic 4, then I feel like the writers and the filmmakers should think twice by saying, should we kill off Eggman? Because you're giving Eggman a Toy Story 3, Toy Story 4 treatment. Like, if I say Sonic 3 was like the Toy Story 3 where he kind of like his satisfying closure of his goodbye, then Sonic 4 could be like his Toy Story 4 epilogue where like, wait, there's more for Eggman's story. Because obviously Sonic 3, I'm going to be honest with you, Sonic 3 will not work without Eggman, especially without not having Ivo Robotnik, Gerald Robotnik in Sonic 3, especially if you're doing Shadow Story. Both characters are very integral to Shadow Story overall. So, the fact that you got Metal Sonic, and I'm so glad that they finally, like, one of my biggest complaints about these movies is, like, it took them this long to put Metal Sonic, because Metal Sonic should have already been teased since the first movie when Eggman got Sonic's quill in the first film. Second movie, he had the quill again, but it was just for the sake of the portal. And then he got a quill again in the third film just to yank his grandfather through his butt cheeks and get zapped like a bug in the Space Colony arc. So I do believe Jim Carrey will come back in Sonic 4, whether if it's a clone, different timeline, time travel, whatever it is. I mean, obviously, guys, it's not going to be the same without Jim Carrey with these movies, because if you don't have Jim Carrey a part of these movies, then I feel like the comedy that's not Sonic or the other human characters won't be as funny, because obviously, personally for me, Jim Carrey has the best jokes next to Knuckles, in my opinion, throughout all these movies. So that being said, not only he carried this franchise, I feel like for Jim Carrey's Eggman, literally, in my opinion, he has the best arc throughout all three movies, and that's saying a lot for someone who is a huge Jim Carrey fan, where the best thing about these movies is the fact that I get to see him play such an iconic video game villain that he's perfectly cast. Like, he brings his classic Jim Carrey roles, but also take elements from Eggman from the games and make it his own interpretation. And the third movie grounds his character a whole lot more than just being the villain throughout all three movies. So that being said, I think I rambled myself too much. So either way, if he does come back in Sonic 4, that's going to be amazing. And I'm going to be honest with you, I honestly like Jim Carrey's Eggman more than Sonic. So I've rambled too long about this ham. Dr. Ivo Robotnik, a.k.a. Eggman, he is total S tier reconnaissance! So that being said, that's all I have to say about Jim Carrey's Eggman. Like, in my opinion, I know most of you guys would say Sonic's the best, Knuckles the best. Eggman, no. Dr. Ivo Robotnik, Eggman, easily the best character of these movies. So if he comes back for Sonic 4, that'll be great. And besides, I mean, how are you going to do a Metal Sonic storyline without Eggman? So since Jim Carrey's open to come back, Yes, I would like to see him interact with Metal Sonic and Amy Rose, and that's going to be fine, but that's crazy. Jim Carrey in 4 movies, that is so far beyond than saying yes to Ace Ventura 3 or The Mask 2. Even though, personally, for me, I would love to see The Mask 2 and just act like Son the Mask or Ace Ventura Jr. doesn't exist. But anyway, last comment about Eggman before I talk about Agent Stone. A theory is Metal Sonic may turn to Neo Metal Sonic, which I do believe that will be happen. Eggman is the GOAT of the franchise. And like I said, what works about Jim Carrey's Eggman, like I said, for people who are not Sonic fans, but they love Jim Carrey, it's like, well, I'm watching these movies because of Jim Carrey, even if I don't know much about the Sonic lore. That's what works about these movies. Like, you got a fan-favorite actor, which even though, yeah, you got Idris Elba and Keanu Reeves, but I argue that Jim Carrey's the biggest actor of them all. And yeah, one of my favorite quotes of the movie, "Set up defense, damn you, autocorrect!" Once again, I like that he shamelessly does PG swearing rather than Shadow not saying the word damn, which is funny to think about. So that being said, that's all I have to say about Eggman. We're going to get to Agent Stone next, which, just to give you a little bit of spoilers, there's a lot of positive things I will say about Agent Stone next. But that being said, I'll be right back. I got to go drink the water, chat, entertain yourself. I got to drink some water, and I got to go use the bathroom. So I'll be right back in 5 minutes. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer. Drop and roll! Anyway, I'm back, guys. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just trying to get Oh, yes, I freaking love Agent Stone. It's the goat milker! Honestly, one of my favorite lines for what Knuckles says. And honestly, that was such a funny payoff for where in Sonic 2, Knuckles was like, "What about your minion, the goat milker?" And then in the third movie, it's the goat milker! So now let's talk about Agent Stone. So, I'll admit, Agent Stone in the first movie was one of those characters that I was not expected to like. Like, I was aware that he is Eggman's henchman, aka his secret lover in disguise. I like the fact that literally out from the first movie, Agent Stone easily became a fan favorite character out of the Sonic characters. Like, I think when I met a lot of people who loves the Sonic movies, like, obviously, Jim Carrey's Eggman is the best human character, but the difference is Eggman does exist in the Sonic lore. But for the non-Sonic characters, aka the human characters, a lot of people said Agent Stone is their favorite. And if you say Agent Stone is your favorite non-Sonic human character, then I would honestly not disagree with you, because there is really nothing much I can't complain about Agent Stone. Like, I say the only complaints I got about Agent Stone is we never get to see a backstory of how he met Dr. Ivo Robotnik. Like, even like way before he starts working with him, I kind of wish that we would like know a little bit more about backstory of how Stone met Robotnik and why is he so loyal and dedicated to Robotnik, and then we get to understand like why Robotnik trusts Agent Stone more than anyone else that he ever works with. Because, I mean, the third movie, he literally confessed that Stone is like the one and only person on Earth that ever cares about him. So, even then, I like that in the first movie, like, he still remains loyal to his boss, and obviously he stays close with them. Like, literally in the first movie when Robotnik is trying to, like, correct the general major during the government agency during the introduction, where after Robotnik is like, "The spirituous is tries to quantify Agent Stone," and then Stone tries to translate to Robotnik's triple-digit IQ, where Stone is like, "The Dr. Jinx are basic." So, I like the fact that he still sticks to Robotnik's style. Like, even the fact that Stone gets hurt and abused, like, he still sticks to the Doctor's side, where he goes, "Stand down, Agent Stone. This doesn't understand the urgency of the matter." And then the funniest moment in the first film where he goes like, "That's like all good cop, bad cop," and then literally gets his hand down, "Leave yourself open." Like, despite the pain, he still welcomes, like, you know, Robotnik just being in charge, like, all things regardless. And the funniest thing is, even though Agent Stone isn't as evil as Robotnik, like, you can definitely tell that Stone definitely has a more softer and lighter side, because, you know, Robotnik is more intentionally evil from his own deeds, while Stone just, follows his work and follows, his orders for however he is. And then the first movie, obviously, one of his most iconic scenes is basically I just make you a latte with sea moisture and goat milk. What do I look like, an imbecile? Of course I want a latte. I love the way you make them! So, that being said, Stone was definitely, a good ally, and obviously, Lee Mashdub, as a person, I've never met Lee Mashdub in person, but if I do, it will be such an honor just to meet him because, first of all, he seems to be just a really nice guy, just hang around with the Sonic fans, and I could tell that Lee Mashdub really gets along with the fans. I mean, heck, he definitely supports a lot about the Robotnik shipping and all the arts, if y'all know what I mean. And it's so funny that the second movie definitely leans more to the fan base's outcry of that shipping, and I'm like, yep, I'm gonna say it, it's canon, it definitely could be canon the way Jim Carrey could play a live-action Green Goblin. Fun fact, he actually was considered to play Green Goblin way before Willem Dafoe was cast. But you know what? I'm honestly glad that Willem Dafoe was cast because I think Willem Dafoe brings that more scary terrier things. But anyway, we're not talking about Spider-Man. Let's get back to Agent Stone in the second movie. So I like the fact that, he secretly has feelings for the Doctor. Literally, when he's making the latte, he's literally like, Doctor, where are you? And what's so funny about it is the fact that the second movie definitely paid off for the first movie. Agent Stone's really good at making lattes. How about Agent Stone works at a coffee shop literally named after the Mean Bean, which is a funny reference to a Dr. Robotnik spin-off game, which is Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. And I guess that's one of the funniest ways, whenever Robotnik is gone, whether it's the Mushroom Planet or the Death Egg Crash, what is Agent Stone doing for a living? Is he homeless? How is he going to make money? Easy. Just make a coffee shop. So, do you ship Agent Stone and Eggman? Just asking you. I'm just going to say this. Obviously, it's not officially canonical, but I'm just saying, it's not like Eggman... here's the thing. Stone thinks that he needs Eggman more than Eggman needs him, but in reality, I say Eggman needs Stone more than Stone needs Eggman. I know in the third movie, he's like, oh, I can't lose you again, but if it weren't for Agent Stone's assistance in one way or another, then that wouldn't have been the case. But I like that in the second movie. It's so funny that there's one song that goes, me and you together. I'm like, yep, Stone, just say it. You love him. You love him so much. You don't see him as a boss. You wish that you could be with him and just be married and just have little mini goat milks together. But anyway, all joking aside, I just think it's pretty hilarious that obviously Eggman sort of friend zones Stone in a way, even though it's kind of funny to say. But that being said, I like the fact when Eggman gets reintroduced and then Stone gives him the latte and then he literally just says, use the mushroom. The funny thing is, despite Agent Stone never have interaction with Sonic or Tails, literally not until the third movie, which I feel like that's one of my biggest complaints with the first two movies. Even though as much as I do like the chemistry that Stone has with Eggman, and then the little bit interaction we have with Knuckles, when Knuckles give him a handshake and then literally crushes his wrist, and then Robotnik responds, that means he trusts you, Stone. And then one of the funniest moments in the second movie, where after when they're looking at the messages, try to hack through Tom's account just to text to Sonic, and then when Knuckles goes to the ... Stone is like, Doctor, what are we doing with the space imbecile? And then Robotnik's like, this echidna is the key to something that I definitely dream of. And then Stone assumes oh, is it to get rid of the hedgehog? Think bigger, Stone. Even though, like I said, Stone is not as smart as Eggman, but at the exact same time, he actually gets to understand for what Eggman is saying and what he's trying to explain, no matter how scientific and how triple-digit IQ is, even though Stone may be on an average IQ for his basics of his knowledge, but at the exact same time, he gets what the Doctor says. And like we said, there's two funny deleted scenes with Agent Stone that never make to the final cut, where there was one deleted scene in Sonic 2 where Eggman gets high out of drinking mushrooms, and then he's talking to a Stone, which is Agent Stone's face. He's like, Stone, what did you put in the coffee? And then literally he gets high where he's talking to a Stone, which I know that scene would have been too weird for the parents and not call this movie out for using drug jokes, but honestly, that was funny. And then one deleted scene where Agent Stone said that Gunn just took over Robotnik's funding just to take the money away from him, just make sure his identity disappears. And during the moment where Robotnik goes, high five, down low, too slow, and then stomp at Agent Stone's foot, got you that time, and then Stone shouts, Mother! And Eggman goes, I never met mine, thanks for reminding me. And then in Sonic 2, I like the fact where an Agent Stone's looking over Eggman's suits. I like that one of them is an Easter egg to the classic Eggman suit with the red suit and the black Mickey Mouse looking shorts. And even though, despite Wade Whipple, which I've already shared my opinions on Wade Whipple, I like the fact that the one funny moment is when Agent Stone put his hands up in the air, and then when Wade's like, wave your hands like it's a musical digit play, and then Stone just wiggles the digits, and then Stone gets in hostage, and then Eggman saves him. And then the funny moment in the second movie where he goes, Doctor, take me with you! And then literally Eggman just takes him up to the air, and then Stone actually syncs up with Eggman's musical number of his World Domination playlist. And during the moment where Agent Stone activates the Stash Masher where he destroys Tails' plane, and Eggman explains, what just happened? Then Agent Stone grabs a Sega Genesis manual where he goes, the Stash Masher, right here in the manual. And then when he accidentally gets knocked out, it was quite hilarious that Eggman actually cares about Stone. It's so funny that in the first movie, he's like, you know I won't miss you while you're gone. But in the second movie, he actually misses Stone. So it's more like a, of course you do, Eggman. Stone cares about you, so of course you're going to care about him more than anyone else until you betray Knuckles in a way. So I honestly thought that was funny. But that being said, even though Eggman falls into the crash of the Death Egg robot, how the heck did Agent Stone survive throughout the crash? Which I don't understand that. But either way, the one thing that is pretty funny is the fact that Agent Stone somewhat survived the Death Egg robot too, and then steal a gun's uniform just to save Eggman. And then in Sonic 3, I mean, just like I said, Sonic 3 has got to be Jim Carrey's best performance as Eggman. This has got to be Lee Mashud's best performance as Agent Stone in Sonic 3, because bro literally he rode on a motorcycle at the Child Garden taking down these drones that are hacked by Gerald Robotnik, and he has these Black Widow type of stingers. And then the funny moment where Knuckles like, it's the goat milker. I like that Stone still doesn't like Knuckles, and he still doesn't get along with them. Like, he makes fun of Knuckles where he's like, are you scared of ghosts? Because obviously Knuckles intentionally harmed his wrist, and Stone does not like Knuckles around. But it's so funny that later on in the third movie where Eggman rips off his shirt, and the fact that Stone is solely cool of being bare-chested throughout the mission where they go to the abandoned gun lab where Shadow is. I like the moment where Agent Stone and Tails actually have a moment where I think Lee Mashu mentions that this was an unscripted moment where Agent Stone talks to Tails where he's like, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but you're adorable. And then Agent Stone is secured by saying, are you like Sonic's assistant or psychic or something? And Tails like, no, like, we're a team. Like, I'm the brains, and he's like more than just like my best friends. It's like, that's what we are. We're just very close, kind of like with you and Eggman. I like that Stone deep inside was saying, yeah, we're friends. That's what we are, even though I don't want to be friends with the Doctor. But I like the moment where, despite Agent Stone basically mocks and makes fun of Knuckles, but he, out of all the Team Sonic characters, it's kind of funny that he gets along with Tails the most. But that being said, despite Agent Stone being ghosted and left out because, you know, when Eggman reunites with his grandfather, like, even the funny moment during the VR montage when Eggman smiles, Gerald becomes grumpy, and Stone wants to be a part of the group and dump his lattes, Stone just feels jealous because grandfather just stole the spotlight. And I'll admit, the one thing that's pretty neat, like, even though Agent Stone had a nice interaction with Tails, but I also like the interaction that he has with Shadow, where he goes, come on, Shadow, I have some fresh avocados, we'll make guac. And then one iconic line that Shadow says, revenge guac, which is kind of like a contrast callback to Sonic 1 when it comes to, like, you know, Sonic liking guac. Guac, I like that word. And then during the moment where Shadow's watching Televisa, I like that Agent Stone shows a little bit more of his real emotions, where it's more like, Shadow, why are you so dark and brooding? And then Shadow's like, when we're done, there won't be anything left. And Agent Stone's like, that's dark. And I like that Agent Stone gets curious by saying, what are you and the Doctor up to? And the saddest thing is, he was getting along with Shadow, he's getting along with Tails, and once when Tails hacked the system just to spot the crab meat, and then flush Agent Stone out of the crab mech, it's like, bro, I get that Agent Stone works for Eggman, but does Stone deserve to be, like, flushed away? Like, not even Shadow gets to save Agent Stone's life. Like, Shadow abandoned Agent Stone in the crab mech, and Agent Stone literally had to swim himself out. And then after when he decides to call Eggman by saying, sir, this is a bad idea. I'm not going to be here to save him. I'm not going to lose you. But then Eggman understands that Agent Stone is jealous that he's rekindling with his grandfather. It's like, honestly, I don't know who said it in the question, but I'm saying, like, bro, I honestly feel bad for Agent Stone. Like, I'm going to be for real. Like, he got along with Tails, he's reunited with the Doctor, but then Eggman decided to ghost him and leave him behind, down to the gutter. Even Shadow abandoned him. And even during the emotional moment where Eggman has his farewell to Agent Stone, and even though Agent Stone warned him about, you know, he's not going to be there at Space Colony Arc to save him, and it was kind of heartfelt where Agent Stone's like, goodbye, Doctor. And I'm like, so wait a minute, like, aside from the heartfelt farewell with Eggman and Agent Stone, I know that, I know that Agent Stone has this moment to, like, you know, work at the Mean Bean Coffee Shop in Sonic 2, but I'm like, wait a minute. So that means Agent Stone is homeless right now, or does he work at the Mean Bean Coffee Shop where he goes back to America? So hopefully there's more answers for Sonic 4, and I do believe that Eggman and Agent Stone will reunite their quote-unquote relationship, establishment, whatever you want to call it. And I honestly think that, yeah, if there's like one way. I mean, to be fair, Lee Mashley, who plays Agent Stone, he loves the fans. He loves playing with Agent Stone. Obviously, he gets to work closely with Jim Carrey, so that's another big W for 3 films. I mean, we love Lee Mashley. We love Agent Stone. So you know what? I mean, I won't say Agent Stone is as great as Sonic or Eggman. So I'm just gonna say Agent Stone. He's somewhere on the A tier. Like, he's definitely like one of the best human characters, probably next to Tom in my book. Anyway, as we continue on, let's just continue on with the next comments. What kind of Latina is the show like? Any Latinas in general, that's what. So that being said, so much positive things about Agent Stone. Now we get to Maddie's sister, Rachel. So I'm going to have some controversial hot takes when it comes to Maddie's sister, Rachel. So I'll say this. I mean, one thing. Rachel's not as pretty as Maddie, so I'll tell you one thing. I'll say this. Rachel she is funny whenever she's on screen, but she definitely plays the stereotypical angry fat black woman that you see from a Nickelodeon sitcom in one way. Like, I think she was funny in the first movie. Like, during the first movie where she's like, "Catch me, JoJo," and then she faints. That was funny. But then, later on we get to the other sequels where she goes, "This is my house." But I feel like the first movie gives like the bare mouse screen time. But the one thing I don't understand about Rachel in the first movie is, why does she want her sister to break up with Tom? Is it because he's a cop, he's white, or she thinks that Tom is not really much of a good man for Maddie? Like, I like that Maddie still defends Tom in a way, no matter how crazy dealing with a hedgehog on Earth is pretty serious business to Tom, and then Tom and Maddie agrees with one another. But even before Rachel gets to witness Sonic, and her daughter JoJo was so invested in getting Sonic the shoes, the one thing that I don't understand about Rachel, that she even encouraged Maddie to break up with Tom. So that being said, I just feel like the hate about Rachel being weird, isn't she like the Medea of the Sonic movies? That's who I think Rachel is. Like, especially with the second movie, which, okay, this is not going to be a surprise, guys. The wedding scene, yeah, it's my least favorite scene in the second movie, because, look, it is a smart way to put the human characters to, like, you know, focus on, hey, the adventure of Sonic and Tails get to stop Knuckles and Eggman after the hunt for the Master Emerald, like, who's the winner? But then, I just feel like Rachel's wedding subplot, it just feels like it's straight out of a Tyler Perry's Medea movie, but not a Sonic the Hedgehog movie. I mean, I get it. It's the subplot where basically Rachel is, like, getting married, but also getting, like, baited to this Operation Catfish where the gun organization is there, and then her fiance Randall happens to be a gun agent, which that plot twist wasn't really that surprising, because we did have a feeling that her fiance Randall was going to be like a gun agent working for gun. We're lucky that we got Jim Carrey in 3 movies. Soon potentially 4 if that was the case. But anyway, back to the topic of Rachel. So, despite her hate for Tom wasn't really that well explained in the first movie, and even the second movie, she still doesn't like Tom being around. But despite, you know, hello, your sister's married to that man, so of course you gotta invite them to the wedding. But then what caught me off guard is the fact that, despite that, you know, she does have your sassy black woman things like, "Put a ring on it! Oh my god! Operation Catfish!" I will admit, Rachel does go complete Karen mode whenever she gets, like, angry or upset. Which, don't get me wrong, Natasha Rothwell can be funny whenever she can lead on her own. But I just feel like her character, Rachel, distracts us away from the main characters in the main plot. Especially with the second movie. Like, sure, it's fine that her sister Maddie and Rachel has, like, more action to do, and she's mad that Randall, quote-unquote, just dumped her and basically just used her just to do a gun organization mission just to kidnap Sonic and Tails, just to make sure that they're no longer running around on Earth. But the one thing that just caught me off guard is the fact that it just goes on and on and on, and despite for her just, you know, like, you know, not scared by saying, "Randall, you screaming, lying," it's more like a, can we just get back to the main plot? Can we just get a scene where Sonic is apologizing to Tom after the mistake of getting into trouble, not staying at home? Can we just get a scene where Eggman and Knuckles are in the snow before they go to the Labyrinth Zone? Or even a scene for where Agent Stone is doing in his own spare time at the Mean Bean Coffee Shop? But no, it's just a way for, like, Rachel just to meet them. Imagine if Rachel meets Amy in Sonic 4. I'm not just going to say that's possible, because, to be honest, guys, Rachel has never interacted with any of the Sonic characters. Of course, she saw Sonic, she saw Tails in the first 2 movies, but she never had a scene with them. But that being said, I just feel like the wedding subplot just got too long. Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, in the second movie, I actually walked out of the theater when I saw the movie for the second time. Like, well, it's my least favorite movie of the scene because there's nothing Sonic going on. Which I know that casuals are like, oh, I actually like the wedding subplot because, it's actually pretty funny. But in reality, it just dragged on for two by saying, am I watching Tyler Perry's Medea Vacation on the Wedding? It's more like, can we just get back to the Sonic plot? Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, once when they have their kiss, I'm so glad that we don't get to see them for the rest of the movie. And then when we get to the third movie, it's funny that it's not even the real Rachel. Same goes for Randall as well. And by the way, I will talk about Randall in a few couple of minutes, but it's so funny that instead of just be like, well, we don't want to use, like, the real Rachel in the plot, you know what, let's just let Maddie just disguise himself, and then Tom turns himself to a bald black guy with a big-ass forehead, and then they go in disguise as the gun agents, which I will admit, probably the third movie is probably like the best way how they utilize Rachel finally, instead of just showing too much of her in the second movie. So I'm honestly glad her amount of screen time, which I will admit, I didn't fully laugh, but I actually almost chuckled where she went, you want to know what GUN stands for? Getting ultra nasty, nasty. And I'm like, gosh dang it, the way how black women just go nasty. I'm like, all right, girl. You didn't make me laugh, but you almost actually got me there. You actually cracked a smile out of me. And then after that, boom, she's already gone off screen. So as long as it, like, look, I understand that Natasha Rothwell is part of the quote-unquote Sonic family, but as long as her screen time is similar, like the third movie, then that's fine by me. I mean, personally for me, I just don't want to see Rachel Randall for as much as I want to. I mean, I will say this, Rachel is not the worst character in the movie series, but I would put her next to D tier. I mean, at least Wade Whipple has, like, you know, a 50-50 when it comes to the jokes, but I'm sorry, like, she can get very annoying, she can get very toxic, and I'm just saying, it's like, she's not really a character that's, like, worth going into. So the second movie did way too much of her, which I'm glad the third movie did less of her, despite it wasn't real her. So yeah, Rachel's D tier. But then her daughter JoJo, which is funny because she wasn't even involved in the third film, which I remember fans were like, oh yeah, JoJo's gonna be the reason that Shadow's gonna change his mind. It's like, no, why would you want to do a random stupid girl just to take that role? That's retarded. But that being said, I do say, out of all of Rachel's side of the family, so to speak, I think JoJo's easily the best character that's not Rachel and Randall, because at least JoJo, despite only appearing in only just a few movies, at least she is nice, kind, like, heck, she did not freak out just like her mom did. Like, her mom's like, catch me, JoJo, where he falls down. I mean, this little girl was so nice that she's like, oh, this poor little hedgehog is so burned. And then what makes JoJo so base, she gave Sonic the iconic shoes where it's like, so what are you feeling anymore? And what's so funny about it is, if JoJo did not get Sonic his iconic shoes, you know the scene where Tom and Maddie, like Sonic pushed Tom and Maddie out of the tower and they're about to fall to their death, and then Sonic slowed down his speed to the building? If Sonic did not got that shoes, Tom and Maddie would have been dead if JoJo did not help out. And to be fair, even the second movie, she sort of helped out during the mission with Sonic 2. Like, even though she was messing with Tom over the ring joke, but at least, I mean, despite, you know, my least favorite movie, the scene in Sonic 2 was the wedding subplot, but at least JoJo was actually helpful enough just to help out her mom and her aunt, just to, like, help break Sonic Tails out when she literally gave the Tails a backpack. So, despite her short amount of screen time, I honestly like JoJo better, much than I do her mom. So, even though JoJo might shout, bro, that theory is just it's just BS, just because, you know, it was Sonic that did all the overshadowing. So, even though JoJo doesn't do much, but you know what? I would say she will be on the B tier, like, as Maddie. Like, she definitely has the same vibe, so I say she's a lot better than her mom. So then, before I talk about Tails and Knuckles, because I have a lot, that's why I just put JoJo and Randall next to Rachel, because I have very little to say, but for Tails and Knuckles, I have a lot to say. So let's talk about Randall. He's alright. I mean, basically, the funniest thing about his Randall is they intentionally write his character by saying, like, oh yeah, he's just a human character that basically just doesn't interact with the Sonic characters. And I'm like, bro, it's kind of funny because I saw Shamar Moore's Instagram Reels where he's like, yeah, I'm just doing like a goofy kids movies. Yeah, I love having sex. I'm like, bro, I can't. I was dying of laughter when I checked Shamar Moore's social media post. I mean, I get it. If bro's going to use Manscaped just to shave his Caillou, Vin Diesel, Little Bill bald head, it is what it is. So obviously, Randall, it's so funny that his last name is Randall Handle. It's like, what were the writers thinking when it comes to, like, writing these goofy-ass last names, like Tom Wachowski, Wade Whipple, Randall? It feels like these are, like, cartoon last names rather than just believable last names. But that being said, Randall is, I don't know. I mean, I won't say he's, like, great. I mean, I will say he is slightly better than Commander Walters, but at least he definitely has, like, a small rivalry with Tom in a way, where he basically just, like, even Tom feels a little bit imitated from him, including, like, the whole gym scene where he's, like, doing some champagne, working out with his jog bros, his frat bros. And then it's so funny that despite he keeps on roasting Tom actually punched him in the face just to get the real ring out of the wedding ring. And then it's kind of funny that despite Randall did the mission for the commander just to do the Operation Catfish, it's so funny that he actually has real feelings for Rachel, and then he does nothing about it where he's like, what a woman. And then during the moment where Rachel's trying to taste the commander, I will admit, despite the cringe-worthy moments of his wedding subplot, it was kind of funny where he goes, oh, he's like, he's kind of dead. And then the third movie where Tom literally disguised himself as Randall, where Tom decided to become a black person, where he goes like, yeah, welcome to the gun show. Tails, how about you do some mission? Aye, aye, Captain. So I will say this. I think I actually like Randall a little bit more than Rachel, because obviously I would say he's kind of been in the midst here, but I honestly like Randall a little bit more than Rachel, even though there isn't really much to say about Randall's character. So I will say Randall's like somewhere on the seats here, more than, you know, his quote-unquote wife. But that being said, we can get straight to Tails. Do you know that one of the YouTubers was Sonic 2? Yeah, I forgot what, I think his name was Preston, like the dude during the volleyball. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think it was cool to put like a random YouTuber in that volleyball scene, but I'm like, I think it would have been much more smarter if you have like an actual Sonic YouTuber like Games Cage or Sam Procrastinates, Just Jazz, Speed Supersonic, like an actual Sonic YouTuber, kind of like, yeah, that's his name, Preston Plays, yeah, thank you guys. I think they would have got, I think it would have been smart if they actually got like a Sonic YouTuber to be a part of the movies, kind of like what the Finance of Freddy's movie did when they got Matt Pack, you know, the game theory guy, they got Corey Kenshin, and who knows, maybe Markiplier in the FNAF movie sequels. Or even better, I should have cameoed in the Sonic movies. Anyway, that's all I have to say about too much of the human characters. Now let's get back to the real Sonic characters that everyone cares about. Miles, Tails, Prower, and I'm going to give you guys a spoiler. I originally was going to rank Tails on an A tier, and yeah, this is going to shock you, like, I almost was going to plan Tails on putting on an A tier, just because his role in Sonic 2 and his role in the Knuckles series, but when I rewatched Sonic 3 again, spoiler alert, I would put Tails on an S tier when I watch Sonic 3, because I'll say this, I mean, first of all, it's great that you got a voice actress, Colleen O'Shaughnessy, who's been voicing Tails for the past 10 years, ever since Sonic Boom, from Rise of Lyric to the Sonic Boom TV show, where she has a lot to do with Tails. And yeah, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I think Colleen has got to be my favorite Tails voice, which, don't get me wrong, the other voice actresses and the other child voice actors that voiced Tails before did a good job. I feel like Colleen has like the most experience of voicing the character, both in and out, from the games, the TV show Sonic Boom. Don't forget the FNAF movie, the Use the Living Tombstone song. Yeah, that's very true. But anyway, back to this topic of Tails. So obviously, Tails was like the biggest excitement that got us excited for the first movie. And back then we're like, oh, please don't cast Tom Holland to voice Tails just for the sake of celebrity talent. But I'm actually surprised that Jeff Fowler, the producers, and the casting directors were like, you know what? Colleen is too iconic for this role, so let's bring Colleen to voice Tails. And the best thing about Colleen and Ben Schwartz is the fact that both Ben Schwartz and Colleen O'Shaughnessy share a birthday together. Like, they're both literally born on September 15. That's such a rare birthday twin mashup where both the voice of Sonic and Tails in the movies share a birthday. And I could tell that Ben Schwartz, which I gotta give props to Ben Schwartz, giving a lot of credit and a lot of praise for Colleen O'Shaughnessy. Like, of course, Colleen voiced Tails before, and I know Colleen has experienced voice acting before in the Sonic franchise, where Colleen's first voiceover role was Charmy, ever since Sonic Generations, I think. But then ever since Colleen was cast as Tails, I mean, instantly, she already became a fan favorite. But what is so cool about her iteration of Tails in the movies, the fact that Tails in the movies was first pursued as a fanboy that looks up to Sonic, because, you know, that's like that in the games where Tails is basically looks up to Sonic like as an older brother, as an icon, as an idol that he can look up to. So I definitely say that the little brother, big brother dynamic is really done so well in the first two movies. And I will admit, the one thing that really caught me off guard during the origin of Tails, of how Tails discover Sonic is in the first movie, literally from the power outage when Sonic got emotional in the baseball scene, and then literally the signals shows the Tails' attention of how he saw Sonic's journey throughout the Spin Dash Pro. Like, literally, in my mind, I was like, do you think Tails could have fit in the story of the first Sonic movie around that time? But I understand when Tails said, like, oh, once when that crazy mustache guy came around, I know I gotta help you out. And to be fair, as much as I would have preferred to see Tails in the first movie, that would honestly kill the purpose of why Sonic is all alone, because the first movie, he never had a Tails, he never had a Knuckles. So I feel like Tails was like the first real best friend that's not Tom that he can actually relate to, because at least Tails comes from Sonic's world. So I like the fact that movie Tails is way better than what Tails was in the games, because, you know, in the games, Tails is pretty weak and defenseless, where he goes, Sonic, help me! But literally, in the second movie, Tails literally used Wade's police car and literally saved Sonic's life in the nick of time when Knuckles is about to punch him down. So it's funny that literally after movie 2, I'm so glad that Sega took advantage and they actually treat Tails in respect in the games. I mean, despite Colleen voiced Tails in the games and the movies, I like that Tails has a more active role and he's not like weak and puny. Like, don't get me wrong, Tails does get anxious and get scared, and yeah, just like what Agent Stone would say, Tails is adorable. Okay, let me read this comment. Hopefully we get a Tails spinoff. I mean, I know a lot of fans want to see Tails get a spinoff, but I think the sad thing is Colleen is great for voicing this character, but I just don't think she is as famous as Idris Elba or Keanu Reeves just to lead a spinoff. And obviously, Knuckles and Shadow are the more fan favorites compared to Tails, even though there are a lot of Tails fans. But I will admit, I like that the second movie definitely pays respects on the Sonic and Tails dynamic, and I will admit, the one thing that is kind of annoying, that Tails repeats the same line the second movie, which one of my complaints about Tails in the second movie, where he keeps responding, only Sonic the Hedgehog will come up with that line, only Sonic the Hedgehog. It's like, bro, what is this, like a preschool type of setting? It's like, Tails, you don't have to keep repeating the same phrase. Anyway, let me see. They can use, wait, let me read this one. They can use Roger Craig's to voice Sonic if he gets tired of Sonic, and this YouTuber, Jack Botnick, that's only if it was like a YouTube skit or something, but I understand the reference. But speaking of which, I'm kind of surprised they never considered Roger Craig Smith to like make a cameo, kind of like what the Mario movie did, where they let Charles Martinet voice Mario's dad and voice a random Italian guy that goes, too much, it's a perfect, wahoo. I think it would have been nice to like have previous Sonic voice actors make cameos, like whether if Roger Craig Smith plays the Pizza Hut guy, just to reference the Pizza Hut commercials. But that being said, let me continue on with Tails. So, I like the fact that in the beginning when Tails gets in a very exposition mode, when Sonic and Tails look over the world-safe map just to find the Master Emerald. And of course, despite Tails saving Sonic, it does the iconic moment where Sonic is hanging on to Tails and talks about the butt copter joke. I like the fact that Tails is always like on Sonic's side and definitely sees the potential where he fanboys about him. But I will admit, one of my complaints, like, you know, Sonic calls Robotnik Eggman. I kind of wish Sonic would have named Tails, because I think that would have made sense, just like in The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, that obviously his original name is Miles Prower, but it's Sonic come up with the name Tails, but you know what, Tails just call himself that. I don't know, it is what it is. But that being said, I like during the moment where we see like Longclaw's final message, Tails actually feels bad for Sonic, and then I like the fact that, you know, Tails is still smart, but he still has big, deep fears of going to big adventures, where he goes, what do you mean we? No, I just came here to warn you. But I like that Sonic actually does, like, you know, power fist bump, and then they trust each other. But then when Sonic and Tails go to Siberia, it was quite funny when they both went disguised as these winter clothes. Once when these Russian guys, including the butcher, slice the fish head, where he goes, run! And where Tails falls down, I'm like, bro, this honestly feels like a joke straight out of the SpongeBob movies. And what's cool about Tails' Miles' electric device from the games, it literally says November 1992. I'm like, nice reference to when Tails first introduced in Sonic 2. The movie is inspired by Sonic 2, the game. However, one of my biggest complaints about Sonic 2 is, okay, I don't hate this scene as much as the wedding subplot, and I'm looking back at it, the Uptown Funk scene is not bad, dare I say, but I will say it is an overused song, and obviously, like, pretty formulaic. Like, I will say this. I will say the positive thing about the Uptown Funk dance sequence is just one way of, like, allowing Sonic to like show confidence to Tails and be confident just to get freaky, embrace your inner weirdo and goofy goober. And then we got these Easter eggs where Sonic does the adventure pose, and then Sonic and Tails does some plenty of silhouette Easter eggs. But I will admit, the Uptown Funk dance scene, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a good song, but in middle school, I got so sick and tired of hearing, Uptown Funk, no, give it to you, don't believe it, just watch. And then I'm like, bro, I got so tired of hearing that song when it plays in the middle of class whenever we leave in middle school. And let's not forget, it was played in Alvin the Chipmunks 4, with the Chipmunks were singing, Uptown Funk, no, give it to you. So I'm like, bro, as much as I love these movies, that's where the Alvin the Chipmunks tropes kind of repeats itself in Sonic 1 and 2. Luckily in Sonic 3, they decide to like ignore those tropes, which is why I love the third one more. But that being said, despite the, the dance sequence, I like the fact where Tails is like, oh, do you really mean that I could be your pal? I mean, I will say another complaint I have about Tails is, even though we do get a little bit of hints of his backstory, but we never really go deep to Tails' backstory as much as Sonic's backstory, Knuckles' backstory, Eggman's backstory, and even Shadow's backstory. Uptown Funk scene was in the fourth Chipmunks movie. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but that's one of the things I'm like, bro, what is with CGI characters dancing to the Bruno Mars songs? It's so overused. At least nobody flossed in Sonic 3. That's another thing I like about Sonic 3. They just dropped the Gen Z jokes. I mean, sure, Sonic does have like his other pop cultural jokes, but it's not as corny as it was. Well, which I'll admit, like, aside from the moment, which I will admit, this was a very heartfelt moment where Tails decides to like fluff his tails just like a cat and just cover Sonic. I'm like, aw, that's so wholesome. And then once when Tails and Sonic are literally flying up to the mountains, I'm like, hey, look, Sonic and Tails are going to Paramount Plus. But once when Tails is showing exposition about the Master Realm, I'm like, well, at least it shows how smart Tails is, and they really got that right, where he shows more lore dumping of the Echidna tribe versus the Owls. The one thing that I just don't understand is where Tails, like during the moment where Tails is like, looks like the Echidnas and the Owls have been fighting each other for centuries, and then Sonic's like Vin Diesel and The Rock. I'm like, really, Sonic? You have to mention Fast and Furious feud? It's not as deep as the Echidnas faces the Owl. So, as much as I appreciate the exposition with Tails, it is what it is. I just was the biggest fan of the, like, Vin Diesel and The Rock. I just felt like that joke just felt so forced by the end. But that being said, I like during the moment where Tails is actually being chased by Eggman once when Knuckles chases him down. And during the moment where Tails actually used the compass, I will admit, it does suck that Tails was knocked out for like 10, 15 minutes throughout the whole movie. I mean, it definitely drives motivation that Sonic feels bad that he wasn't fast enough just to look out for Tails and he blames himself. But I will admit, even though Tails was knocked out cold, like during out the snow, honestly, I feel like Tails should have waked up when he was literally locked up in prison. Like, I don't know, it just feels weird that Tails just randomly wakes up when Sonic runs away. He goes, Sonic, wait! I'm like, I mean, him being unconscious when they crash to the snow, I would believe that, but being unconscious for that long kind of feels a bit unbelievable. So, as much as I do like Tails in the second movie, I kind of feel like when he got knocked down, he just got pushed to the sideline, and even though it's mainly Sonic and Knuckles fight, which that was the main purpose of the Labyrinth Zone, so Sonic and Knuckles could just have their fight between in the Labyrinth Zone. So I just feel like Tails wasn't utilized that much when he just like gets off the screen time, which I'll admit, I kind of wish we got like a bonus scene of how Tails sets up the tornado plane, since the tornado plane was hinted throughout the wedding subplot, and at least he came in the nick of time just to pick up Sonic and Knuckles and actually forgive each other. However, it was cool in the second movie that we finally get to see Tails go on autopilot mode and actually went on over just to save Sonic. Tails is the best character in the Sonic movie, sue me. Good for you, bro. So, that being said, it's cool to see Tails uses the plane and then literally teaming up with Sonic and Knuckles. And even though I kind of like his little interactions he has with Knuckles where he's like, sorry that I hit you with your car. And then literally the moment where Tails is chasing along with Knuckles where he goes, you're really happy. That's because I'm 1,000,000% muscle, faster Fox. And then I like how Tails used like his holograms and literally tries to trick Eggman. And then Eggman's like, you can't outsmart me, I'm the outsmarter. And then Tails, just like how his plan has originally has thought of, where he's like, I didn't outsmart you, I was just a distraction. I remember Maddie said the little fox has some crazy stuff. I kind of wish we kind of see a little bit more of Maddie and Tails, to be honest, because I feel like, because if Sonic has his bond with Tom, Knuckles has his bond with Wade, and Shadow has his bond with Maria, I kind of wish we kind of have like a Tails and Maddie type of dynamic, but sadly we never get that much of it throughout the second, third movie, or even the Knuckles series, so I feel like that was a missed opportunity they could have done for like what human interaction that Tails could have, even though, you know, he's always with Sonic's side. But aside from the hologram, I like the fact that Tails, at the very end of the movie, he gets to remind Sonic by saying, you saved the universe and you decided to give up all your powers, and then he agrees to be with the team with Knuckles, and then thanks to Sonic's fist bump, aka the power bump that he promised, he's the one that makes the vow in the first place before Sonic and Knuckles agrees. And I like that in the first movie that literally, like, Sonic was playing baseball and by himself, and then he literally gets to play baseball with Tails, and Tails decided to play with Knuckles. But I will admit, another disappointment for Sonic 2 is, like, Knuckles likes grape, Sonic likes chili dogs, but they never said that Tails' favorite food is mint. It's like, come on, at least, like, one reference where he likes mint or mint candy. So, originally, and yeah, in the Knuckles series, sadly, he didn't really do much in the first episode of Knuckles. Like, don't get me wrong, I do like Tails that he's still sticking around with Sonic, but he was just there just to get Aussie out the roof and tell Sonic, like, advise by saying, like, no warrior combat. So, as much as I do appreciate Tails in the first episode of the Knuckles series, it just felt like he just had that to do. He was just there for the sake of being there, except helping out Aussie, helping out Sonic, and helping out Maddie for a little bit. But then, enter Sonic 3. Like I said, Tails used to be A tier. Like, if you would have said, if I never would have saw the third movie, I think I would have put Tails on the A tier ranking. But once when I saw the third movie, I think Tails easily deserves an S tier, because I think Tails' role in Sonic 3, I think they've done a lot more with Tails in the third one, because one, we see Tails actually use more of his gadgets than just Maddie and Rachel, just like in the second movie. Like, literally, we get to see him using, like, a computer. Tails, like, has a handcuff just to unlock with Sonic. We definitely see more Tails using more of his hacking system just to get to the gun headquarters. But also, I like that Tails is, like, the backbone, just, like, get Sonic and Knuckles down on Earth whenever Knuckles wants to fight Shadow, when Sonic and Knuckles has their drama, where Tails like, you decided to leave us behind, Sonic, we're supposed to be a team together. Like, he said that literally the first time, and Tails was the one that leads the Sonic and Knuckles into the Chow Garden. And I do like in Sonic 3, some random Japanese girl was like, are you Detective Pikachu? And then I like how Knuckles roasts him, and then Tails just kind of like takes on the hand for the Pokemon joke, because, you know, ha ha, making fun of the live action Detective Pikachu movie with Ryan Reynolds. And I like the fact that in the third movie, like, I literally thought Sonic would be the one that would be, like, the first by saying, we need Eggman's help. But I'm surprised that when they realized that Eggman is alive, Tails was the first one to say that, I think we're onto something, Sonic. I think Eggman is literally catching up with the same guy. So Tails was the one that suggests that we should team up with Sonic. And I'm surprised that Knuckles agrees with Tails around that time. So I just feel like the second movie does a good job with Tails' introduction, but I feel like there were some missed opportunities, including the Knuckles series, where they barely did anything with Tails. But in Sonic 3, I feel like Tails was, like, more to the action, more like activity. Like, he definitely plays an integral role. Like, the evolution of Tails' role in Sonic 2, like, Sonic 2, he became from fanboy to sidekick. In Sonic 3, he's not a sidekick. Like, even he clarifies that in front of Agent Stone, like, saying, no, I don't really see myself as a sidekick. I kind of see myself as the team player. Like, I'm the brains, Knuckles the muscle, Sonic's the leader, and he's the speed. So I'm like, I'm glad that Tails definitely stands himself, like, as an individual in the third movie than he does in the second film, the Knuckles series, by comparison. And heck, like I said, just like with Agent Stone, I kind of like the interactions where he assumes that Agent Stone could treat Eggman the best friend way, and how Stone is surprised of how Sonic treats Tails more than just a sidekick in a way. And I like the fact that Tails actually brings out his ring. And one of the cool things about Tails' tech is, like, literally he has, like, this mini hologram of how Sonic, obviously he often scares Sonic, like, whenever he fails the mission throughout breaking into gun headquarters and get tased by lasers. I honestly thought that was pretty funny. And then the one moment where Tails actually, like, let Tom and Maddie use his Tails' gadgets again just to shapeshift into other gadgets. I like during the fact where Tom actually used a USB that's designed by Tails just to hack it through the system. And then the fact that Tails often uses the computer and he warns Tom and Maddie to, like, no, don't blow it. And then Tom's like, an old trick from the 90s. I'm like, hey, nice reference to the Nintendo games, the Sega Genesis game where you below the cartridge, and then after that it just works. Old trick from the 90s. So that being said, it's pretty cool that Tails, you know, is, like, a lot more active to the action. And like I said, the best moments, like, once when Sonic got really angry when Shadow nearly almost killed Tom, Tails like, look guys, I know we're all sad about Tom, we all are, we're supposed to be a team. So I like that, the fact that Tails is the one that's kind of like ground everything one together. Like, heck, even before Knuckles gets pissed with Sonic about the Master Emerald, like, literally Knuckles is on Tails' side where he's like, the fox is trying to comfort you. And it's like, yeah, that's how it proves that how much Tails and Knuckles truly care about not just Sonic, but just for each other. Like, even the best thing, like, I really liked the moment where Tails was getting along with Eggman, because, in the second movie, Eggman knocked Tails out in the second movie. He sort of takes him out with his hologram clones, and the fact that Tails and Eggman use their brains together, it's like, this is definitely reminding me of Sonic Adventure 2 in a way, and I like that. And then, what is so cool about Tails in a way is, like, I never would expect to see Tails getting launched. Like, once when Sonic was falling down to Earth, instead of just Knuckles going down, like, literally, Tails just went for, like, a ride or die bros moment where he gets launched through space, and he's like, I got you, Sonic! Literally getting the last ring from Knuckles, and way before Sonic and Tails falls down, I'll talk more about this when I get to Knuckles, but literally Tails was willing to die and literally to risk his life just to save Sonic when he's, like, being unconscious up in space. That's such a pretty bold move. Like, honestly, the best thing that Tails has done, period, since what? The Sonic Adventure games? That he actually done something worth the risk, that he was no longer afraid. Like, it really shows Tails' growth as a character. And then after that, he forgets what Sonic does for leaving him and Knuckles behind. And then the fact that Tails, still becomes a little brother of the trio dynamic, gets along with the dog. And then Tails using his gadgets to speed up with everything. So that being said, Tails, in my opinion, has improved a lot in the third movie compared to the second movie in the Knuckles series. Like, he is good in the second movie, but I just feel like there were some missed opportunities they couldn't have done. So, like I said, Tails was going to be on A tier, but for now, Tails deserves on S tier, literally just because Sonic 3 literally changed my mind. But after Tails, hands down, we gotta talk about easily top 3 favorite characters of the movie franchise, and it is Nipples the Enchilada. Knock if you buck, shooting at the walls of heartache, bang bang, I am the warrior. Knock, knock, it's Knuckles, boy. Bro, honestly, outside of Jim Carrey, Knuckles, Idris Elba's Knuckles, carried this franchise. That even Bro has his own spin-off show, despite Knuckles is not as popular as Shadow. What if Eggman calls Tails a little flat fox? I kind of like the fact that Eggman still calls Tails a fox. It would have been funny if Eggman calls Tails a fox boy. But anyway, let's just talk about Knuckles because, bro, man, I'm just going to say it off the bat. Knuckles is easily an S tier, and the reason why it is, I think movie Knuckles is easily the best iteration of Knuckles because, in the games, in the TV shows, Knuckles was treated as a joke. Like, literally, Sega did not treat Knuckles seriously, like a stupid guffball. In this, Knuckles has been pushed to the sideline. They never really do anything much with this character, including Sonic. Don't get me wrong, I like Knuckles and Sonic Boom, but I will admit maybe his character is probably a bit too stupid, where he has a bit no ground nature. And yeah, I was gonna say that Knuckles is literally Drax of the Team Solid, because just like Drax in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies has a dark, tragic backstory where he lost his people, Drax lost his daughter, but once when he bonded with the Guardians is the only closest thing to Drax's family, and once when Drax got close to the Guardians, he becomes more lighthearted and goofy. That's who literally Knuckles is in these movies. Back then, he was a strong, stoic warrior that he wants nothing but revenge of the Hedgehog, and he's assuming that, well, you are the apprentice of Longclaw, and you are the sworn enemy of my kindred tribe, and now you should die in my hands, Hedgehog. Back then, what's so great about Knuckles, first of all, I never would have expected Idris Elba to be the voice. Don't get me wrong, Idris Elba is a great actor. Of course, I see him in movies like Dark Tower, Luther, String of Bell, his funny cameo appearance in The Office, and obviously, Idris Elba is great with voice acting. Obviously, for Idris Elba's voice acting career, obviously he was in Zootopia, the 2016 Jungle Book remake, Finding Dory, Cyberpunk. Of course, Idris Elba has been in a lot, and also he's been in other superhero franchises. He was Hemdell in the Marvel movies. He was in the Suicide Squad as Bloodsport. Funny enough, guys, when I was watching the Suicide Squad directed by James Gunn, it's so funny that I was like, I think John Cena might voice Knuckles, but then I was like, yeah, Idris Elba's a good actor. And then after when I watched that movie, boom, Idris Elba will be cast as Knuckles. I'm like, I never would have thought Hemdell from the Marvel movies would be Knuckles, but you know what? He gave us the best iteration of Knuckles, because not only he gives Knuckles such a very distinct voice, because we started by saying, yeah, Sonic, I'm just gonna beat you down like you sound like a Dragon Ball Z character. But instead, obviously Idris Elba actually talks like a normal British guy, but he gets a little bit more gruff, so a bit more tribal, just be like, you're unskilled, untrained, and unworthy. So that being said, what they got right about Knuckles is not the fact that Idris Elba made the character his own, but at the exact same time being respectful to Knuckles of making him a badass, stoic, but dare I say funny whenever he pulls off his fish out of water comedy. I like the fact that Knuckles, when he's first introduced, like, obviously he's not as edgy as Shadow, but he doesn't laugh, he doesn't cackle, he doesn't chuckle. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle, I rather flex my muscles, just to reference the song. But I like the fact that, just like in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, just like in the game, I do love the interactions of how, if you would have told me Jim Carrey plays Eggman in 2 Sonic movies and Idris Elba happens to be the voice of Knuckles, I would be straight up laughing at you by saying, haha, what's a funny joke, you're a liar. But in reality, I really love the dynamic between Idris Elba's Knuckles and Jim Carrey's Eggman, despite, it's one offset. Which I will say, Idris Elba was probably like the second biggest actor after Jim Carrey when he joined the cast in Sonic 2, because Sonic 2 is technically half of Knuckles' story. Like, I really like the moment, like, literally straight from the introduction from the ring portal, he does it like Sonic because, the Alice was responsible for the death of the Echidna tribe. And the best thing that I really love about Sonic 2, it's literally everything what I asked for the conflicts between Sonic and Knuckles, because ever since the first movie, when they showed the backstory of the Echidnas attacking Longclaw, I'm like, yeah, this is definitely going to be a perfect set for the sequel, why Sonic and Knuckles are characters. What's funny with Idris Elba, he interacts with a CG character in the Suicide Squad. Yes, we talk about King Shark. Oh yeah, he goes, no way, Monster Num Num, Monster Num Num. One of my favorite lines in that movie where Idris like, you see who that is? It's your mom! So, I thought that was fine. Like, don't get me wrong, Idris Elba's great with action movies, but whenever Idris Elba does comedy, especially as Knuckles, it's funny. And even though Idris Elba has done a lot of voice acting, but easily Knuckles is his best voiceover role. It's even funny that Idris Elba literally wear Knuckles gloves while he's voice recording Sonic 3. I'm like, I like that bro is fully embracing the Knuckles role, because I feel like in Sonic 2, he's trying to like get to the hang of the role, but then the Knuckles series of Sonic 3, Idris Elba truly gets Knuckles at the point. So I like the fact that Knuckles remains stoic, and literally from his introduction, he actually has a strong moment saying, like, you're also my sworn enemy of the ultimate power, and you will die mine. And the best thing about Knuckles is, he has very quotable lines. I will shatter the bones of, oh, they are stairs. And then after that one funny moment, after when Jim Carrey was flossing and he does it, he goes like, I do not understand what that means. And then one of my funniest jokes, once when they go through the messages just to hack to Tom's phone when they're texting Sonic, just chilling, watching TV, ... As dumb as that sounds, I just like how Idris, like, just with his deep voice, it's so funny. Tiny Magic Hedgehog destroyed. And then the funny, like I said, we talked about this in Sonic 3, the line that was paid off from Sonic 2, what about your minion, the Goat Milker? It's the Goat Milker! It's like, it's just so funny hearing that out of Idris Elba's voice, and that's what makes it funny. And then I also like the moment once when he was like literally during the snow when they were like Knuckles decided to punch a drone and actually make that as a sleigh. It's like, nice reference to Sonic 3 in the Ice Cap Zone. And then during the moment where Knuckles crashed in, where Sonic's like, Gray's the Winter Soldier. I'm like, but Sonic, Knuckles is a lot like Drax, Thor, and Black Panther. The one character that would have fit as the Winter Soldier is Shadow, but clearly Sonic has not met Shadow yet. But I like the banter that Sonic and Knuckles had in the second movie. Surrender the compass. You're no match for me. I've been training for this my entire life, and I have no training at all. And here I am ahead of you. That's gotta be embarrassing. But then one of the best moments is once when the whole snow sequence was over, it got, like, this is exactly what I wanted between the conflict between Sonic and Knuckles in the second movie. Like, literally during the moments when Knuckles is like, ruining your life, I lost everything because of you. Once when our tribe was calm, those were the last days I saw him. I never saw him again. Literally the moment where Sonic had his flashback by saying, we both lost something one day. Like, literally, if you look at the expression on Knuckles' face, you can see that he is slowly but surely empathizing with Sonic by saying, you lost everything on that same day too. But once when Tails ruined the moment, he's like, and then Sonic's like, no, we're not the enemies here. It's like, this is not what we're looking for. And that being said, even though, just like in the games, Eggman tricks Knuckles to be friend by saying, don't worry, Sonic's the real enemy. I just need you for the source of ultimate power. Like we said, throughout the movie, I like the fact that Knuckles understands the dishonor and the disloyalty that Eggman has. Like in the second movie, he abandons Agent Stone, where Knuckles is like, dishonor, and then Eggman's like, this is how I roll. And then during the moment where Eggman knocks out Tails with his missiles, and then Sonic goes over that, and then Knuckles is like, you just came over to the Fox, and Eggman's like, huh, new friends, same pathetic weakness, and then Knuckles gets confused by saying, I don't know if I'm actually on the right side on this one. And then during the moment where Knuckles was actually like going to the compass, I like the funny moment where Eggman and Knuckles go to this very Indiana Jones type of booby traps. Once they slide over, Eggman's like, I want to die like this, it's derivative, when the spiky ball was going down. Like, amazing sequence of live action. And the way how Knuckles like spread over when Eggman was like split up, and then when Knuckles just missed over the axe and Eggman's like, so glad they didn't cut off my mustache. And then I like the fact that Knuckles wants to take the hard way of going to the temple, because, you know, Knuckles is the brawn while Eggman's the brain, where Eggman tells Knuckles by saying, work smarter, not harder. And then during the moment, Knuckles was actually feeling the moments where he's like, well, I appreciate the friendship for what we made. And then Eggman, you know, like what he usually does, just literally was about the taste where he's like, like, what did Eggman say? You're useful to me now as a backstage pass to Limp Bizkit. Which, to be fair, guys, I did not know it was a reference to a music band called Limp Bizkit, so that reference caught me off guard. But I like the fact that Knuckles was literally like, is everything a joke to you? Which I'll admit, guys, that action sequence between Sonic and Knuckles, like, of course, the action scenes easily gets better throughout all three movies in the franchise, but when Knuckles actually gets down, it just goes, zoom, boom, beep, boom, boom, literally going up and down just to beat down Sonic and Knuckles, like, literally go down. It was just so awesome just to see the blue energy and the red energy going up and down, and just beating Sonic down to the beats just like that. And then, I like the moment where Eggman's like the referee, and it was kind of hilarious when Sonic goes Spin Dash Pro and goes Knuckles down the stairs. I don't know why they decided to put an Ant-Man the Wasp reference right there. But I do like this one Sonic X reference where Knuckles is like doing multiple punches, just like in one of the episodes of Sonic X where Knuckles does the multiple punch. But during the moment where Knuckles was about to be betrayed by Eggman, I do like the raw emotion where he's like, wait, that wasn't the deal, but I trusted you. You were my friend. And there was like a deleted storyboard animatic where Knuckles actually believed that Eggman was his friend. Because, think about it, he lost his tribe, he lost his father, Knuckles is the last of his species, so basically around that time, Eggman feels like, I could trust this guy. But then throughout the journey, he understands that Eggman's not the right guy. But then, Knuckles slowly understands, like, wait a minute, you saved the Fox's life and you saved my life? Like, literally Sonic actually feels bad, like he doesn't want Knuckles to drown. And yes, we do get a fun Easter egg where Sonic is drowning, sucks the bubbles, just like in the games. And we do get a reference of it was just so quiet that I wish that it was out loud. But then once when Knuckles abandons Sonic, I like during the moment where Knuckles does not want to spread out his emotions because, you know, he's a tough guy. Because, you know, most tough guys do not want to share their feelings to one another. So I like the moment where he goes, don't talk to me, I'm not in the mode. Why you decide to save me? And then he's like, why? I've been fighting you since the moment we met. And then Sonic's like, well, it's not all about surrender. It's all about looking out for one another. And then once when Sonic talks about his speech with Tom, I like that Knuckles actually feels inspired by him by saying, wise words, an ancient birth proffer. And I like that Sonic literally calls Knuckles Knucklehead, just like in the games. And one of my favorite quotes that Knuckles says, when on that mountain, when he said you lost everything, but you seem so hopeful and free, why do you decide to come back despite failing again? And again, and again, and again. The fact that Idris Elba keeps on repeating the lines. And I like that Sonic actually offers a hand just to like accept Knuckles' friendship. Be like, you're no longer going to be alone anymore. Which that definitely foreshadows Sonic's arc for his redemption with Shadow in the third movie. But doing it with Knuckles feels well deserved. And then the running gag of Knuckles literally breaking wrists. Like he breaks Eggman's wrist, Agent Stone's wrist, and Sonic's wrist. Comedy gold. And then during the moments where Knuckles actually finally teams up with Sonic and Tails in Sonic 2, like literally where he's like, I have steely focus, which foreshadows a line in the Knuckles series. I like during the moment where during the moments where Sonic was actually trying to explain the plan of the Death Egg robot, Knuckles literally just dips off the plane, which was so funny. And then honestly, this was a pretty badass moment. After when Tails was actually after when Sonic got knocked out from the missiles, I love the moment where Knuckles goes, Robotnik! Deceiver! Die, Mosquito! And then literally fist punches up, punches Death Egg Robot. Knuckles was a true MVP in the film. And then during the moments where Knuckles gets so confused, we get a very Spider-Man No Way Home moment where tells Knuckles by saying, "We did our best attacks, we did nothing." And then during the moment where we got the Team Sonic of "This is our moment," where everyone in my eyes cheered. I like the moment when Sonic's, like, once when they have their moment to fight together, like, fight Eggman together as a team, I like that Knuckles literally says, like, "We should attack the groin." No, officially yes, the groin's the weakest spot. And then literally when Sonic was talking about his plan, that thinking that he is the groin, where Knuckles is like, "Hedgehog, you are a brave and noble warrior. Go to your certain death with honor." It's so funny that honor is honestly like his catchphrase because, you know, he was raised in a very masculine, athletic sport tribe, just like the natives, kind of like back in the day with his Echidna tribe, so I thought that was nice. Heck, during the moment when Tails has his hologram and definitely just get the revenge for what Eggman, what he deserves, where he's like, "I am also the hologram. This loyal. This is how I roll." And then after that, bada bing, bada boom, he takes down the Eggman. And I like the fact that literally during the end, after when Super Sonic has to fight, I like that Knuckles literally warns Time Mad by saying, "Sorry, he's no longer the Sonic you once knew." And then just kind of gets overdue over the chili dogs. I like the fact that when Knuckles restored the Master Emerald, he actually takes the acceptance by saying, "Well, the Echidnas are gone, the Owls are gone, they're the great warriors in the sky, do their best for protecting this emerald, so the only people that he trusts is his new tribe, Sonic and Tails." And just like one person mentions in the comments, just like Drax, he actually is all but for the Guardians for being his new family because that's the only people that he got in his life. So clearly, Knuckles is literally the Drax of the family. And I like the moment where Sonic gets to teach Knuckles more about Earth culture, which definitely foreshadowed his arc and his own TV show. Like, literally, his moments, like, he does, like, obviously when he plays baseball, he doesn't know that it's meant to be playing for games for fun, but you actually take the sport seriously, just be like, "Why am I upset the enemy ball? Power bump!" And then basically we get to see the joy out of Knuckles, because back then he used to be more self-isolated, be basically keeping all of his thoughts to himself and doesn't have, you know, the open-minded courage just to open up about himself. But once when he meets Sonic, he definitely shows more of his lighthearted fun side. Once when he plays baseball and he's like, "I'm having the fun. What is ice cream?" And then I like the Easter egg where he secretly likes grapes. And easily my favorite joke, aside from ... and basically again, my favorite moment of the entire sequence in Sonic 2 where Knuckles goes up to the truck where Tails like, "Come on, Knuckles," you're like, "Ah, my victory chariot!" And then he just bashes over the truck. That was comedy gold. And then after when Knuckles is like, you know, welcome for his family, like, Knuckles was easily a highlight in the second movie. And dare I say it, even though I'm not the biggest fan of the Knuckles TV show, but whenever Knuckles is on screen, he is easily the best part of the show. If Tom would never give Sonic that speech, Sonic would have killed Tom. You mean Shadow would have killed Tom. What you just said just make no sense. But anyway, just talk about Knuckles. So, when it was first announced that he was going to get his own TV show, I'm like, well, it does make sense because Shadow was not properly introduced outside of a post-credit scene. I'm like, well, Knuckles definitely carried Sonic 2 aside from Jim Carrey's Eggman, so I was hoping that the TV show kind of like explored more about his past, which we sort of got that in the first two episodes and kind of in episode 4, but just done in a comedic Lonely Island musical parody. But I do say this, I think Knuckles as a character in the Knuckles series is still entertaining, still fun. Like, I like that in the first episode, he still trains like a warrior throughout Green Hills with all the tribes, and then his main theme song is Patti Smith's The Warrior. Shooting at the walls of heartache, bang, bang, I am the warrior. Such a fitting song, because in the lyrics where it goes, "I don't want to tame your animal style," because, you get it? He's an echidna. So, I like the fact that in the first episode, it's kind of like a in-between of Sonic 2.5, and we get a little bit of like, how is Knuckles' lifestyle like living with Sonic and Tails and the Wachowskis? I mean, despite Tom wasn't there, Knuckles is still like, you know, still want to beat up people because that's what he was like and raised in the good old days, and then he gets to taste Doritos for the first time outside of Grace, which I thought that was silly. And I like the fact that obviously Sonic and Tails are more welcome in Planet Earth, but Knuckles himself is not used to it. Like, basically he's more used to like how he was raised back then when he felt like a warrior, not feel like lazy. Like, literally, he brings the dog up to the roof by saying, "Concentrate, Wolf, you must have steely focus." And during the best moments of his own TV show was easily in episode 1 when Sonic comes up by saying, "Hey, big guy, do you like everything what you're seeing?" And one of my favorite moments, like, even Idris Elba made this one joke, like, one of his favorite lines as Knuckles where he goes, no, no. Like, literally with that voice, like, literally just being straightforward but saying, no. It's so funny about the way he says it. And I like the fact that Knuckles gets to open up by saying, like, a Kingdom Warrior has no home. I get to stay because I made a vow to you and the Fox. But then Sonic gets to inspire for, like, what makes, like, hey, like, Earth is not easy for me. And I like the line that Sonic tells Knuckles, we won. Robotnik's gone and there's no new threat to face. I'm like, sure. Wait till what happens in Sonic 3 where you meet Robotnik again, and then your next threat is Shadow the Hedgehog, which is pretty ironic to say. No. It's so funny that he gets to say that constantly throughout the show, which, once again, even though I did not like the show, but Knuckles was the best part. But the fact that Knuckles gets to make his own gladiator fights and turn his whole house to like a Game of Thrones type of gladiator tournament, and the fact where Maddie gets to ground Knuckles, I like that he gets confused. I don't understand that means. And even though we never get to see that much Knuckles lore aside from episode 1, but I like the fact that Knuckles literally said, how dare you, by the great Chief Pachacamac, and then literally he just thinks like he can confront Maddie, and then Sonic's like, whoa bro, I think you should chill and just not argue against Maddie. It's like, kind of like when children talk back to their own mothers and fathers. But I will admit, Idris Elba's accent sort of broke by this line where he goes, very well, Press Woman, I would go in my punishment with honor. Like, literally, I feel like the accent just dropped. And I like during the fact where Knuckles was, like, quote-unquote grounded, I kind of like the fact that Knuckles kind of feels, like, so lonely and basically just so down in his life. He's like, leave me be, Hedgehog. I just lied to the floor of shame with just you. And despite Sonic is basically, like, you know, trying to, like, discover, like, Knuckles branch out to different hobbies, like, hey, play some video games, play some comics, listen to music at the exact same time. Knuckles is so not used to Sonic's energy, so, like, the Hedgehog's not going to get it. I don't know, the grounded thing was resolved after the events of the Knuckles show. Wait until Knuckles Season 2 is probably going to have more Knuckles screen time than more Wendy Whipple. Also, rumors of the Team Chaotix, which I think they were supposed to be in Season 1, but I guess for budget reasons, I think that would have been too much. But hopefully, if they do make a Season 2, they got to put Vector, Espio, and Charmy, so then it could be called Knuckles Chaotix, and then we have more Sonic characters in the show. But speaking of other Sonic characters, I will talk about Chief Pachacamac later on. At least we get to see one pre-existing Sonic character from the lore into the movie universe. But I will admit, as cool as it is to see Chief Pachacamac in the Sonic movie universe, I will admit, like, even though Knuckles is trying to find a purpose than just being grounded and actually find a purpose to, like, you know, feel motivated and find a new quest just to, like, you know, feel active and feel strong and feel like he has a purpose to be on Earth, which that's the whole point of the Knuckles show, like finding his place, kind of like how Sonic found his place on Earth when he met Tom throughout the road trip journey when Eggman chased him down. So it's basically just a rehashed version of Sonic Movie 1, but it's with Knuckles and Wade this time. So that being said, at least it actually brings Knuckles' motivation by saying, yeah, I need to with Wendy Whipple. But I will be honest, bringing like, oh, let's just bring Wendy Whipple because, I mean, obviously it won't make sense for Sonic because Sonic will not forgive the older kittens for killing Longclaw. Tails is not strong enough to, you know, tag along with Knuckles, so I guess it does make sense to bring Wendy Whipple. But even though what is so funny about Knuckles trying to, like, thinking, like, because obviously Knuckles is a fish out of water, so he does understand that the bowling tournament is, like, super serious. Like, you think it's like a battleground, but if I'm going to be honest, if you want to see Knuckles actually teach Wade to become a warrior than just giving him advice on a cell phone, why not just make it about boxing? Like, sure, it's not going to fit Wade Whipple, but it does fit Knuckles since Knuckles loves to punch things. Like, literally Side 3 by saying, punching it, because, you know, Knuckles is like the Drax/Raphael of the Sonic team. But that being said, one of the best moments of the Knuckles series is, like, my favorite action sequence of the entire show is when Knuckles fights the two gun agents, and then that's where you get the Kid Cudi reference of, do I look like I need your power? I like the bowling alley where you see more of Knuckles' gadgets, and then he's like, you think you could top me? And then when we get to episode 2, I like that we get to see more of Knuckles' silly side, where he breaks out laughing like, ha ha ha, yes, where he kind of daydreams how he breaks out. And I like that he references by saying, like, I'll never trust a time ever since the vile Dr. Robotnik. And then during the moments where Wade breaks him out, I like the fact that I don't think in the second movie we actually get to see Knuckles gliding, so at least the Knuckles series actually debuted his iconic gliding ability, including the funniest moment in the Knuckles series. I think the best joke of the entire show was, Knuckles, you can glide? No, Knuckles, you can fly? No, I can glide for a few seconds, and then Wade's his fat ass just fell into the dumpster, then Knuckles lands. that was comedy gold when I first saw it. Like, I was dying with laughter when I first saw it. But that being said, even though episode 2 did not have that much Knuckles in it, but at least the dynamic is still there when they have the road trip where they're listening to "Here I Am, Rock You Like a Hurricane." I like the fact in episode 2 where they kind of have like a quote-unquote lunch break, kind of like what Tom tried to do with Sonic, but at least Knuckles and Wade sit down where he jokes about saying, "I only eat grapes and Cool Ranch Doritos." And I like the fact that Knuckles talks about being betrayed again and again, and actually has that one moment with Wade Whipple. The Knuckles series gave Knuckles the Flames of Disaster. What happened to the iconic Knuckles hat in Sonic 3? You know what? That's a really good question. Like, look, it is a nice Easter egg that he is wearing the OVA cowboy hat from the OVA movie, but sadly, we never get to see, like, what happens to the hat later on, which I will admit, I still say, like, the Knuckles series is not that important story-wise to watch Sonic 3 because the only continuity that is actually important for Sonic 3 is that Knuckles trusts Wade to take him charge with the Master Emerald. Like, I literally had to explain to a friend by saying, yeah, this is a thing that's paid off from the Knuckles series where Knuckles and Wade are quote-unquote best friends, which I will say this, I mean, at least when the show works, when it's just Knuckles himself, or when Knuckles and Wade are like, you know, Knuckles is the stoic serious one and Wade's the silly goofball, and actually Knuckles and Wade are actually sharing each other's flaws, where Knuckles is like, oh, I feel betrayed, and then Wade feels betrayed where his dad left him, and then Knuckles feels betrayed when Eggman betrays him, and then obviously Knuckles find friendship between Sonic, so at least moments like that in the show actually work. But yeah, I have no idea why he decided to abandon the hat in Sonic 3, even though it was a cool hat and a cool Easter egg. So that being said, I feel like the first 2 episodes really worked, but I feel like episode 3, Knuckles didn't really do much aside from one scene where he gets to bond with Wade's mom after by saying like, oh, what do you do with Julia Roberts' classes? So at least around that time, Knuckles gets to appreciate more of Earth culture and actually watch Pretty Woman with his mom. I mean, yeah, at least that's one of the only good things. And then Knuckles tries to taste Jewish food for the first time. And I will say this, despite episode 3 being my least favorite episode in the show, at least we get to see cool Knuckles action, beating up some bounty hunters, including the best moment in that episode where you have this 360 angle where him and Mother Whipple are taking down these bounty hunters, which is kind of surprising. They never hold guns, but I guess for, you know, for PG rated sakes, they decide to, like, you know, use chains and electric things and baseballs. But I will admit, during the moment where we get to the most iconic episode of them all, the Flames of Disaster episode, the one thing is I don't understand about episode 4 is the fact that Wade gets, like, yanked by his ex-bowling teammate, and then I get it's a funny joke by saying, Knuckles, I'll be the Knuckles. Like, no, he needs to learn how to rescue himself. Like, no, Knuckles, if you really want to prove that Wade is a warrior, like, that's what I don't understand about the Knuckles series. Like, sure, yes, Wade saved Knuckles' life in episode 2, but that's about it. That kind of proves that he's a warrior. Like, I guess for budget reasons, like, well, we don't have the budget to put Knuckles in the episode, so let's put Wade Whipple to the first suit. Like, I will admit, it's so weird that literally, like, in my head, where literally during the sequence where Wade Whipple was in the dream sequence where he goes, this is going to be awesome. Wait, I'm Knuckles. I'm like, bro, I cannot take it seriously that Idris Elba has to dub Adam Pally lines in the furry Knuckles suit. I'm like, that totally got me off guard. So I'm like, bro, come on. Like, don't get me wrong, the Flames of Disaster song is quite catchy, where it goes, unskilled, untrained, so unworthy. I mean, at least we get cool Easter eggs like Emerald Hill Zone. We got Iblis, which is the Flames of Disaster. We got the special stage round, which is pretty cool without CGI. But I think it would have been so cool if we actually see like a CGI version where Knuckles actually fought Iblis in the movie verse, and I guess, you know, that's how he explained the Flames of Disaster move. And speaking of the Flames of Disaster move, aside from the meme, so wait a minute. So you're telling me Knuckles could just, like, clench his fist and he has the Flame of Disaster move? I know he used it again in Sonic 3, then how come Knuckles never used it in the second movie if you know how to use the power? I guess, I don't know, the writers just thought about the last minute of the Knuckles series. That just felt weird. And then what felt even more weird is, once Wade takes down Jack, after the whole dream sequence in his head, Knuckles is like, oh yeah, he's ready to be a warrior. It's like, seriously, just to take the cowboy hat on the motorcycle? That's about it? So, I don't know, that just felt weird to me. And then episode 5, it's kind of funny that Knuckles decided to, like, take in lead on the motorcycle, and then I like that freaking Wade Whipple mentions in front of Knuckles about, oh yeah, this is the scene where they filmed Kevin James, the Mall Cop. It's like, I never would expect Knuckles to reference Paul Blart Mall Cop. This is how Knuckles should have been in the games. I ain't gonna lie, but after episode 4, I kept skipping every time watching it. So, I mean, yeah, episode 4, I get it. Some fans liked it, but it's probably the most cringe-worthy episode of the show. And episode 5, the worst thing about it is Knuckles is barely, like, the only time that Knuckles was present in episode 5 was, like, you know, giving Wade advice of, like, meeting with his British dad. And the funny thing is, Knuckles have zero interaction with Wade's dad whatsoever. So I get that he was meant to be a villain for Wade. Then what's the point of, like if Wade's father represents disloyalty and betrayal over family breakups, and Knuckles know how that feels with the Echidna tribe being lost and being betrayed by Eggman and Sonic 2. So why didn't Knuckles do any action outside of cell phone device? I mean, the worst thing about episode 5 is there wasn't that much Knuckles, and all he just does was sit there. I mean, at least he gets to wear the iconic cowboy hat finally for, like, that one episode alone. I think that was, like, the one episode that he has. And I will admit, episode 6, the best moments is when he fought the 2 gun agents and when he fights the buyer, and that's about it, because all he does was sit down and just eat a piece of bread. Like, the one thing that sucked was we were about to get this cool action sequence where he fights the buyer, and then he gets knocked down, then boom, back to Bones. Like, bro, are you kidding me? Why are you cutting these potential cool action sequences for a show called Knuckles? And I'm like, oh yeah, let's just get back to the bowling tournament. It's like, bro, it's called Knuckles, but yet you just want to make this the Wade Whipple family drama show. And I will admit, even though Knuckles' arc is all about finding his own self-discovery and purpose, even though it's more about Wade Whipple's self-discovery, and Knuckles is just, like, literally when Wade is driving the truck and Knuckles is in the passenger seats, that's what the show is in a nutshell. Like, Wade is the leader, while Knuckles is just the passenger in the seat of the truck. So that's how I kind of view the show in a nutshell. So, like I said, Idris Elba's great. He's good in the show, but sadly the show's not too much about him. Like, I will admit, when Knuckles got knocked out, it did feel kind of forced, where it's basically just a copycat of Sonic 1 by saying, "This is my power, this is my home," after when Tom has a speech and then Knuckles had to take him down. I mean, don't get me wrong, it gave us the iconic meme, "The flame's a disaster," and then Knuckles uses power to take down the buyer. It was a cool action sequence, but it was done so short and so quick. I'm like, man, they just made it way too easy just to take it down. And then the show just randomly ends by saying, yeah, let's do a SpongeBob Ocean Man high five. And then instead of just having a post-credit scene that sets up Sonic 3 and basically Knuckles returning back to the Wachowskis, I mean, cool that Knuckles like, yes, this is my jam, where he's listening to the Warrior mix. I'm like, that was such a weird way to cut off the show. I'm like, so you're telling me in Sonic 3, Knuckles returns back home with Sonic, Tails, Tom, and Maddie. I literally thought Knuckles was going to live with the Whipples just because he's so used to living with the Whipples. Like, it's even dumb that even Knuckles finds Wanda cool, which I will talk about Wanda later on, but he's like, oh yeah, Wanda Whipple, good job. And it's like, no, Knuckles, no. Wanda sucks. Like, don't even encourage her. So that being said, Knuckles is good on the show, but I just feel like the show could have been done so much better. So if they do make a season 2, make it about Knuckles, put more money in the budget, and bring Team Chaotix into the show, and then boom, you just made it better. But speaking of which, Knuckles in Sonic 3, though, so even though Knuckles has become more bonded with Sonic and Tails, like I can tell in Sonic 2 in the Knuckles series, Knuckles is basically like, you know, he's got more used to be with Sonic and Knuckles to the team, and the fact that he still has the rival banter he wits up by saying, I could be you, Hedgehog, and then basically Knuckles like, Team Sonic, who came up with that name? It should be called Team Knuckles. So the one thing is, they still keep Knuckles funny with his fish out of water comedy, just like he does in Sonic 2, but I like the fact that he's actually an ally to the team. And the best thing about Sonic 3 is, it definitely shows so much Knuckles' growth as a character, because back then, he used to be a foe in Sonic 2 to take down Sonic and Tails, but now in Sonic 3, he definitely has grown to become like more than just a foe, but now like a friend, older brother type, kind of like Raphael in the Ninja Turtles. So I like the fact that the third movie perfectly showcases the dynamic of Team Sonic. Like, Sonic is the leader in speed, but still has maturing, growing up to do. Tails is like the brains that basically knows the gadgets, but also keeps Sonic and Knuckles grounded whenever they fight. And then Knuckles, despite how tough he is, he still brings in the lighthearted comedy out the three, but also at the exact same time, he's the one that reminds the team by saying, we should stick together no matter what. It's like, basically, just like Tails, Knuckles will do anything. Like, he will literally do a ride or die situation for everyone. And once again, his jokes, it keeps coming up, he is much more impressive than the Hedgehog I fought previously. Like, even though sadly I'll admit, we never get that much Tails and Knuckles interaction with Shadow, which I'll admit, I get that the main confrontation is supposed to be Sonic and Shadow, but I will admit, I did like the interaction where he's like, let's just fight with our fists, and then literally just take down Shadow. That honestly would have been funny, which, don't get me wrong, I know Idris Elba, Keanu Reeves did Cyberpunk, which was a video game movie, but even outside their characters, I could tell that Idris and Keanu has like a secret bromance with each other, where Idris compliments Keanu's Shadow voice, and then Keanu was flattered by Idris' comments, and I'm like, these two need to be in an action movie together. So whether if, obviously we will see Shadow again in a future Sonic movie, whether it's the Shadow spinoff or Sonic 4, but I feel like it would have been so cool to see like Shadow and Knuckles dynamic, despite their one fight where Shadow literally just clenched Knuckles' fists. But I like the fact that despite Knuckles was knocked down like a paddle ball, I like that Sonic and Tails still cares for Knuckles in a way. And once again, the humor of the comedy still keeps on going after the Detective Pikachu joke. I guess after watching the Knuckles series, now Knuckles got really used to the Earth culture, kind of like how Sonic is in the first two movies. And that's how you know the existence of Pokemon by saying, "Aha! You look just like a Pokemon! Pika Pika!" So I'm like, I never would expect I would hear Idris Elba saying Pika Pika after Ryan Reynolds. So it was so random, but I just think Idris Elba did it so well nicely in the Knuckles series. No, in Sonic 3. And also, someone mentioned it in the comments in the live chat. I like the fact that once when Knuckles team up with Eggman throughout the moment, once when they decide to split up, I like that Knuckles was like, there's no such thing as a friendly ghost, because literally in the third movie, they were watching Casper the Friendly Ghost, right? And, since, Knuckles is basically meant to be strong and stoic and brave, but his deep and irrational fears is afraid of ghosts, which I know for you and longtime fans of the games were like, oh yeah, Knuckles' biggest fear is ghosts, because literally in the Sonic Adventure 2 game, he literally fought a ghost, but I know in the movie version, he never really fought a ghost, but I like that in Sonic 3, like, this very Five Nights at Freddy's like, come at me, ghost, you don't scare me, keep it together, and then Shadow jump scares him, boo, and then basically just took down Knuckles. So I honestly thought that Knuckles being secretly afraid of ghosts is funny. Even that Agent Stone roasted him by saying, are you scared of ghosts? And then Knuckles like, what are you talking about? There's nothing that can scare a warrior. So honestly, I thought the Casper was like a nice wink-wink Easter egg when Knuckles fought ghosts, which I will admit, the ghosts in the Sonic Adventure 2 game did scare me whenever I played the Knuckles levels. Even though it's kind of sad that we never get to see Knuckles interacting with Rouge, because I honestly would have liked to see Knuckles interact with Rouge, but who knows? Maybe Knuckles Season 2, maybe Sonic 4, who knows? But that being said, also, I like during the moment during the black hole where Knuckles was like, don't worry friends, my teeth are a 1,000,000% muscle, which I like that he reminds both Sonic and Tails by saying, remember, 1,000,000% muscle. Like, during the moment where Shadow was literally about to throw a car in front of Sonic and Tails, he was definitely strong enough with his 1,000,000% power and muscles just do anything just to backtrack. And then, literally, when they come back home with Tom and Maddie, I like when Maddie mentions, like, oh, why can't Sonic use the Master Randall? Then, I like that Sonic and Knuckles talk about their agreement by saying, like, we both agree that we should not use the Master Randall by saying, if someone dares ask for a Master Randall, he'll become a sworn enemy. And then, I like during the moment during the gun heist when Tails is using all the gadgets, hacking everything. Like, obviously, you think Sonic is being so impatient. Even Knuckles himself is being so impatient by saying, when do we stop punching things? Punch glass in case of emergency. I like that Sonic assigns Knuckles to be like the quote-unquote Hulk smash, like, whenever we need Hulk. Like, even Sonic calls Knuckles big guy, kind of like what the Avengers calls Hulk big guy. So, literally, using his Flames of Disaster move, break in with Eggman and Gerald throughout in the gun facility. I like the fact that Knuckles still uses his fists. Oh, I also like one moment where Eggman tries to break the door. Eggman just literally Knuckles uses his fist by saying, I unlocked it. And Eggman's like, huh, so does always fist for brains. I just like during the moment where Knuckles decided to fight the gun agents to the air, and the best moment with Knuckles in this movie is during the moment when Tom almost died. Knuckles is trying his best just to comfort Sonic, where Sonic gets really pissed because Shadow literally almost killed the man that almost became his father, where Knuckles is like, the fox is trying to comfort you. And I like this conflict between Sonic and Knuckles where there's like, don't make me do this. It kind of gives me like a Leonardo, Raphael, Ninja Turtles, like brother drama type of conflict, but also kind of like Captain America Civil War. Like, that's the one thing I like. Like, literally, when Sonic was supercharging and Knuckles was supercharging, he's like, oh, man, I literally thought they were going to fight at least one last time because, they were foes in Sonic 2. But then I like that Knuckles literally has self-control where he's like, our tribe and our vow was supposed to trust each other. So I like that we have some character development that Knuckles has self-control and doesn't want to fight over the trust and the only family that he got. But then I will admit, I guess because to pay off the Knuckles show, it was so stupid that Knuckles is like, you gotta go past this fearsome warrior, and you have to go through him. And it's like, really, Nux? You trust Wade Whipple? Of course you would. Yeah, I was literally thinking about that. Sonic and Knuckles argument, Sonic 3, Ryan reminds me of Leo Raphael, which is ironic because obviously Ben Schwartz voiced Leonardo and Rise of TMNT, and even the exact same line. The exact same line from that movie. Don't do this, Raph. Don't do this. That Knuckles says in reply to Sonic. I'm like, bro, this is straight up Ninja Turtles vibes, and I like it, except Sonic takes the vibes of Leonardo and Michelangelo's humor since there's no fourth member in the team. But that being said, that was such a great conflict between Sonic and Knuckles. And I will admit, during the moment where Knuckles actually cares for Sonic when Sonic was about to fall down, I'll admit, the moment where my eyes were about to tear up, like, you know the moment where Knuckles throws Tails in space and literally Tails is risking his own life just to save Sonic's life during space? Like, literally during the moment where Knuckles gives Tails his final ring just to escape out of Earth. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, sure, Eggman's farewell was emotional, Shadow's flashback with Maria's emotional, but what became the cherry on top is, once when Tails passed out, and then when you hear the iconic Sonic movie theme where it goes, da na 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 na, it shows Knuckles' growth. Like, even Knuckles joins becoming a ride or die bro, and when Sonic and Tails are knocked out, he grabbed the last ring. Like, after that, Knuckles has become sad and alone, lost his tribe, lost his people. He used to see Sonic and Tails as his enemy, but then he sees Sonic and Tails as, like, not just his friends. He's basically seen Sonic and Tails like his brothers, literally saves all their lives, and then literally just huddles up into a farm field like, bro, Knuckles is a true G, a true homie, bro. So, W for Knuckles, bro. And then after when Sonic has his forgiveness, you could tell that Knuckles is very disappointed about Sonic's actions for abandoning the team. But then Knuckles, just like the second movie, accepts Sonic's forgiveness where he goes, Team Sonic. And then Sonic, when he hugs Knuckles out, it's more like great character development from foes to friends to now feeling like brothers, looking out for each other. And I like the moment where Knuckles decided to make some s'mores and then both Sonic and Knuckles kind of like eat it together. And then I like this callback from the second movie where literally the second movie's like, I'm having the fun. But then when he reunites with Tom and Maddie with Sonic and Tails, he's like, I'm having the love. And then he races along with his brother Sonic and Tails. I'm like, bro, I mean, I get that Tails was like the one that's trying to like bring things ground. Like even Knuckles, like despite his comedy, he still has his wise moments with Sonic. Just be like, you're having anger, you're letting anger consume you, Hedgehog. It's like, yeah, kind of like Drax and Black Panther whenever they sense like anger consuming their other fellow teammates. So that being said, I know I ramble about Knuckles a lot, but easily Knuckles is going to be on S tier for this ranking. So it's a no-brainer that Eggman, Sonic, and Knuckles are like the S tier rankings when it comes to the majority of the characters. So that being said, that's all we have to say about the main characters, but I'll be right back, guys, because I got to take a whiz. So even though Knuckles is not the only Echidna character, we got to talk about Chief Pachacamac, because despite we talk about the main cast, we got to talk about the rest of the characters of the Knuckles series. So we'll be right back after these messages, but first, I gotta go take a winky. Dinky. Well, I gotta pee. Oh, okay, just making sure. Oh, let's see. Alright, guys, I'm going to be sitting down for a while as I talk about Chief Pachacamac, but I'm definitely going to take a sip of my aqua. I'm surprised how long the stream's been going. It's been going 3 hours, geez Louise, because there's so many characters to talk about, especially if it's like super deep elemental stuff what the Sonic has. I'm going to be sucking on a cough drop, so then I won't be dehydrated, chat. But before I talk about Chief Pachacamac, let me just catch up with the chat, so then I'm not falling behind, since we talk about the main characters from the first 2 movies, but then we got to get to the Knuckles series characters, but also the new characters that were added in Sonic 3. Anyway, let me read this. Sonic and Knuckles did a callback line for Sonic Boom. Yeah, I like that line. Team Sonic. How about just Team, like, it's so funny that one of the worst Sonic games actually has a meaningful quote in Sonic 3, so I thought that was cool. Hold on, guys. I gotta take this cup off. Sorry, guys. I almost tasted some paper. Anyway, let me just see. The way that Tom walks out of the tent with the cast gives me vibes of his cameo X-Men Days of Future Past when says Wolverine to his easy pal. You want to know what's funny about that? James Marsden actually asked in an interview by saying, who looks better in yellow, Wolverine or Sonic? Because, you know, James Marsden has been in the old X-Men movies, which I think his character Cyclops in those movies, James Marsden's like, oh, what are you expecting? You're going to wear something in yellow? And it's funny that Marsden says, I think Sonic looks good in yellow. It's funny because he wasn't involved in Deadpool Wolverine, because I thought James Marsden would make a cameo in that film, but it's so funny that he's like, yeah, Deadpool Wolverine's a great film, and the fact that, you know, in X-Men 3, his character died. It's so funny that in X-Men 3, Cyclops is dead, but in Sonic 3, you think Tom is dead, but luckily they kept him alive, which I know the writers were vocal, like, they originally were almost going to kill Tom, but 1, that would have been way too dark, 2, that would have been too much, 3, it'll be pretty sad for Maddie, it will be pretty sad for Sonic, and it would have made Shadow a much more irredeemable character, like there's no turning back. So, and plus, you don't want to get rid of James Marsden because he is one of your big actors next to Jim Carrey, Idris Elba, and Keanu Reeves. So, I just want to point that out. With that being said, we've already talked about James Marsden, Tom. Let's talk about the Knuckles series characters since, you know, we've already talked about Knuckles himself as a character, but we haven't talked about the others. So, the one and only new Sonic character from the lore is Chief Pachacamac, who is voiced by the one and only Doc Brown himself from Back to the Future. Christopher Lloyd, the hacker from cyberspace, is voicing Chief Pachacamac. So, once when I first heard him by saying, wait, Doc Brown is voicing Chief Pachacamac? Great Scott! We're about to run 1.21 gigawatts! I don't know, like, in a way, I did kind of find it in a way where it's so funny that back then, most fans thought Christopher Lloyd was going to play Gerald, which I think that casting would have worked if Jim Carrey did not return for Sonic 3. However, at least the role for Chief Pachacamac actually kind of works, and obviously, Ben Schwartz's favorite movie is Back to the Future. He even mentions a Back to the Future reference, 1.21 gigawatts. And of course, Jeff Fowler loves Back to the Future, so congratulations, you just got Doc Brown in the Sonic universe. Which I will admit, they definitely changed the character a lot, because I know in the games Chief Pachacamac is very serious, and he's the one that caused the war between the Echidnas and the Chows in the game version, which is why Chaos became born. But it's so funny that in the movie iteration, he is so goofy wacky by saying, "It's good to see you, my boy. Give your old man a hug." And then basically he just falls down out of ghost. "Guna tribe, and I will grow once again." So I'll say this, Christopher Lloyd does a really good job voicing the character, but I will admit, I feel like Chief Pachacamac was kind of done dirty in the Knuckles series, because out of nowhere, I mean, it's cool that he reunites with Knuckles, even though the fact that he's a ghost, it's just so weird, but he's like, oh yeah, Wade Whipple, he is so special, he's a warrior, but then he just grabs a random newspaper where Wade Whipple's eating, like, pizza pucks, and I'm like, but why him? How is he proving to, like, become an akin to warriors? Like, couldn't Chief Pachacamac say something by saying, "You must guide the Master Rebel for all you want"? Like, for an instance, I think what could have been done better is, like, maybe Wade Whipple's, like, being bullied for, like, crimes if he's doing, like, police patrol, then Knuckles beats out, like, and would have been nice just to see, like, Knuckles, like, maybe beat up some bullies that were just taking down Wade Whipple as a whole. Yeah, Christopher Lloyd plays Judge Doom in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Yeah, I know, right? And the one thing that's so weird about how the way they utilize Chief Pachacamac, like, aside from just being a one-off joke by saying, "How can I get to this window? Your fate is in your hands." Like, the one thing that is so weird about how the way they utilize Chief Pachacamac, aside from, you know, hey, it's a character from the lore. Hey, it's one way to give Knuckles to be motivated, to find his purpose to get to Wade into the bowling tournament. Because I feel like it was quite random that he just got it out of nowhere in the newspaper thinking like, oh yeah. So if there's one character to blame, it's not Knuckles' fault, it's not Wade's fault, it's Chief Pachacamac's fault for like, hey, go to this bowling tournament even though you have nothing to do, but you should definitely encourage Wade because it is a battleground tournament. But it's so weird that he was there in episode 1, and then he's back again in episode 4, where Knuckles has like zero involvement whatsoever, where out of nowhere, like how do you even get the newspaper? You want to know what's even interesting? He's a ghost, right? How does he even get to hold a newspaper in the first place? So it's kind of funny that Sonic left the room and then he's no longer in the attic in the basement. It's like, wait a minute, if Sonic was in that room, shouldn't he be pissed if Chief Pachacamac's there because his Echidna tribe is basically the one that kills Longclaw? And I will admit, the joke between Wade Whipple trying to mispronounce Pachacamac's name, like literally after the scream where he goes, my name's Pachacamac. Knuckles told me about you. You're the leader of the Echidna tribes. In the flesh, baby. And it's like, look, as much as I love Christopher Lloyd, I just think the comedy's probably a bit too much for Pachacamac because at least I'll talk about Gerald Robotnik later on, but even though Gerald Robotnik is comedic because of Jim Carrey, but at least Gerald actually has a serious side in him. So at least there's like an evil, sinister side in Gerald secretly throughout the third movie, which makes Gerald Robotnik's portrayal different from Pachacamac. So Pachacamac was like full-on complete goofball, which I get it. If you want to do that, just embrace it for comedy. And I get it. The Knuckles series at the core is a sports comedy, but it's so weird that Chief Pachacamac is like, well, to you it is. This has a Florida feel to it. All you can eat shrimp, but this is your battleground. It's like, bro, the fact that you just let the bowling alley being his battleground, cringe. And secondly, since I'm a Florida boy, it's kind of funny that you compare that bowling alley like it's a Florida field, because even my state of Florida, I go to bowling alleys like in the Knuckles show, and it does look pretty familiar. But I think it's so stupid that Pachacamac's like, I'm not just going to show it to you, Wade. I'm just going to tell you the story in a low-budget rock opera. Like, literally, when Pachacamac said that, I'm like, great. I think this is just the writer's excuse by saying, well, we don't have the money to, like, make a whole badass origin story of Knuckles the Echidna, like, with the Owls the Tribe, because we sort of already did that in the second movie, so, let's just make this Lonely Island music video parody, insert get out sound effect. So I'm like, bro, Chief Pachacamac, I know you're smarter than this, you're wiser than this, and then you decide to insert the Knuckles voice, and then out of nowhere, he brings Jack Sinclair just to sing the song. And then, what's so weird, like, the last time that we ever see Chief Pachacamac throughout the entire show, like, we never get to see him at the end of the series. Like, literally his last moment in the show where he's like, wait, that's not the right lesson! And then he's more like, Maddie, you gotta go back and go save the future because we're taking you back to the future, Wade Whipple! So, I don't know, man. If I have to take Chief Pachacamac in a rating, like, look, as much as I like, that being said, guys, as much as I like Christopher Lloyd as an actor, especially in voice acting, I have to put Chief Pachacamac in a D tier. Like, yeah, he does have his funny moments, but sadly, he's just so underutilized, and they just barely did not use him at all. So, Chief Pachacamac just goes on a D tier list, which is, it's so weird that I actually put Randall on higher, because even though Randall's not that much interested in the character, but at least there were some little funny moments that I did like from Randall, kind of like the Olive Garden guy. So, yeah, Chief Pachacamac is probably on the D tier list. So that being said, as we move along for the next character, so then we got Jack Sinclair. I'll admit, even though Jim Carrey makes the most sense to, like, be comedic, because, you know, Eggman is silly, but at the exact same time, he could be sinister as well. And then, the one thing that feels so off, like, sure, Chief Pachacamac is one Sonic character they include, and then all the rest of the villains are all human characters. So then, I won't say Jack is really a villain. He's definitely more like a celebrity rival to Wade Whipple. Like, it's so weird in episode 1 by saying, like, come on, you should take down this little girlfriend with the bowling ball. But then after, when Wade loses to a little girl in the bowling alley, it's like, alright, you don't deserve the jacket. And then when he gives a card to Wade, I'm like, look, it's more believable if this is an animated cartoon. But him just talking through a card, I'm like, okay, this is way too goofy, even for the live action setting. And then out of nowhere, like, I get it was one way just, like, get the hat out of Knuckles and just give it to him. I would say the only good thing about Jack Sinclair is like his vocal cords when he sings the song of the "Now Knuckles was sad and alone, the Trinos killed his dad on the warrior Knuckles." Like, I'll admit, I think the only good thing about his character was him singing the song. Like, that bro could really sing, but I just don't like the character that much, is because one, I think the dude was way too goofy, and two, once again, he had barely interactions with Knuckles except for that random dream sequence, despite his good vocal cords. And then the most dumbest scene is where basically he slices Wade Whipple slices his hair on a kid's motorcycle. It's like, "Oh yeah, I'm no longer worthy. Here, take my jacket. I'm gonna go cry in my room." And then after that, he just went off. So I'm like, then what was the point of his character outside the OVA? So yeah, that being said, he's obviously a D tier for me. He's not that interesting of a character. But now we get to the real villains of the show, which we got Agent Willoughby, which I'm going to go with her because I feel like, in my personal opinion, I think she's probably the most interesting one out of the quote-unquote 4 Knuckles villains, because there's 3 villains: Agent Willoughby, Agent Mason, the Buyer, and Pistol Pete Whipple, I guess. So let me just go off with the British Edna Mode gun agent. So Agent Willoughby, I mean, it's kind of funny. Like, this chick is British, but Willoughby kind of sounds like a baby kangaroo, so you could have been Australian, mate. So, all joking aside, I mean, at least for her and her dynamic with Agent Mason, it basically feels like a Pokemon Team Rocket type of dynamic with Jesse and James, if y'all know what I mean. But I will admit, I feel like the only good thing about her character is at least she actually has a strong motive of why she wants to go get Knuckles in the first place, because literally she's like, "I've been studying alien extraterrestrials for my whole entire life, like ever since the events in San Francisco has happened, and I've been sending nothing but wedding cards. I want to sue Gunn as hard as much as you could." So I feel like her motive of taking down Knuckles and all these alien extraterrestrials is reasonable of why she wants to betray Gunn after when Gunn just wants to like treat these Sonic characters as safe for what it is. And I hate to say this, I can't believe this one gun agent character has a more strong motive reason than Director Rockwell in Sonic 3, because Director Rockwell in Sonic 3, like, even though she does not like the aliens like Team Sonic and the rest, but the one thing that does feel off is the fact that, one, she never gets to explain why he doesn't like Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, even before Commander Walters was dead. And same goes for Rockwell. We never get to see that character again, but you got this British actress, a.k.a. Agent Willoughby, that was like, "Oh yeah, we need to take down this echidna." And then during an episode 2, there was this one moment where she's like, "Oh yeah, you know nothing about me, like, I'm nothing but the great Dr. Ivo Robotnik." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, lady, how are we not supposed to know?" It's like, what do you expect us to know? Like, a little bit more of your backstory? So it didn't took until, like, later in episode 5. I mean, she does fit the more wacky, cartoony wackiness when it comes to the Knuckles series, but aside from that, I don't know. I mean, she literally got her whooped so quick just after when Knuckles decided to take her down to the ring portal. And I just felt like her and Agent Mason, like, they have, like, interesting motives, but I just feel like she was just, like, complete wasted after, like, "Oh yeah, just go to the portal." So that being said, yeah, I'm just gonna put Willoughby on D tier. But then we got Kid Cudi's character, Agent Mason, a.k.a. the same bro that sings the best original song for the Sonic movies, which, obviously, the best song in the movies is "Stars in the Sky, Babe, I'm Home. In the city, I'm out, I'm rolling to the stars in the sky, babe, I'm home." Okay, I don't want to sing too much while there's copyright reasons, but that being said, Kid Cudi made the best song out of all the movies. So it's so funny because, okay, a little bit of history about Kid Cudi. So the fact that Kid Cudi loved the first Sonic movie so much that him and Ben Schwartz had like a special screen where Kid Cudi invite his fans, like literally just come and watch the first movie, and then Paramount was like, "Hey yo, Kid Cudi, would you like to write a song for Sonic 2?" It's like, "Heck yeah, bro, I got you cooking up for a banger song," and then boom, we got Stars in the Sky. And then literally after the success of Stars in the Sky and Sonic 2, because Kid Cudi really loves Sonic, it's funny that after that Paramount just gave him an email by saying, "Hey, we're gonna save you something special." It's like, "Hey, you want to play a character where you get to beat up Knuckles the Echidna?" He's like, "Hell yeah, I do. Want to do it for the money." And it's kind of funny because Kid Cudi's character, his motives is literally like, "Well, we're about to get paid, and I'm definitely gonna be working with this British idiot right here, and I'm just gonna get the money." So even though Agent Willoughby has the stronger motive, but I'll say this, Kid Cudi's character has more personality than Willoughby, because out of all the actors, I mean, aside from Wade Whipple, you could tell Kid Cudi is having the blast of his life. Like, even though he definitely knows the type of production he is, obviously, like Sonic, he gets to literally beat up Knuckles in the episode. In my mind, it's like, I can't believe I'm literally looking at a music artist beating up a video game character. Like him literally calling the line, "Do I look like I need your power?" And then, I will be honest with you, like, even though it's a rare anomaly where music art, like, you know, people like Lady Gaga or John Legend, where music artists have to act in a production. Some actually can do it well, some cannot. But I will admit, Kid Cudi's performance as Agent Mason gives me Jamie Foxx vibes. What I mean is not because him and Jamie Foxx have the same haircut and the same type of humor, because I will admit, Kid Cudi's character reminds me of Jamie Foxx's Electro in Spider-Man No Way Home. What, you gonna see like I'm butt-ass naked? Yeah, be careful where you fall. I got a question for you. Are these your Legos? That's the vibe I got from Kid Cudi's character. And he has like gauntlets, kind of like the Shocker, just because, you know, both of these Spider-Man villains are played by black actors, so it does make sense that he's more like this was a crappy new suit. I know about this, but damn. So I'll admit, even though Kid Cudi's motives are not as strong as the other one, but I'll say this, I think for the vibe of the show, for what it is, I would put Kid Cudi on C tier. I think I definitely like him a little bit more than Randall by comparison, so I would say Agent Mason's on C tier, like including the moment where he, quote-unquote, had his fates and have his argument weighed. It's kind of funny that he tried to be like a bit soft, and then he's like, "Sorry, Mom, I'm just calling with a friend for work," and then he gets like, I don't know, falls into the Home Alone booby traps with Wade Whipple. And I like the moment in episode 6, he often laughs just to remove the gauntlets, and it shows how really pissed he is, like, "I thought you would be tough and Nux." So at least Kid Cudi, by comparison, at least tries to be entertaining and try to have like more personality to it. So I would say I'll put Kid Cudi on C tier if you guys disagree. But then, as much as the gun agents, the former gun agents, were quite serviceable, which it's kind of funny that Kid Cudi kicks a random gun agent to the same mushroom planet where Eggman was taught of, but either way, I honestly thought it was pretty funny. Even though the Knuckles series, story-wise, is not that important to Sonic 3, but the major important thing that you guys got to remember from episode 1, it literally says, gun headquarters located in London, which is why you see like 2 British gun agents, and then Sonic 3 made a whole big deal that Guns HQ takes place in London, so that one Easter egg from episode 1 was very important. So that's another reason why looking back in the Knuckles show, episode 1 is my favorite. So that being said, Kid Cudi's character, I say C tier is a fine. Like, he's a fine but fun character, kind of like the Olive Garden guy. But then we get to the buyer. What a waste of a villain. What a waste of a talented actor. Just so much missed potential that they couldn't get to do with Rory McCain's The Buyer. So, yeah, I'm reading the comments right here. I wonder if The Buyer worked for Dr. I. They never specified that. So, the one thing that really sucks, like, I get that the gun agents are supposed to be like these serviceable henchmen to take down Knuckles the Echidna and Wade Whipple. It's kind of funny that when they contact the buyer to take down Knuckles, I kind of find it funny that they never bothered to track down Sonic and Tails just because they're like, "Oh yeah, Knuckles left out the Green Hill Zone." And then the buyer's like, "Ah, the muscle." I like how the fact that the buyer gets so personal about Knuckles. I'm like, bro, where were you in the events in the Sonic movies? Like, I get that the buyer is supposed to be like some sort of like a gun, no, not a gun exploit. Like, he basically worked for Robotnik, and I'm assuming it's Dr. Ivo Robotnik, but then the buyer was like, "Yeah, back in the old days, it used to be Gun, but then after that, they changed the name." I mean, I do understand, and I think it is cool that they're trying to, like, connect this show and these villains' modes to tie in with Robotnik's modes in the Sonic movies, but it's so funny that, literally in the Sonic movies, there was not one line, not one reference where Jim Carrey's Dr. Ivo Robotnik says, "Oh yeah, I used to have an ex-employee called the buyer. He was quite Scottish, he was quite smelly, but after that, I just want to see Sonic and be like, screw it, you're fired. Agent Stone, you're definitely the one with me." So, like, kind of funny that you got Agent Stone, who works with Eggman, and then you got Agent Willoughby and Agent Mason that used to be former gun agents. But the question is, we never get to really know the buyer's real name, and the one thing that they wasted about this villain is the fact that he appears in one episode where he's like, "This will be the fight for our lives." And then after that, we never get to see him again after episode 5. As a matter of fact, we never get to see these gun agents. Like, they literally just got their whooped by Wade, And then after episode 3, they're gone because we get nothing but cringy family sitcom tropes. And then we don't get to see the buyer again until episode 5. Once when the gun agents got in hostage, and back then when the buyer was like Lord Dumba saying, I used to work for the gun, I used to work for Robotnik, and definitely will have the same motives together. I honestly think it would make more sense if the gun agents and the buyer would actually team up together rather than just having their fights, separate. I mean, I know that would have been more challenging for Knuckles and Wade throughout the show, but I think that would have, bring in more action than less Nickelodeon sports comedy throughout the show. Than that, I just feel like that would have made the more action sequences a lot more intriguing, but also more screen time with the villains, so then you don't underutilize them. And then out of nowhere, the weirdest thing about the buyer, like outside of his, random origin stories that tie in with Robotnik and just, Lord Dump more gun organization continuities, the weirdest thing is he just come out of nowhere in Reno, and literally his giant mech is basically a ripoff of the Rhino in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. I am the Rhino! I told you I'll be back! And he literally has Dr. Octopus arms. Like, literally, when the buyer grabs Knuckles, literally I was thinking about No Way Home vibes. You underestimate yourself, Knuckles, but now you die. And then literally just straight up Spider-Man No Way Home, Amazing Spider-Man 2. So the buyer is kind of like a Spider-Man villain wannabe. And it's kind of funny because now I think about it, the buyer used to work with Robotnik, right? A genius who happens to be rich. Well, I won't say Robotnik's super rich, but he is a genius and inventor, kind of like Tony Stark. And in Spider-Man Homecoming, the Vulture used to have this company where they clean up the scraps after the Avengers battles. But then after that, their business got shut down thanks to the smarter, more intelligent beings like Tony Stark, like Dr. Eggman. So basically, in other words, the buyer's motivation is basically just a copycat of the Vulture in Spider-Man Homecoming, except the difference is Spider-Man Homecoming did it way better, and the Vulture was a much better villain in Homecoming. So I just feel like the Knuckles series kind of like takes some elements from Homecoming, but then it's just an undercooked version of Homecoming subplot based on the villains. And then out of nowhere, despite that Roxy, shush! Sorry, my dog is like barking. But that being said, the buyer, on the other hand, it's just so weird that the fact that he just randomly shows up and he easily takes down Knuckles is like, oh, your purpose now is to die. And then it's so weird that he makes it so easy. Like, he can literally knock down Wendy Whipple by saying, you think I'm strong enough to beat you? So you're like, get out of the way, you puny American. And then boom, he should have just easily just zapped Knuckles out. But not just Knuckles, but just Wade. But the thing is, he just made the fight too easy. But I will admit, the line that caught me out of guard when Wendy Whipple throws the bowling balls, he was like, looks like you're all out the balls! And then literally, Knuckles took down this guy way too easy. So, that being said, the buyer, complete waste of a villain where they could have done so much for him. They sort of set him up as the main villain, but that being said, I would say F tier is probably too much, so I would say he's definitely somewhere on the tier list. But so glad that we're almost done with the Knuckles series talks, and then we could wrap it up with the Sonic 3 characters. And now we get to, dare I say this, the best character in the Knuckles series that's not Knuckles himself. It's not Chief Pachacamac. It's not Jack Sinclair. I mean, outside of maybe like Agent Mason, I'll say this. I definitely say Wanda Whipple. I mean, I will say this. She at least actually looks and acts like a mom. And I will say, out of all the Whipples, the mother is actually the only functional family member where I can understand that this woman's pain, where obviously ever since, the dad left them, and then basically she has nothing to do but to come with Wade and Wanda's shenanigans, and I'm like, I feel so bad for this woman. So I understand that why Knuckles tries to like connect with the mother and often calls her Mother Whipple in a way, and the why she often gets flattered by Knuckles. But I will admit, this one joke that got me off guard was during the moment where Knuckles like, we lost our tribe. And then she's like, oh, we lost our tribe through, just minus the Owls. And I'm like, bro, why would you want to do that for the Holocaust? Rank Amy. Why would I want to rank Amy Rose if she's not really a quote-unquote developed character yet? If you want me to rank Amy, wait till 2027, because Amy Rose doesn't count as a character. So, I mean, she is, but we never get to know much about a character. So I'm only like, bro, have you not read the title of this live stream? All 3 Sonic movies and the Knuckles series. There is no Sonic 4 yet. I'm not trying to be rude, but can you guys have a brain? Just refresh your brain. Anyway, back to Wendy Whipple. It's kind of funny that it's Wade, Wanda, Wendy, and Pistol Pete's different. But that being said, I think Wendy, yeah. Wendy Whipple is basically a pretty decent character. I won't say she's great, but at least she definitely has a nice moment bonding with Knuckles despite the one Holocaust joke, which I'm like, why would you let that joke slide in a Knuckles TV series? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Sonic 4 is not even out yet, so Amy Rose and Metal Sonic doesn't count on the list. But either way, I do like the moments that she had with Knuckles, and during the fact where she literally just beat up the bounty hunters in the episode 3, because despite the third episode being my least favorite, like, even though the third episode is my least favorite episode throughout the entire series, at least, Wendy Whipple actually has, like, you know, characters. Well, it wasn't a funny joke, so I'm not laughing at it. So Wendy basically throws out a couple of actions, beating up these guys that are, like, a lot younger than him. And even in episode 5, even when Wade is trying to rekindle with his father, I like that Wendy is still tortured by saying, like, great, he's bonding with the guy that basically just left me and left all of his kids. And I like that even Wendy warns Wade about it. And after when, surprise, surprise, plot twist, I like the fact that, once again, Wade rose by saying, oh yeah, kill my sister, whatever. But then when it comes to the mom, I'm glad that, you know, there's more empathy towards the mom. Kind of wish that Knuckles would have, like, you know, get into the action to help Wendy, but, you know, Wade has the chance to save them. And then, you know, Wendy actually got the revenge for what she wanted, just punch Pistol P, and that's it. So that being said, Wendy's not too special. I will definitely say Wendy Whipple's more on the C tier list. Okay, even though despite the fact I never put an F tier list, easily the worst character out of all these Sonic movie projects, it's none other than Wanda Whipple, aka Wade's sister. So, I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat can agree that she is easily the worst character in the Sonic movie franchise. And not just the movie franchise, but worst Sonic character in general. Worse than Chris Thorndike, worse than Princess Elise in my opinion, because at least Chris in Sonic X and Princess Elise in Sonic, like, at least in 06 with Elise and Chris, they at least have, like, some redeeming qualities that somewhat make them not too hateable, but also has some likable traits, even though they're not the best Sonic characters. But man, Wanda Whipple's just a whole nother story, man. Like, I get it, I get that she's meant to be like a girl version of Wade, but the one thing that really sucks about it is she's an FBI agent just like Wade. But that being said, she's like, oh yeah, I'm an FBI agent, but then if you want to prove that you're an FBI agent, then why are you being so cranky with this red echidna being invited to your house that you even stabbed your brother on the fork? Is like, call yourself an FBI agent, but yet you act like a 12-year-old. Including when the bounty hunters come in by saying, ha ha, you think you can beat me? And then she's like, oh yeah, FBI agent right here. And then Knuckles literally just take the dude down by a second by saying, shut up, woman, you don't even, like, just like the Whipples, I don't understand why Wade was hired the job to be a cop, and Wendy somehow becomes an FBI. Both Wade and Wanda are just so dysfunctional. Like, come on, Wanda, this ain't no WandaVision. Get out of here. I mean, yeah, I'll say this. Like, back then, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Way before the Knuckles series, Rachel used to be my least favorite character. But you know what? At least Rachel, on the other hand, is actually pretty funny in a way. But on the bright side, at least Rachel has, like, some redeeming qualities. But Wendy, she is not funny at all. Like, not ceremonious by saying, like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna ruin my thumb. Like, the one thing that was so stupid in the final episode, where she's literally like, basically, Wanda is one of the biggest reasons why episode 3 is my least favorite. Because one, even Knuckles did not do anything once when she stabbed her own brother in the fork. It's more like, Knuckles, and you're actually cool with the sister, like, actually being around. And then episode 6, like, no, I'm an FBI agent, I can do it myself. And then the most cringiest moment is like, oh yeah, I just broke my thumb. And then Knuckles like, good job, Wanda Whipple. And it's like, Knuckles, stop encouraging the stupid, nasty, braggy, spoiled brats that happens to be calling FBI agent. So, that being said, if she is back, I'm easily going to skip these episodes. So easily, Wanda Whipple is just the worst character. The worst! So, that being said, Wanda Whipple sucks. If she comes back in Knuckles Season 2, I'm so glad that she has zero involvement in Sonic 3. But that being said, the real final character of the Knuckles series is Pistol Pete Whipple, a.k.a. Wade's long-lost British father. So, that being said, Carrie Elways, he's a talented actor. Of course, he is close friends with Jim Carrey. I mean, one of the reasons why he joined the franchise because, well, Jim Carrey's my good friend of mine. We've worked on Liar Live. We've worked on Disney's A Christmas Carol, so I want to be a part of this franchise. So that's why Carrey always signed up for the job because I'm like, oh, Jim is a part of the franchise, and I'm good friends with him. So good for Carrey Elways. And of course, I've seen Carrey Elways in other movies from The Princess Bride, Robin Hood, Men in Tights, which is a very comedy movie. Wanda's the best. Get out. Get out of my stream right now. She's the worst. Get out. But yeah, Pistol Pete Whipple. So aside from crediting the actor's work, I just feel like the character was just complete wasted in the show. Like, honestly, back then, it was almost unbelievable by saying, is he really Wade's father? Like, I get the stereotypical joke by saying, he's British, he has a British top hat, he has a British cloak, he even has a British bowling ball where there's a mini teacup where it rolls around. You bloody American idiots, I can do bowling better than you. We often play cricket. No, you're not going to do the right, bruv. So, that being said, his whole character is just an archetype, just being a British stereotype. But that being said, so you're telling me this is the same dad that basically just baited Wade Whipple out over TJ Maxx, over his bowling review? It's more like, are you kidding me, man? And the funniest thing is, even though Knuckles tries to rekindle Wade's relationship with his father throughout a phone call, and I'm surprised that Knuckles is kind of amazed with, like, Pistol Pete. But the thing about Pistol Pete is, he goes the complete opposite of Knuckles of, like, oh yeah, loyal to your family. But then Pistol Pete is, like, the perfect example by saying, like, he doesn't want to dishonor because the reason why that he left his son, mother, and daughter because I want to do both because it's my passion and I do need the bloody money. But yeah, even we may not agree some stuff about Dr. John Botnick, without respecting other people's opinion. No, she's not the best and he's rich. I mean, that's kind of sucks because he only appears in like first 2 episodes and his character has nothing to do with Knuckles at all. Like, I understand that the gun agents and the buyer, for the most part, has to do with Knuckles, but then Pistol Pete and Jack Sinclair are basically just villains to Wade. Like, even the moment where it's like, oh, I got the trophy, you little brats. And then boom, when Wendy punches Pete and then Wendy's like, yeah, my dad sucks. I'm like, man, no wonder Tom and Maddie are the much better family because a loving father, loving mother as well. The Whipples, they're such a toxic and dysfunctional family. So I'm glad Knuckles decides to not live with the Whipples and only just hang out with them throughout their Reno, Nevada vacation. So that being said, Carrey Elways, he's a good actor, but that being said, they just completely wasted the most potential out of him. So, honestly, he's honestly going to be on the D's here. So, luckily, I'm glad that we're done with the Knuckles series, but we got 4 more characters, and finally we could get to the new characters in Sonic 3. But before we talk about Shadow, I got to go take a refill water break. So, stay tuned for that because we got to talk about the national treasure himself, Keanu Reeves' Shadow. So, I'll be right back, chat. Alright, sorry guys, I took a sneeze break. Keanu Reeves, S tier, guest 2, Shadows and automatic S tier for sure. Yeah, now we're finally done talking about the awful characters of the Knuckles series, and clearly Knuckles was the best of his own character. But now we finally get to talk about the new additions recently in Sonic 3, and obviously, spoiler alert if you're not caught up with Sonic 3, let's talk about the real main attraction. I mean, outside of Jim Carrey, outside of Team Sonic, the real main MVP of Sonic 3 is Keanu Reeves voicing Shadow the Hedgehog. So, clearly, I always know deep in my gut that Keanu Reeves was easily the perfect casting for Shadow the Hedgehog, because for multiple reasons. Number one, you guys remember the first movie, they referenced the movie Speed, where Keanu Reeves is the national treasure, which is kind of funny. They never make a break in the fourth wall. Hey, why do you sound like Keanu Reeves? But yet they make a break in the fourth wall joke with Jim Carrey's double roles. But that being said, the casting for Keanu Reeves is Shadow. So ever since... No. Ever since when the first movie came out, I was like, well, if they make a third movie, Keanu has to voice Shadow. Because, bro, I mean, outside of John Wick comparisons, which Jeff Fowler definitely admits that the comparisons of John Wick was basically the blueprint of Keanu Reeves casting Shadow, because both Shadow and John Wick are not so different from each other, except Shadow's more PG rated, while John Wick's more rated R. But obviously, John Wick lost his dog, Shadow lost Maria, and I feel like that character, but also Keanu Reeves, his filmography for voice acting, whether it's Toy Story 4, whether it's the Bill and Ted cartoons, whether it's Cyberpunk, which is the character Johnny Silverhand, which basically, I feel like Johnny Silverhand actually said a quote where he's like, I've been around for 50 years, and I'm like, what do you know, that's the blueprint for Shadow. I mean, heck, both in The Matrix and John Wick, he actually says a line by saying, I'm gonna need some guns, lots of guns. So that being said, like, outside of the voice acting, because, bro, whenever he speaks out loud as Shadow... Sorry, just trying to make some interruptions. Whenever he brings out his line deliveries as Shadow, like, literally, like, one of my favorite lines where he goes, why won't you leave me alone? Like, literally, I was like, bro, I feel the raw emotions from Shadow once when we heard it. And, like I said, the design of Shadow the Hedgehog, bro, give props to Tyson Hess, give props to CGI crew. Like, they really translate Shadow so well, from the designs, from the quills, of how the way that he looks upset and angry, from his red eyes, and even the fist, and even his golden inhibitor rings on the shoes. Like, his design, like, I think out of all the movie characters, like, in CGI form, he definitely has the best design out of the 4 CGI characters from Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. I think Shadow is definitely out there. So, you guys can already take a guess, like, S tier is great. I mean, heck, even despite how serious Shadow is, like, the one thing that is still true to Shadow's character is there still is dry humor, and I know that Keanu can definitely deliver dry humor no matter what he does. Like, for instance, like, the scene where Agent Stone's like, we'll make guac together, and then, you know, Shadow's still, you know, in revenge mode where he goes, revenge guac. And then another dry humor moment is during the part where Shadow's watching the Televisa show where, you know, I think, what was her name? Gabriella, where she's basically in the middle, and then Juan and Pablo were like there, where Shadow's like, Gabriella should kill them both. And I'm like, bro, they're definitely making a reference to that one team where Shadow loves Latinas. I just really love Latinas, Sonic. So it's a nice nod to that iconic meme. Another hard line. Yes, during the motorcycle sequence, the more you talk, the harder I want to hit you. Like, bro, I'm going to show you on the stream right now. Literally, when Shadow was on this motorbike, not only it's a nice homage to Keanu Reeves because, you know, Keanu likes doing motorcycles because that's one of his personal hobbies too. I think either in John Wick Chapter 2, Chapter 3, he actually does the motorcycle. But the one thing is that, you know that Jeff Fowler did the CGI work for, you know, Shadow the Hedgehog back in 2005, so it definitely makes sense why Jeff Fowler wants to incorporate Shadow to the movies, because obviously Shadow's a huge fan favorite character, and since it's been a long journey that Jeff Fowler has been wanting adapting Shadow the Hedgehog on the big screen, since one of his big earlier visual effects work as a CGI animator was animating those cutscenes for the Shadow the Hedgehog video game. So that being said, the fact that Jeff Fowler actually take the adaptation where Shadow gets to ride on a motorcycle, like he literally took a gun's motorcycle and he actually uses a gun. Like, it's not an actual gun, but it's a nice homage to the 2000 Shadow game. Like, bro, he's holding a blicky, he's holding a Glock, just like in the game, just like with I Am All of Me. But yeah, literally during the chase scene, it was so badass. Like, literally during the moments where, literally when he's talking with Team Sonic, even though sadly we don't got the Faker reference, but I know the new Hedgehog line's the new reference where he's like, I don't look like you just look like me. And like I said, Keanu's lines are so hard where he goes, walk away, before you get hurt. Like, literally, like, one of the things that you could definitely tell that bro is still traumatized where he goes, you just jumped out of a gun helicopter. And it's like, Keanu, you could definitely tell he's not funding it for the money. And the best thing about it is, it's so cool that Keanu Reeves actually wanted to voice Shadow. And it's kind of funny that Jim Carrey's like, when I heard that Keanu Reeves is going to be voice Shadow, I went, oh, all right. And then just did a Matrix reference. And it's so cool that Jeff Fowler and even Keanu Reeves actually admit that he actually took a lot of research of Shadow the Hedgehog, which I won't be surprised if Keanu Reeves look at Sonic Adventure 2, watch episodes of Sonic X, and look up random YouTube videos about the history of Shadow the Hedgehog. So I honestly think that would be pretty funny. You want to know what would have been cool? Captain Rockwell kind of reminds me of Topaz of Sonic X. What if Rouge appears to become Captain Rockwell's sidekick for the fourth film? If that was the case, then that honestly would have made Rockwell a bit more interesting as a character, but also a fun homage to Sonic X. If I have a nickel for every time Ben Schwartz bonds with a cyberpunk actor, I have 2 nickels. But you want to know what's so cool? It's so cool that Ben Schwartz actually gets to meet Keanu Reeves throughout the press tour events and even Idris Elba, because around during recording, Ben Schwartz has never interacted with Idris or Keanu before, so it's pretty cool in Sonic 3 that Keanu's sitting next to Jim Carrey. And by the way, I never would have imagined I would see Jim Carrey, Keanu Reeves, and Idris Elba in a movie together. Bro, specifically with Jim Carrey and Keanu Reeves, you got 2 90s legends. Like, Keanu Reeves dominated action movies from Speed, The Matrix, John Wick, and then you got Jim Carrey that dominated The Mask, Ace Ventura, Dumb and Dumber in the 90s with all the comedy films, and now they're both in a movie together based on a video game franchise that exists in the 90s. So it's kind of like my childhood dream come true by saying, great, now I got Keanu and Jim in a movie together, even if Keanu's just voicing Shadow. But that being said, so even though they got the line deliveries right and Keanu's voice acting is great, but you want to know what they've done so well? They made a lot of changes to Shadow's origin story, but what's so cool about it is, I mean, despite the changes by saying, oh, Gerald did not create Shadow, like Shadow comes out from a random black comet that literally Shadow just exists and he still becomes the ultimate life form. But despite Gerald not creating Shadow, he still studied and observed Shadow's powers like throughout the segments during the events of 1974. So either way, I was like, well, obviously they did not want to incorporate Black Doom events because, you know, Shadow was created by Gerald in the games and they incorporate Black Doom stuff. But even Jeff Fowler was like, yeah, I think the Black Doom stuff would have been like too much for the third film. Not saying Black Doom stuff will ever happen in the movie universe, but at the exact same time, I would agree with Jeff Fowler, like, because, you know, game lore has more exposition than movie lore, especially for casual audiences. Like, let's say your parents who are not like big Sonic fans, they probably be like, what's this giant black alien doing with Shadow? So it's a good reason that they kind of like to make a more grounded version of Shadow. So despite, you know, they still calculate speed, and then I guess throughout the exposition, it makes sense why Commander Walters was involved. Which I did mention this. I feel like young Commander Walters in 1974 is a completely different character in 2024 because he's a lot more young, but also a lot more considerate, while Commander Walters is a bit more jokey and silly before he dies at the Child Garden. But that being said, now I can understand that Shadow's anger where he's just nothing but treated as a lab subject. And then I will talk about Maria once when I get to the tier list, but his relationship with Maria, very wholesome. And how the way that Shadow was in the tube, like out of the cryotube, and how the way that he looks in the green looks great. Like I feel like the animators does such a good job of like emoting Shadow's faces, even without Keanu saying the lines. Like throughout his expressions, when Maria wants to like let Shadow tag along with Maria's hobbies, kind of like a very brother and sister type of dynamic. And the fact that even Shadow's eyes, like, I like the Easter egg that he's watching a Godzilla parody with the Bio-Lizard, which is kind of like a wink wink. The original Ultimate Life Form was the Bio-Lizard before Shadow, but, you know, they changed it up for the movie's version. And then the movie's version that they changed is Maria, which, once again, I will talk about Maria once when I get to her list. But the dynamic and the bond, Jeff Fowler knows what he was doing. Same goes for the Rise. They know what they were doing of, like, making the bond of Shadow and Maria as important. Like, yes, it's a different iteration of Shadow and Maria, but at least the bond is still place integral of what do you love about Shadow and Maria's bond from the games and even from the TV shows. I still like it. Still no words on the fully on change him. Do you think Black Doom will be in the Shadow movie? If that was the case, maybe. If a Shadow movie does get confirmed, which I will agree that Shadow absolutely deserves his own solo movie before Sonic 4 at least. Kind of like with the Knuckles series. I wish he would say Chaos Control. The one thing that sucks is the only time that we hear Keanu saying Chaos Control is in the the Shadow Generations DLC, but sadly, I mean, no disrespect to Keanu, it wasn't the best line delivery, because Keanu's delivery in that DLC was chaos, control, and I'm like, Keanu, I think you need to add some more gruff by saying chaos, control. Like, you need to add some more gruff into the voice, but it's not Keanu's fault. I guess Sega did not bring a strong vocal direction for Keanu for that DLC, but obviously Keanu's voice, like, his voice direction was a lot better in the movie. But then I really love the segment with Maria, which, yes, the most iconic line of the entire film is, "The light shines, even though the stars are gone." Whoever was responsible for that line, whether it's Pat Casey, Josh Miller, John Winnington, whatever his name is, whoever thought of the idea of writing that line, you, sir, deserve a raise for that iconic line. Because not only that line is thematic when Shadow and Maria are looking up at the stars when the light shines, even though the stars are gone. Thematically speaking, Maria is Shadow's light, even if the stars are gone, like the past memories are fading away. And what's so amazing about during the memories when they play the song, "But it's alright," during a moment when Shadow was having his last good memory with Maria, when Shadow goes back to present day, the vinyl record stops playing, and then we just go nothing but just darkness and sadness and Shadow's past memory, and then Shadow just goes back to the same capsule that he was in, where it was nothing but broken glass, where he could have wished that he would have just, like, have his moment with Maria. So that being said, that was such a great way just to, like, you know, change up the origin story, but still play integral with Shadow Maria's bond. And the way that he gets introduced to Gerald, which I will talk about Gerald last, like, the way that he opens up to Gerald by saying, "I can't get it out of my head, the pain, the loss," like, you could definitely tell that Shadow's still not over against of what Gunn has done to Maria, for what has humanity's done, like, over the pain that Shadow has been suspended for over 50 years. And then, kind of like Gerald, like, it's part, like, obviously Gerald was the one that hacked the system and make Shadow break out Prison Island. Like, obviously Gerald is like the puppet master behind the strings, just to let Shadow release out of his escapism from prison, being suspended over 50 years, bringing his grandson over and kidnap, and, like, garnering Team Scientists to be a part of this. Like, it is all part of Gerald's master plan, and I think it's done well, so brilliantly. And having Shadow being a part of it, I definitely say it was pretty good. I mean, I will admit, one of my complaints about the backstory is I kind of wish there was, like, even though Shadow does interact with Gerald throughout the present day timeline in 2024, but there wasn't that much Shadow and Gerald interactions during the flashback scenes. Even same goes for the Maria scenes, but I'll talk about that when I get to Gerald. But speaking of Shadow, I like that Keanu Reeves says this one iconic line from the Shadow game where he's like, "Felt the pain over 50 years. He says this line, "This is who I am inside." Like, I know inside's line, but bro, Keanu Reeves said a line from the Shadow game, "This is who I am. This is who I am." Once when he breaks the marble and then creates the black hole, that was so awesome. Like, bro, even though I would agree with one person in the chat by saying chaos control, it is what it is. When Shadow makes the death stare, when Shadow makes the death stare at Commander Walters, I got scared of him. I mean, that's one thing. Like, they made Shadow, I mean, sure, Knuckles was a badass, but at least they made Shadow, like, more menacing whenever he looks at someone. But that being said, I think it was pretty cool. I mean, despite the comedy scenes that, you know, I will admit, like, even though it is kind of out of place that Shadow has to interact with two super comedic Robotniks in the scenes, I mean, it's kind of funny after when Jim Carrey's Eggman goes, "London, baby!" And then literally Shadow's, like, venting out by saying, "I just want revenge." And then Gerald's like, "Patient, Shadow. You will get our revenge when the time is right." But after when Shadow loves his Latinas joke, it's so funny that he has, like, even though he never, like, considered Agent Stone as a friend, but I did like the interactions that he had with Agent Stone. With that being said, once when I talk about Agent Stone, once when literally Shadow abandoned Stone in the crab, once when Tails decided to flush Stone away inside the crab mech, and then Shadow just move on his own, I feel like one of my complaints with Shadow during the London scenes in particular, where did Shadow went off to once when he decided to randomly crash in the building, once when Tom decided to disguise as Commander Walters. And my only complaint with Shadow in that segment was, how does Shadow know that Commander Walters is old? Like, literally when he crashed, he's like, "Commander Walters." I'm like, Shadow, the last time that you saw Commander Walters, he was, like, very young back in 1974, but I don't know, I guess that was just one way just to be confused. But then, I like how Shadow has, like, at least, like, more empathy. Agent Stone will be more emotional next time that we see him. I mean, he was emotional when we first got introduced with Sonic 2, where he goes, "Doctor, where are you?" What actually scared me is when Shadow said "Boo" to Knuckles with a face expression was terrifying. Pfft. I mean, Knuckles the one was afraid. But that being said, even though I will admit the Commander Walter's disguise thing kind of caught me off guard, but the one thing that actually did work is when Shadow decided to almost beat down Tom unconsciously. I'm like, well, just like Sonic 2, just like what I asked for about the Sonic and Knuckles confrontation about bring up their past with the Owls versus the Echidnas, it's exactly what I wanted. And then with Sonic 3, exactly how I wanted. Shadow, he didn't kill Tom, but he could have had the chance to kill Tom. And then during the moment where Sonic is literally just saying, Tom, speak to me, I'm like, bro, literally in my mind, I'm like, Spider-Man No Way Home, Spider-Man No Way Home, Spider-Man No Way Home. Either Tom is like the Uncle Ben or the Aunt May. You guys know what I'm talking about. Tom is basically like the Uncle Ben. Like, literally Sonic is saying similar lines like, save me, Tom. Come on, wake up. Uncle Ben, Uncle Ben. Like, literally I'm getting same vibes. But that being said, I like that during Shadow's eyes, he knows, like, how different Sonic is. Like, obviously Sonic is more lighthearted, more jokey, but yet Sonic's a bit more, like, you know, more juvenile. Well, Shadow takes a lot of things more seriously. I mean, what the heck, I'm like, personally too deep seriously for Shadow. But that being said, it gives, like, one of the most, like, even Shadow's flashbacks, like, when Sonic is, like, literally in the same position where he's with Tom, where Shadow's like, Maria, like, literally, it's, like, similar parallels of how Shadow's noticing, like, how Sonic and Shadow are quite similar to each other. And then, one of the hardest lines ever since when that first trailer came out, what did you do? What I had to. And then, boom, Shadow teleports away. I got chills when Shadow said, I'm tired of giving you warnings. And then he literally just knocked Sonic out with the blackout. I mean, Sonic was like making a big mistake by saying, oh yeah, this could definitely use some comic books in a beanbag. And then when Sonic touched the glass capsule, I'm like, big mistake, Sonic. You really pissed Shadow off. Do you see that one video where Shadow teleported at the theater and grabbed popcorn video LA Mo? When Shadow was in Oklahoma, I was scared since I live in Oklahoma. Dude, did you just hit 7K subscribers? Wait, did I? Just right now? Yo! Ladies and gentlemen, okay, I know we're supposed to be talking about Shadow the Hedgehog at the moment. Hold on. I think my stream is going to be like a little laggy. No, don't do this to me. No. Yo. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on, chat. I gotta refresh the page. No. Wait for it. I know, guys. Yo, we actually did it. Chat, we actually hit 7K subscribers. And trust me, chat, I'm not trying to be greedy or anything, but I know the main reason why I recently just hit 7K subscribers like now. Why? Because of this short right here. You see the short right here? Where it says, oh yeah, Jim Carrey will come out for time if there's a script written in gold ink. Because out of all the uploads, out of all the shorts, it hits over 1 million views. So, I guess thanks to that one short, thanks for doing all the hard stuff. I mean, trust me, guys. Guys, if you look at my most popular uploads, it's always the Sonic movies that makes my videos mostly popular, so that's a no-brainer. So, I know most of you guys mostly subscribe for the Sonic content for as much as I could, but hey, what do you know? I finally got 7K subscribers pretty quick, which, man, how long did this take? Because, guys, this took me, like, what, 9 years to, like, be a YouTuber, which, yeah, I first started making YouTube videos once when I was 14 years old for, like, over 9 years, and at the exact same time, I was like, I never would imagine I would get, like, 7K subscribers, but hey, thank you very much, my royal chums, I highly appreciate it. But that being said, I just think that would be, like, totally insane once when I, make, like, more uploads, whether that's, like, 10K subscribers or something like that. If I get 10K subs, that will be insane, but that being said, guys, whoa! No, we're not going to be watching YouTube videos. All I'm just saying is, thank you guys for 7K subscribers. I'm a Dr. Eggman cosplayer myself. I'm also making Dr. Eggman edits. Good to know. You can be part of the Eggman Empire when it comes to cloning. Sonic movies just keep getting better and better. Yeah, hopefully the 4th movie continues the streak. But that being said, thank you guys so much for the 7K subscribers. We'll definitely see how much we'll go. But anyway, let's get back to the tier list stream for Shadow. So, that being said, thanks for the help, guys. But yeah, anyway, as we discuss more about Shadow, so, aside from the hardest line, what did you do, what I had to? And then, one of the best moments, who do you think will voice Amy Rose and Metal Sonic? Bro, have you not seen, I'm not trying to be rude, have you not seen this short? Have you not seen this video where I mentioned about it? If you want to know my thoughts, go watch those shorts, go watch those videos, because those are my easiest answers without explaining. So, anyway, that being said, for Shadow the Hedgehog, I do like the moment where Gerald literally speaks to him. Once when they were rising up to the space colony arc, Shadow's still having like introspective thoughts like, is humanity definitely worth defending or worth annihilating, just like Gerald? But then, Roxy, shush. Sorry, my dog is barking. But anyway, that being said, I like the moment where Gerald kind of like conflicts with Shadow's emotions, like up in his head by saying, remember what they did to us, Shadow. Remember for what they took from us. And then, once when Maria's death happened, I do like Keanu's line delivered where he goes, Maria! And then Jim Carrey's face feels so shattered. It's like, even though it's a very different way of how they betray Maria's death, but I still like the fact that Shadow's still consumed by rage and vengeance over it. Like, from the animation, from Shadow's eyes becoming red and then getting so angry just to boost up over chaos energy just to go loop to loop. And then, just to pay respects to Shadow from the games, I promise you, Maria, I promise you, revenge! And that's what Shadow's definitely doing once when he's boosting up the Eclipse cannon just to annihilate. I like that Shadow's like, the gun put in some missiles. And then after that, once when Super Sonic decides to bash in over Shadow, I like the moment where Shadow actually confronts with Sonic's emotions, where it's like, yeah, you're no different from me. Now you know how the pain I felt for over 50 years. And then Sonic says, I'm nothing like you. Like, literally, we get to this very Dragon Ball Z type of fight. And then one of the hardest lines of the movie, after when Shadow literally just boosts Sonic out, Dragon Ball Z style with the Chaos Emeralds. And then, boom, as expected, we got Super Sonic in live action where he's like, you were right about one thing. This ends now. And then boom, freaking Goku versus Vegeta fight over Man of Steel. And then after that, we get this cool action sequence once when Shadow is like, where are your friends now? All you do that. You decided to let revenge consume of you. You took that away. Especially for that one guy. What's his name? Tom. I'm like, I knew it. Once when Shadow was like confronting, like not only just beating Sonic physically, but beating down Sonic emotionally on a mental level, like literally, like I know this is gonna be weird, just like Spider-Man No Way Home. First, we attack his heart, Peter. Like it constantly got that vibe. But obviously, Shadow is no Green Goblin, but basically kind of like when Tom Holland's Spider-Man goes berserk when Green Goblin killed Aunt May. Similar how Shadow almost killed Tom, and then basically mentioning Tom is kind of like Sonic's trigger word. Like, I can literally match it by Sonic by saying, what's his name? His name was Thomas Michael Wachowski, you jerk! And then literally uppercut him to the moon. And then this one moment, like straight up Dragon Ball Z, Spider-Man No Way Home, Captain America Civil War, kind of like when Captain America was trying to take down Iron Man with the shield in Civil War, which that's one of my favorite Marvel movies. But then during the moment where Shadow's like, go ahead, kill me, right in here. Like, literally, Shadow was really, like, he was accepting, like, he was ready to, like, accept fate, accept die by saying, you won, go ahead, kill me, I dare you. Like, Shadow was actually willing and ready for it. And then once when Shadow does the end here, that's when Sonic actually clicks. Like, literally get off his dark thoughts and definitely take his violence away. And then Sonic's like, this is not who I am. And then similar like Knuckles, where he's like, I don't understand you, Hedgehog. Why? Since the moment we went. But then I feel like with Shadow, I feel like it's more deeply personal just because Sonic and Shadow were almost willing to kill each other. Was a good reference from the games when Sonic and Shadow went super in that one pose they did after the gun robots. Yeah, directly from Sonic Adventure 2. Which, excuse me guys, I gotta go check my dog. But we're gonna talk about the moon scene, which is easily my favorite scene with Sonic and Shadow. Probably the best emotional scene out of all the movie scenes aside from the final act. So, I'll be right back, chat. Okay, I'm back, guys. Just make sure you don't leave the chat. Oh, yeah, we're about to get to the live and learn scene, guys. So, back when I'm saying, like, during the moment where Shadow was so confused, where he was like, come on, you had your revenge. Why you didn't end me? And one of my favorite lines that Sonic says, which is a straight-up fact, where he's like, there are no winners in revenge. And it definitely reminds me of a scene from Captain America Civil War where Black Panther was like, I'm done letting vengeance consume me. Justice would come soon enough. And it definitely reminds me of the Spider-Man quote with Spider-Man No Way Home. Try to get over that darkness, but it didn't help a lot. And the best thing about it is Sonic and Shadow have their moon talk. So, no offense to you fans out there. If you're thinking like, oh, JoJo should have like, make Shadow like, reminded to see the good in humanity. Why would you want a random little girl just to remind Shadow about the good for the people? Just because like, oh, she's not Amy Rose. No, it makes sense for Sonic the Hedgehog in these movies because not because they're both hedgehogs. They have their similarities. They have their differences. Of course, Sonic and Shadow have their tragic past. Like, literally during the moment where Sonic in the beginning of the movie by saying, you're right, Tom. I could have been another hedgehog. And clearly Shadow represents, like, you know, another hedgehog that never has love, never has a family. He has only one friend in his life, which was Maria, because he's been nothing but used as a lab subject during Gunn's research back in 1974. But then, during the moment where Shadow's looking up to the stars, thinking of Maria, where it's like, the last time that I saw her, all I remember was the stars. And then Sonic's like, when I lost Longclaw, it was just hard for me just to overcome my trauma. And then Shadow was like, how long did that took for you? It wasn't easy for me. But you want to know what I learned? The chance to, like, having the people that you know that will love you again. And then so beautifully, when the sun was riding, like, once when it was rising up to the moon, and Shadow says the one iconic quote from the movie, the light shines, even though the stars are gone. And you know, the sun is literally shining when the stars are rising up. And like I said, Maria is Shadow's light. And even though the stars of those memories in Shadow's mind are gone, but the light will still use sparks on him. And then Shadow realizes his past mistakes. And similar for like what Sonic raises his hand to Knuckles, then Sonic's like, you always have a choice to change. And I'm like, bro, not only is it a nice callback to what Tom told Sonic, like, for some reason, guys, it's totally giving me a Spider-Man 3 vibe. If you guys remember in Spider-Man 3 where Peter Parker forgives Sandman after forgiving Uncle Ben, where he's like, I've hurt some people too, I forgive you. And then the one iconic quote from Spider-Man 3 by saying, whatever battle we have raged inside us, we always have a choice. It's the choices that makes us who we are, and we can always choose to do what's right. It's like, that message from Spider-Man 3 definitely reminds me of Sonic 3. Oh, great reference to Guardians 3. The backstory flashback gives me of Rocket's backstory with Lila, Tease, and Floor. Great comparison. The many parallels of Shadow, Maria, and Sonic and Tom is so sad because Shadow said he didn't know what he would do without her. Yeah, that, I'll admit, that pulled the heartstrings. Like, on first viewing where it's like, I don't know what will I do without you, Maria. Like, I think during the scene where it's like, Maria, do you think I'm like a monster in that movie? And then Maria's like, you're my friend. And I'm like, tears. Tears are shining in my eye. Not because of nostalgia of Shadow Maria's bond in the games and even like Sonic X as well. And my mind's like, Jeff Fowler, you guys are doing this correctly. With Keanu's voice acting and Elilas Brown's acting as Maria, they did a really good job with that. And then Sonic doesn't want to go over this to the same pain for what Shadow's done. And the perfect timing is when Sonic was literally talking with Shadow, like literally throughout the moments in the movie. Hold on, can I find Live and Learn? Yeah, I'm going to play Live and Learn in the background. Because literally when Sonic talks about the change, it's like, bro, it's like, you know, whenever it comes to like some sort of change in his life, and then in my mind it's like, sometimes you just gotta live and learn, bro. And then we heard the song, and then when they did the dap, like in Sonic Adventure 2, when they dap over, then they got both Super Sonic, Super Shadow forward, and then I like the fact that Sonic and Shadow has this like Goku and Vegeta type of dynamic with each other, where Sonic has his catchphrase, gotta go fast, and then Shadow's like, don't tell me you have a catchphrase. And then, bro, Junkie XL Cook with the guitar riff, and then hearing Johnny's voice, live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow, live and learn, you may never find your way. And it's like, bro, peak cinema, peak video game movie adaptation, peak Sonic movie. Like, literally with that sequence alone, and the fact they put live and learn, because, bro, I get it, the first two movies, they were too scared by saying, oh, I don't know if we want to put Sonic game music, but in the third movie, no. We got Live and Learn, we got Escape from the City motif, we referenced the Eggman theme song twice, we got the do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do reference, we got... I like that Shadow's theme is literally Live and Learn. Down, 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 down. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would prefer I Am Aussie, but you know what? Live and Learn still counts as a Shadow song in a way. Am I the only one who got whiplash when the movie transitions to Gerald speaking? Ivo, I told you about family groundings. Oh! Speaking of Live and Learn, guys, I forgot to mention this. I will mention this with Maria. Bro, the fact when Maria was playing an acoustic version of Live and Learn, do, 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 do. Bro, I got goosebumps. Literally growing from my hair. And I guess for those, if you listen to Emmy Jones, who's one of the most biggest music artists in the Sonic fan community, like literally her acoustic cover of Live and Learn sounds exactly the same like Maria's in Sonic 3. I'm like, wow. Both covers sound so uncanny. And it's so funny that the actress who plays Maria actually learns how to play guitar. And she actually made a hobby out of it. So that was awesome. Bro, when Sonic and Shadow did the greatest zap, I know, I need that to do that with a friend. Yeah, bro, you gotta do that in real life. But, bro, the fact that once when Gerald unleashed all the gun robots as a whole, and then when Shadow and Sonic have their own Deadpool and Wolverine like a prayer montage where you have goofy, lighthearted hero, then you got dark anti-hero tagging along with them. And then after that, Adam and Sonic take down all these gun robots. And then the instrumental version of Live and Learn plays. Down, 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 down. And then, boom! SA2 recreation where both Super Sonic and Super Shadow were on the cover. Bro, that was awesome. And then with Shadow, when I keep rewatching the movie, ready to recycle some tin cans, and I remember when Shadow was like seeing where the Eclipse can was about to launch, and then Shadow was curious where Sonic is. Oh, I just brought you friends. Bro, I was not expecting that Shadow was going to use Chaos Spear, multiple Chaos Spears to take down all these gun robots up in space. Which, don't get me wrong, I honestly think for the movie version, I am not against the idea, like, you know what, I think the Bio-Lizard would have been too expensive in the movie's version. I think that would have made the non-Sonic fans so confused with what's going on. So I'm okay with the gun robots replacing the Bio-Lizard because we want to have this cool action sequences of Super Sonic and Super Shadow fighting in the final act. And then, literally, just like in Sonic Adventure 2, literally take their sacrifices. I mean, I feel like the only other adaptation that does a peak version of it is a Season 2 episode of Sonic X where they did a similar thing. But in my personal opinion, guys, I think Sonic 3's version did it way better than Sonic X, in my personal opinion, because, you know, Chris Thorndike kind of ruined it for me during the Sonic X adaptation of Sonic Adventure 2. So I think the third movie easily did it better by a mile shot. So yeah, during the moments when I like that in the role reversal in this version is in the game version, Shadow falls down to Earth, but in the movie version, it's Sonic that loses, like, falls down to Earth. And you guys, you want to know why I also noticed? Sonic and Shadow, they hold the powers of the Chaos Emeralds together. So if Sonic falls down to Earth, but Super Shadow, wait a minute, does that mean Shadow still has the Emeralds and Sonic doesn't have it? Bro, I don't know if that's going to be addressed in a future Shadow spin-off movie or Sonic Movie 4. Because come to think about it, Sonic got knocked down, but Shadow did not. Because at least Shadow has his moment just to, like, push the Space Colony arc away. And I will admit, I did like Shadow's interaction with Jim Carrey's Eggman, and I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, I can't believe Jim Carrey's talking to Keanu Reeves as Shadow the Hedgehog. This is such a weird childhood dream come true, and I respect it. And during the moment where Shadow actually encourages Eggman, like, literally Eggman's like, there's nothing else that we could do. And then Shadow literally pushes Eggman ahead by saying, hey, Doctor, you use your brains, and I'm going to use my powers just to shift the Eclipse Cannon away. It's our last chance. And then Eggman speaks Spanish, Convent con Dios, eso es pesoso, which means go with God. Stinking Hedgehog is thinking that Shadow's going to take a sacrifice. But even though, as much as I talk about Eggman's sacrifice, what is heartwarming about Shadow's message, like, during his moment, is, like, during the fact that, literally, Shadow, on the other hand, literally has this, I mean, it kind of reminds me of Sonic X in a way, where he has a flashback with Maria, but I think Sonic 3 did it much better because they did it in silence. But during the montage where Shadow's having good flashbacks where he's dancing with Maria, and the fact that the good memories where Maria actually sees the joy out of Shadow before Shadow takes his quote-unquote sacrificial sacrifice to save the world. Because the one thing that both Eggman's arc and Shadow's arc have in common, like, humanity has done nothing but done dirty to Eggman, to Gerald, to Shadow after the events of Project Shadow and Maria. But yet Eggman and Shadow are doing the world a favor despite their hatred over humanity. So that was really awesome. Imagine if Shadow screaming in pain over Maria's body the same way as Rocket screamed over Lila's corpse. I honestly thought that was going to be the same way for Shadow, but it was just a silent Maria instead of just saying, Maria! So then, let me just read. About the emeralds, I'm confused where they come from. Yeah, because in Sonic 2, the emeralds scattered in the sky, but when Sonic got the emerald, they just pop out of the Master Emerald. Like, where do they go now? I don't know. Maybe Shadows has them because he's into Super Shadow? I mean, don't get me wrong. I know the Chaos Emeralds has a lot of, like, lore connections in the games, but in the movie continuity, I'll admit, it is kind of confusing once when they try to, like, I don't know, try their best to, like, not over-explain it, of course, but at the exact same time, it does get very conflicting in a way. But that being said, I don't know, maybe Shadow could have had it. That could have been, like, a ferrotic punch to the gut. Yeah, probably. But that being said, Shadow's, like, having his memory with Maria, and then, like I said, I'm not joking with you guys. I was crying in the theater when Jim Carrey's Eggman was having his Sonic 1 lines. I love the way he make them. Shadow having his moments, like, have flashbacks with Maria. Like, the light shines, the star is gone, but Maria's still his light that still shines in Shadow's heart. Sonic and Tails have their moment where they're almost out of breath, they're unconscious, and then Knuckles flies in. Da, 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 da. The main movie theme plays, and tears were flying from my eye. And then, of course, the Space Clown, the Ark, explodes, and then, just like in Sonic Adventure 2, they assume Shadow died, but I like that Tails calls out by saying, Robotnik and Shadow saved the world. It's more like, yeah, despite they were both villains back then that hated humanity, they actually saved humanity in return. And then, obviously, we all knew this wasn't going to be the end for Shadow because, you know, for those that stick for the second post-credit scene where we see one inhibitor ring, once when Shadow took it off, just like Sonic 06, it's like, bro, it was worth the hype. Stick to the second post-credit scene when Shadow's Live and Learn theme plays with a shoe popping in. Now it's like, bro, I knew Shadow was going to come back because, bro, you can't get rid of Shadow after one movie, and you can't get rid of Keanu Reeves because he's such a big star. And I like that Jeff Fowler made a joke by saying, like, well, Keanu, if you're getting too old for these John Wick movies, you can still voice Shadow for as long as you want, even though Keanu's like 60 years old, but he's still got the strong vocal cords. Anyway, let me just read this. When Maria and Shadow did, like, the arm wave dance, it kind of reminds me of Sonic Tails dancing Sonic 2. Yeah, that is an interesting parallel. Love when you went up to your Agent Stone and friend calling my sickle friend. Yes, because literally in the theater, I have my best friend Alex, who is like my Agent Stone, and I was literally crying with him in the theater by saying, you're my sickle friend. And that's why that Ursula got me in the tears, man. Like, Jim Carrey was the one that made me cry the most, and then Shadow's flashback memories, and then Team Sonic literally saving their lives at the very end. I never would expect a video game movie like the third Sonic movie cry me to tears, because trust me guys, I didn't cry for the first two movies, but the third movie actually made me cry with the final act. Kind of gives me like a Deadpool Wolverine, like a prayer moment, but it's with Sonic 3's version. But that being said, I pretty much ramble a lot about Shadow, but easily Shadow's story is easily the best adapted story next to Jim Carrey's Eggman, next to Knuckles. Shadow, you're definitely going to be on the S tier ranking when it comes to like fan favorite characters of the Sonic movie franchise. I mean, Keanu Reeves' Shadow, great voice acting performance, easily an S tier. And once again, it's a no-brainer that the main Sonic characters are all S tier, because I think Jeff Fowler, the writers, and even the main cast and the voice actors truly embrace the roles. And Shadow, he definitely does it right. So hopefully, whoever they cast as Amy Rose, I believe they'll do Amy Rose right. But that being said, what a great send-off to the year Shadow, and what a way to do Shadow the Hedgehog justly right in live action. So, thank you, Jeff Fowler, for bringing Shadow to life in such a respectful way. So, I know we're not done yet. I know Shadow would have been the best way to end the stream, but we got like 3 new characters that we have to talk about. So, now we got Krista Ritter's director Rockwell, which, yeah, don't get me wrong, Krista Ritter is a talented actress. I've seen her in Breaking Bad. I've seen her in, Marvel's Jessica Jones, and she's a great actress in all of this. But in this movie, however, just like most of the characters in the Knuckles series, I feel like they don't utilize her that much. I mean, I'm not saying like, Director Rockwell is the best character out of the movie, but that being said, I just don't think that she's like the best character in the movie, because, yeah, similar like the gun agents in the Knuckles series, they say like, oh yeah, I despise these aliens. Like, at the beginning, it didn't make sense, like, why she didn't like Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, but I know she was assigned by Commander Walters by saying, oh yeah, they need Team Gun's, like, Gun definitely needs Team Sonic's immediate assistance. But it's so funny that Sonic actually says the iconic line from Sonic Adventure 2, talk about low-budget flights, no food or movies, we're out of here. Which, by the way, that was a great reference, and Ben Schwartz nailed it literally right away. But that being said, we never get to really see Kristen Ritter's character until, like, what, the Child Garden, where they coincidentally showed up when Commander Walters dies, and then she grabs the phone by saying, I know these aliens could not be trusted. But either way, she was kind of a confusing character, honestly. Like, she grabbed the commander's photo of the Team Sonic and thought they were kind of weird, then after that, who's this guy? And then she's just gone, yeah, I know, right? Because, look, I get it that she's going to be in the Gun HQ. I'm going to sleep, so I'm going to leave this like this way. Robot noises. It's been a real drag. Thanks for nothing. Great reference. It'll be the year of Silver this year. No, because Silver's not going to be in a Sonic movie until, like, what, the 5th one? But anyway, let me read this comment. She was a confusing character, honestly. Like, she grabbed the commander's photo of them and Team Sonic, and it's kind of weird, and then the whole disguise thing that she's just gone. That's what I don't understand. I mean, honestly, I think they might keep Director Rockwell around. Like, I don't know, maybe Shadow movie or Sonic 4. I think by Sonic 4, because, wait a minute. If Commander Walters is dead, that means technically Director Rockwell is technically the leader of Gun. Like, literally, she just grabs the phone and just be like, I knew they shouldn't be trusted, and then just move on. It's like, okay, I mean, I kind of understand, like, what? Because, like, isn't, like, what, The Incredibles or Captain America Civil War, where it's like, yeah, we don't like these superheroes running around. They're just nothing but causing casualties for these civilian lives. We, the police, we, the federal people, are just supposed to be taking advantage of that job, not these super people, these super creatures around our planet. Like, I expected her to, like, be in type of role, but then once when we get to, like, the Gun HQ scene, like, of course, I mean, like I said, this is not disrespect to Kristen Ritter, but she is a talented actress, and I could tell she's a huge fan of Jim Carrey, and good for her that she gets to be in a scene with Jim Carrey. But that's one of the things I just don't understand. Like, after when she, quote-unquote, takes the card away, and I like the joke where Jim Carrey's Gerald Robotnik's like, I know, a woman in the military. It's like, all man jokes like this is pretty funny. Also, is he dead? Because why she believed that disguise is that? Yeah, because she literally just went to Commander Walters, like literally over the dead court's body, and that's about it. And the one thing that's weird about Rockwell's character is the fact that, unlike Agent Willoughby in the Knuckles series, like, despite her being a similar character, but being British, it's so weird that this one Gun agent from the Knuckles series actually has a reason why she hates these aliens and try to study them and try to, like, neutralize them, but then after that they just went let loose. This one Gun agent from the Knuckles series actually has a much more stronger reason than Director Rockwell herself, and she kind of reminds me of Topaz. I mean, the weirdest thing is, I mean, I understand why they never want to include Rouge the Bat into the movie franchise, even though that I get that Rouge was a big part of Sonic Adventure 2, but obviously the main highlight was, you know, get Shadow's story right, and they don't want Rouge to overshadow Shadow, and they want to see Shadow, like, beat the living crap out of Sonic and Tails and Knuckles in the town of Tokyo, Japan, and of course have the whole motorcycle chase. So I understand why they couldn't include Rouge outside of booby reasons, but like what fans like you in the chat speculate by saying, if they want to make Rockwell more interesting, they could have made her like the Topaz character from Sonic X, so they can make a human and Rouge the Bat dynamic, since Rouge is a secret government agent. Like, Rouge is a secret government agent spy that actually works for Gun, so that wouldn't make sense. But like what I would agree about the fact that she literally thought that Commander Walters is, like, alive, and then she randomly just takes the card, and that's it. We never see her again for the rest of the movie, even during the parts where, oh, Tom is knocked out, and even, like, when the movie passed by, like, even though as cool as it is to see Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, like, literally reunite with the Kowskis, there was no moment where Director Rockwell was like, yeah, I trust these aliens, they've done good for us, but now I think if they do ever bring her back, like maybe in Sonic 4, since she is in charge in Gun right now, I can imagine by saying, oh, these aliens, they all need to be banned. Kind of like the Transformers movie where they try to annihilate all the Autobots and then Decepticons. Like, I can imagine, like, oh yeah, we don't trust these aliens. Especially, let's not forget, guys, you know Eggman pissed on the moon, right? I can imagine that in the mid-credit scene where Amy Rose saves Sonic with all the multiple Metal Sonics, like the moon still split in half, I don't think they're going to ignore that. I think the moon being split in half is going to be like a big major set piece for Sonic 4, and I believe Director Rockwell's character will be addressed and be like, yeah, we don't trust these guys because look what they've done with the moon. They're going to ruin the climate changes, the ocean waves, the radiation of our Earth's surface by the diameter and the core, and it's going to ruin our ecosystem as well as multiple environments of our planet just because the moon's split in half, and it's all because of these aliens. I can imagine Rockwell being like a political person in the future of the Sonic movies, but that being said, why use her around if she doesn't have that much to do with Shadow aside from getting the key and Haiti aliens? So, yeah, even though I wish that I would bring Rockwell, I honestly would have put Rockwell as a C tier, but you know what? I definitely say she definitely belongs somewhere more on the D tier list. Like, I would say she's better than the Buyer and Pistol Pete Whipple, but surprisingly, the British gun agent definitely has more in depth for, you know, a stronger motive to take down Knuckles. So, that's all I had to say about Rockwell. But now we get to Maria. So, that being said, I think the actress, Alila Brown, she did such a really good job. Imagine if Eggman and Gerald and Eggman are a good team, but that will never happen. I mean, Gerald's dead, so why would that even make any sense? Especially having 3 Jim Carrey, so that makes no sense. But anyway, let's just talk about Maria, guys. So, that being said, Alila Brown did such a good job for playing this character just because, even though it's a very different interpretation of Maria, because I think for what makes her version of Maria stand out is we don't see her by saying, I'm weak and sick, Shadow, do everything better for the world. Like, we actually get to see Maria's more of her youthful personality where she's definitely a lot more like, you know, basically she acts more like a kid, like more of this playful personality. And why the heck am my McDonald's toys are falling down? Excuse me, chat, I just got interrupted just because my Sonic 3 McDonald's toys are falling from the sky. I'll be right back to clean this mess. My apologies, chat. I was getting congested with my nose. Let me check the chat. I enjoyed the stream. I'm calling it a night. Well, even though the Spy only have 2 more characters left, thanks for joining the stream anyway, and thanks for the 7K subs. But anyway, let's talk about Maria so then we could wrap up the stream pretty soon since, gonna see 4.5 hours. Gosh dang, I think 5 hours will be good enough. But anyway, let's just talk about Maria. I like Alila Brown's performance. She gives a very youthful, kiddish-like, but at the exact same time, for what makes Alila Brown so good as Maria is, even though she is very chill and calm, just like how Maria is in the games and even like some other media like Sonic X in a way, and I like the fact that in this iteration of Maria, we get to see more of Maria's hobbies. Like, she definitely likes roller skating. Like, I think the genius narrative of how they use Maria is the fact that when Shadow finds a missing roller skate in the abandoned gun base that Shadow was testing on, I like the fact that Shadow was definitely, like, likes the moment where Maria likes roller skating. And I like the fact that it kind of reminds me of an Easter egg where I think in the original lore of the games that Maria was actually the inspiration of why she inspired her grandfather to put Shadow like wearing roller skates throughout the events of Project Shadow in the games. So I like the moments where, and yeah, during the moment where Maria meets Shadow for the first time, I like that she becomes goofy and silly because even though Shadow's more pouty and mean, and yeah, just like what you point out in the comments where Maria draws a bunny face at Shadow's container, believe it or not, guys, that's an Easter egg to when Sonic was originally supposed to be a rabbit, if you know what I'm talking about, where when Sega was trying to create Sonic, it was supposed to be like a bunny, but they need like a rodent that could roll around, so instead, they changed Sonic to a hedgehog, so that's like the biggest Easter egg they did, and it was a nice moment when Maria and Shadow were having like their moments where they're holding hands together throughout the glass, and then kind of reminds me of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, where Rocket has his moments with Lila, Floor, and Tears in Guardians 3. Like, it gives me a very Guardians 3 vibe once when Shadow and Maria have their montage. Like, in Guardians 3 with Young Rocket, it's, since you've been gone, since you've been gone. But Sonic 3 is, but it's alright, round and around if there's, which is a really good song because, you know, the flashback scenes takes place in 1974, and even Maria's outfit is very 70s. Like, she has this very long sleeve hippie type of outfit, which I'm like, well, it does make sense for the decade. And Maria, when she was roller skating with Shadow, I like the fact that she's wearing like scientist goggles, kind of like her quote-unquote future cousin, Dr. Ivo Robotnik, aka Dr. Eggman, wears similar scientist goggles just like that. Even though, obviously, Eggman never talks about Maria in Sonic 3, but that's kind of like a wink-wink, nice nod to the Robotnik family. Oh yeah, the bunny face of Shadow got my theater dying. Of course it did, just because it's a pretty wholesome moment that Maria did, just to show Shadow, because Maria's kind of like tests out that Shadow has a soft side, because you know all the scientists and all the gun agents are quite scared that Shadow might threaten them, and Maria's probably the only one that actually gets to see Shadow's light side, like literally teaching Shadow how to dance, do some roller skates, and even try to teach Shadow at the tent. And then, like what I said at the very beginning, it was so awesome just to see Maria playing like an acoustic cover of Live and Learn, just going do 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 do, and I'm like, it reminds me of Emmy Jones, like acoustic cover of Live and Learn. So I'm just gonna say this, guys. I'm gonna say it, like, whether if you want to call this canon or not, canonically Live and Learn is secretly Maria's lullaby to Shadow the Hedgehog, which is why Live and Learn plays in Shadow's theme. So I'm just going to say this, it's canon. Maria is the writer of Live and Learn, and the fact that it's a lullaby to keep Shadow in comfort at the tent, which we see a little bit glimpse of that, like later in Shadow's flashbacks throughout his sacrifice. And even though the one complaint I do have about Maria, like, even though they got her character right, the one thing that felt missing from Maria is the fact that they never go in depth with her clinical illness, because, you know, in the games version, even in Dark Beginnings or Sonic X, where they definitely explore Maria's clinical illness, because, you know, the main reason why that Shadow was created, because Gerald needed the ultimate life form just to be more created in, you know, to be the cure to Maria's illness. But that being said, it's not taking place in the Space Colony arc like in the games, and the movies version, Maria can breathe well on Earth. So I guess Maria is not sick in the third movie because they never want to address that, because I bet the writers were thinking, yeah, it might be too dark for a kid's movie, so it probably might be too deep. I'm like, look at Pixar's Up, where they definitely deal with tragedy and loss when it comes to, like, Carl Fredrickson's wife that passed away in Pixar's movie Up, which became one of the most saddest opening beginnings for an animated movie, even though despite it was rated G. So I kind of wish they kind of went more with that with Maria, but I understand they don't want to go too in depth with it. So that's like the one thing that lacked about Maria's character, like the clinical illness is basically what makes Maria like a part of her character, make it even more tragic, especially when Maria dies. But it is what it is. Gerald's more evil than the games. And yeah, another complaint I do have about Maria and Gerald is the fact that even though she talks that her grandfather talks about the stars, but we sadly never get to see the bond. Like, we definitely see the bond between Shadow and Maria for sure, but we never get to see interactions with Maria and her grandfather. Like, honestly, in my personal opinion, I wish we could have, like, maybe a little bit of scenes where Maria actually has, like, a nice positive moment with Gerald, because, you know, Sonic and Shadow Generations, which I hate to say is, I think Sonic and Shadow Generations did it better with the Gerald and Maria dynamic along with Shadow, because, you know, the games go super more in depth with the lore, but with the movie, you're very limited in a 2-hour or less runtime. And I will admit, once when Shadow and Maria have their montage, it definitely reminds me of the Project Shadow fan film. If you guys know that YouTuber that was made by this Brazilian cast, I think it definitely reminds me of that, but I feel like that fan film goes a lot more in depth with the Gerald and Maria and Shadow dynamic. So I feel like I like Maria, and I like how they do their own movie iteration of the origin story, but there's some things that just felt missing despite the changes. So that's going to be like one of my biggest criticisms of how they utilize the Shadow and Maria backstory, that they could have done better. But the one thing that still is done right is how Maria definitely sees Shadow more than just a monster, than just a life subject. Like, literally, where Shadow's like, the light shines even though the stars are gone. Maria, do you think I'm anything like them? Like, those scientists, those people at Gun are scared of me. And then Maria's like, you're my friend, do anything you want to be. And I like that Maria literally points at Shadow's heart, like, in here, and it's like, oh, just like an interesting parallel with Sonic and Tom. And I'm like, that's great. That is honestly, like, great thematic parallels between Sonic and Tom and Shadow and Maria. And then the nice heartwarming moments where Shadow's like, I don't know what I would do without you, Maria. And like I said, I mentioned this with Shadow, like, during when they're holding hands, where even Maria has a friendship bracelet with Shadow,
And during that moment, that's where we get a nice happy moment where Shadow Maria looks up to the up to the stars, kind of like Shadow Generations Art Beginnings, but just done differently. And then boom, the vinyl record stops playing, and then we get back to Shadow in present day, holding the capsule by the glass and just heartbroken that he never gets a chance with Maria again. So that being said, like, despite some missing elements of no clinical illness with Maria and not that much grandfather and granddaughter dynamics between Maria and Gerald, at least the character Maria is still done right, and at least the bond between Maria and Shadow is still done right. So my biggest criticism with Maria is, outside of her clinical illness, I just wish I would see more of it, which I understand. There's like a whole lot more you got to do with Shadow in the present, Gerald and Eggman and Team Sonic. Like, obviously, that's why I'm so glad that the filmmakers are like, let's not put Rouge, let's not put Amy, because that would have been way too much of the story, and that would have distracted away the main central point about Shadow the Hedgehog's past. And then, as we're on the topic of Maria, now how the way they handle Maria's death. So that being said, obviously they're not going to do the, let's just kill the little girl straight to the heart, just like in the games, because I know parents in particular that never plays the games, some are like, or is Shadow Maria dead? It's more like, no, that's not how it works. Shadow Maria, this is not a Beauty and the Beast type of story where, Shadow and Maria are in love with each other. Think of it like E.T., but like a darker version of E.T., where it's like E.T. has the personality and the voice of John Wick, but he's a space hedgehog. That's basically how I would describe non-Sonic fans about the Shadow Maria dynamic, where it's a lot more like a brother and sister sibling type of dynamic, but they come from different worlds. But that being said, how the way they utilize Maria's death in the movie adaptation, like, even though despite not that much interactions between Maria and Gerald, I like that it literally begins where Maria's playing live and learn for Shadow, and then Gerald's like, kids, we gotta get out of there. They want to stop Shadow. And once when Gerald is running with Maria and Shadow, I'm like, bro, the fact that Gerald is running along with them, it definitely gives me direct vibes from Sonic X. And even when they're running to the gun HQ, when it has like brown color filters, it definitely gives me vibes of Sonic X. Didn't see the Bio-Lizard in the movie. When Shadow and Maria watched the movie, it's like, well, yeah, exactly. That's why I mentioned. That's why Shadow gets like very like, great, beware the alien. Because I feel like that was like a nice Easter egg to the Bio-Lizard. Because, if they didn't have the budget to put the Bio-Lizard in the movie adaptation, that's fine. And I think that would have made the casuals. Shadow's adopted. And yeah, speaking of the Robotniks, like the first two movies explored the Wachowskis. The Knuckles series explored the Whipples. And the third Sonic movie, it's Shadow and the Robotniks with Eggman, Gerald, and Maria. But during the part where Gerald was like running away with Maria's like, they're gonna take Shadow away. And then similar like in the games where the gun soldiers are about to shoot down Shadow. And I like that Commander Walters, like the young Commander Walters, like, what are you doing? There's a child out there. So no wonder in the Sonic 2 post-credit scene where he goes, my gosh, Project Shadow. And even though Commander Walters died too early in Sonic 3 at the Child Garden, but I will admit, during the moment, like, you could tell that Commander Walters was obviously not involved with just Project Shadow, but involved in Maria's death, and that's why he was super aware, but also, very shocked that Shadow's coming out alive out of his suspension after 50 years. So that's why in my mind, I'm like, oh, shoot, even Commander Walters tried his best. And even though the movie's rated PG, they don't want to shoot Maria like straight to the heart, but during the moment where they still shot one of like Shadow's Quell examples and it's actually like in a tank and it still explodes, I mean, I will admit, a part of me feels like, how come Gerald is still alive? Oh, because he holds Shadow's Quell, that's how he's still alive. And then during the moment where Shadow just comes on closer, just be like, Maria. And like I said, Keanu's voice acting when he says, Maria. And even Jim Carrey's face when he's Gerald, where he looks sad and traumatized with all the burnt smoke everywhere, and how the music plays when they see Maria's dead corpse. I mean, it's a huge change of difference from the origin of how Maria dies, but still, at least the core point is Maria still dies regardless. Whether Maria's sick or not, the one and only friend that Shadow has, like, the light shines, the star's gone, that light has turned into darkness, into Shadow's emotions, which definitely motivates Shadow's rage and his revenge, just like in the games. So, that being said, even though it's done in a different PG-rated way, at least Maria's death is still impactful to Shadow's vengeance. And yeah, I mean, I like the writers actually point this out by saying, like, yes, Maria has to die, because it's kind of like with Batman. Bruce Wayne cannot be Batman if you don't kill off Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne, because if you don't kill off Bruce Wayne's parents, then he can't be Batman. So it's the same thing, like, Maria has to die regardless, despite they made the changes to Maria's origin, Shadows, and Gerald. So, that being said, I feel like my biggest complaint is I wish there was more of it. So, hopefully, fingers crossed, since they made a second post-credit scene, I'm hoping we get a Shadow spin-off movie to not only to see, like, especially Alila Brown, I can tell that she likes playing Maria, that she actually hopes to play Maria again, even if it's just more flashback scenes. And I say she should, because I think the young actress is, like, 15 years old, and I think, like, if they make a Shadow spin-off, they could definitely make, like, more flashback scenes that we don't really get to see much in Sonic 3, so that's what I would say. So, I would say Maria is probably somewhere on the B tier as much as JoJo, but definitely since Maria is more of a fan favorite, definitely Maria is up there on the B tier next to Maddie. So that's kind of funny. So A tier is Tom and Agent Stone, but then B tier is mostly like the good women, and then D tier is a bunch of these other human characters. But now, as the stream is about to come close to an end, let's get to the final character who actually appears at the end. It's Jim Carrey's Professor Gerald Robotnik. So, I've already talked about Ivo Robotnik, and I told you how much I love about Eggman, and he's easily the best character in the third movies. So, what makes Gerald different from Chief Pachacamac? Like, Chief Pachacamac was a complete joke from his screen time in the Knuckles series, but at least Gerald, the reason why Gerald is funny, I mean, outside of Jim Carrey, because I expect it to be more comedic, because, come on, it's Jim Carrey playing him, so of course I'm not going to be too surprised. But that being said, the reason why Gerald becomes intentionally funny is just because it was one way just like be a part of his plan just to rekindle his grandson, but in reality, Gerald's a lot more bitter, more sinister than his own grandson. For real, how did everyone survive but Maria die? I mean, Shadow, I get it because he's a hedgehog, and Gerald, I guess the quail made him alive, and then you got these random gun soldiers, which I'll admit, it definitely reminds me of a scene in Spider-Man No Way Home when Tom Holland's Peter Parker went closer to Aunt May in No Way Home, so straight up No Way Home vibes. But then, the moment where Gerald, I will admit, like, his introduction, like, not counting the flashback scenes, but literally when Shadow was done revisiting the past, and then Shadow's like, Professor, but I will admit, Jim Carrey's, like, he brings, like, this very sinister vibe where Gerald is literally standing in the shadows in front of Shadow the Hedgehog. Like, literally he's like, welcome home, Shadow. I knew you'd come home. And it's more like, literally, like, even though Gerald was expected to be comedic because it's Jim Carrey playing him, but you definitely get this dark, sinister vibe that's literally lurking in the shadow where he goes, easy, Shadow. These are the guests I were expecting. Which I will admit, even though Jim Carrey's so good playing Gerald, like, there are some moments where he actually sounds like the Grinch, where he says, those are the guests I've been expecting. Denied upon expecting, my dear, with the face of pure evil. I'm a psycho. So, that being said, Jim Carrey's performance as Gerald Robotnik kind of gives you the vibes of the Grinch and Count Olaf from Lemony Snicket's A Series of Fortunate Events, and even a little bit of Scrooge from Disney's A Christmas Carol. And when he says, like, that's right, Ivo, I'm your great-grandfather, Gerald Robotnik, gives me a Count Olaf vibes. Hello, 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 I'm your beloved Count Olaf. Like, literally, the resemblance is quite uncanny. Gerald was interesting, but I know he's going to be goofy, but because, you know, it's Jim Carrey, and then he has serious moments. That's what makes Gerald slightly different than Chief Pachacamac, because, you know, comedy as expected, but then he like, his serious side was definitely teased when he was first introduced, when he reunites with Shadow, because, let's not forget, guys, Gerald was the man behind all the plans. Like, literally, he unlocked Shadow to be free out of Prison Island. He basically hacked Eggman's egg drones and actually hacked him just to attack Team Sonic and attack Commander Walters during the events of the Child Garden, and also try to get his grandson's attention just to get out of his fat, overweighted carbohydrate misery and decide to motivate his grandson just to cut his hair. And then during the moment when Jim Carrey's Eggman reunites with his grandfather, I like that. I know it's a improv Jim Carrey moment where literally he's singing a song called The Way We Were, which is a reference to not just the movie The Way We Were, but it's basically a reference of two rekindled souls that are separate from each other, like two rekindled separate souls from one another, but then reunited in some way. And that's why he randomly sings the song where he goes, memories of the corners of my mind, misty color memories of the way we were to. So that's why he decided to sing that song. And I do like the banters where Eggman was like, imposter! And then during the moments where Gerald tries to, like, quiz with his grandfather, I like that Eggman decides to, like, challenge his grandfather and try to quiz him like big scientific equations just because to make sure their IQ is identical, because he says, you do look like me, but older and fatter, minus the smell. I like the reference that Jim Carrey referenced Speed with Keanu Reeves, like divided by speed, divided by the bus in the movie Speed. And I'm like, this has got to be the second time that they reference the movie Speed, just because now that you got Keanu Reeves voicing Shadow in the third movie. And to be fair, I remember in episode 3 of the Knuckles series, Wade Whipple has a poster of the movie Speed with Keanu Reeves, so that's how you could tell the crew behind the Sonic movie really loves the movie Speed, but also luckily you got Keanu Reeves as Shadow, so it makes a lot of sense. I think Keanu Reeves made a joke by saying, that's just a Jeff Fowler Easter egg of pointing the reference of the movie Speed. And then, like I mentioned earlier with Eggman, where Eggman challenges Gerald to, like, say the longest word in the English, like, I think it's the longest word in the English dictionary when it comes to that. I'm just going to look it up. There we go. Longest word in English. Oh, yeah. It's pronounced like Numa Ultra. Okay, no, wait. Numeral Ultra. Guys, give me a second. This is going to take me a while to pronounce. I don't know how Jim Carrey got it right for playing both Iron and Gerald. Okay. Numeral ultra microscopic sickle volcano coliosis, and that's where Eggman gets emotional, and then he gets the iconic quote, "In the shaggy flesh," and that's where Eggman Gerald has this moment. But that's when Eggman has his breakdown. Where have you been? My entire life. And then Gerald's like locked up in a prison cell for 50 years, and then I'm like, wait a minute. So Gerald was old during the events of Project Shadow, but yet he's still alive. How? I mean, literally, he likes to quote and be like, looking pretty good for 110. Aye! Which I'll admit, that was probably the funniest moment that Jim Carrey's done as Gerald in the third movie. And then, literally, when Eggman's like, my impello intellect just came to Lou. And then Gerald's like, well, I came with my impello intellect just to connect with you. And then, obviously, Gerald is kind of like using Eggman just not, number one, just to get rekindled with his memories with his grandson, but at the exact same time, utilize his grandson to utilize his brains to take down the other aliens that's not Shadow. And the funniest thing is, once when Gerald exposed his plan, and the best thing about it, after we get to the iconic line of, double your villains, double your fun, 2 Robotniks are way worse than 1, and then Eggman just goes, just bump it. Now, it's kind of funny because I slightly predicted that joke when I made my cosplay video, when I recorded that way before I seen the movie, but it is what it is. But I like the fact that Gerald basically exposed all the beans, where obviously you get to like major lore dumping, which is faithful to Gerald Robotnik in Sonic Adventure 2, where he created the Space Colony arc, he creates the Eclipse Cannon, and I like the fact that they made the deal when Gerald was locked up in jail. You literally see all the scribbles, all the sketches, just like in Sonic Adventure 2, where he's about to get like executed by gun, where it's like, you ungrateful humans will feel my pain and my loss, and you see all the sketches of all like the drawings that he has for the Eclipse Cannon. I'm like, I mean, I know this Gerald's different from the games, but I'm like, yo, that's one way to pay a nice faithful homage to Gerald's role in Sonic Adventure 2, especially like in the same prison cell with all the scientific equations all about the Space Colony arc and the Eclipse Cannon. And I like the fact that Gerald, like, got used to Eggman just to, like, still stay in touch with them during the VR montage, which, once again, it's funny and yet wholesome that Eggman is actually having a happy time to be with his grandson. And just like Ivo, like, Gerald could care less of what's going on with Agent Stone. Like, even later in the movie, once when Ivo was, quote-unquote, terminating Fire Agent Stone, Gerald is kind of, like, smiling with glee by saying, it's a good thing you got rid of your sick of him, because he doesn't matter anymore, my boy. Like, I definitely imagine Gerald, but at the exact same time, since Gerald's very old, he doesn't stand like his grandson's, like, his juvenile experiences, because how very cynical that Ivo could be. So that's one of the things I kind of like, it sort of hints that Gerald, like, he definitely clicks with his grandson, but he definitely thinks, like, how stupid and think how inferior that he is. So that being said, I like during the moments when they're trying to break into the gun organization, and when Eggman was literally like breaking in, where he goes, "2 Robotniks have entered the chat. Gangizer, donde está? We're right here." And then the funniest moment is like during the moments once when Gerald was like, "If you weren't family, then we just wouldn't do anything." Huh. And I like that the most common line that Sonic says, Shadow says, and even Gerald says one line, try to keep up, try to keep up, try to keep up. Like, literally all the characters says the most common phrase throughout all 3 movies. And then that's where we get to the iconic moment where Eggman puts Gerald to the laser moment. And I like that Gerald's like, I'm surprised I'm not getting penetrated. It's like, surprisingly, you got that word and said it out of the way for a PG-rated movie. And then we got the galvanized scene, which I've already talked about that with Eggman. Classic Jim Carrey wackiness, even though I preferred the Where Evil Grows mode, but it's so fun to see two Jim Carreys for the price of one. Dirty Dancing reference, kind of like The Mask in a way, where he danced with himself. And like I said, my favorite joke for what Gerald says when Dr. Rockwell was there, a woman in the military. And the moment where he has the gravity down, and then he lost his teeth, go get him, grandson. Yay! Like, literally, I mean, I know it's the most cliche old man jokes, but at the exact same time, I just think Jim Carrey just played nicely when he does the dynamic with Gerald. But I like when Shadow gets to save Eggman and Gerald's life. Eggman often gets scared, but Gerald's like, well, I study Shadow the Hedgehog, so I'm not scared about him. I mean, to be fair, at least they succeed with the mission and go to the space colony yard, give Eggman his iconic game-accurate suits, and then obviously Eggman gets giddy like his grandfather, and obviously smiles when Eggman betrays Agent Stone, and then the Eggman theme plays. But yet, I like that Eggman's still so excited, but yet Gerald's more like, I could care less about your childish acts, Ivo. We're about to destroy the Earth for what they've done to your poor cousin Maria. So yeah, that being said, I was just more like, well, at least they definitely hint more of like, you know, Gerald's evil deeds, but at the exact same time, it leads to like why Gerald is like the real main villain of the story. Like, he definitely motivates Shadow by saying, remember for what they took from us, and then flashbacks to Maria's story, which once again, I wish we would have seen more moments where Gerald was like hanging out with Maria to get this grandfather and granddaughter dynamic, but sadly we never had time for that. I mean, whether or not Jim Carrey's going to come back as Gerald, not back from the dead, but literally just for like, I don't know, coming back for like more flashback scenes, I guess, for a Shadow spin-off movie. But that being said, I like the fact that Gerald is like shameless about his plans of what he wants to do once when Shadow fired up the Eclipse Cannon and wants to destroy humanity with his chaos energy. And during the conflicts when Ivo's like, we can't annihilate humanity, we could rule humanity. And then Gerald's like, humanity's a failed experiment. And I feel like Jim Carrey's acting as Ivo and Gerald, where Ivo gets vulnerable by saying, we're family now. And then Gerald goes, oh, Ivo, you're no Maria. And I'm like, ouch, my heart. And I'm like, bro, I get the fact that you decide to like say like you're like literally in Gerald's words by saying like, you definitely are no better grandchild than myself, like Maria. Like, you are no better than Maria, and you are nothing to me, grandson. I'm very disappointed in you. So that's why, like, the shatteredness from what Eggman has gone through, like, I can see that Jim Carrey brings his Truman Show vibes out of this performance. But then during the moment when when Gerald's like, like, the one line that hits so hard where Gerald was like, so I'm burning it all down! And I'm like, bro, I get the Oscars are like, oh yeah, Sonic 3 is not eligible for the Oscars because Sonic 3 is not diverse enough. Sonic 3 is just a kid's movie, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you're telling me, like, as a longtime fan of Jim Carrey's career, he won a Golden Globe for The Truman Show and Man on the Moon, but he never won an Oscar for any of those movies. And I'm just saying, like, I feel like Jim Carrey deserves an Oscar nomination for both of his roles as Ivo Robotnik and Gerald Robotnik, just because he makes Ivo so vulnerable, but yet make Jet Arrow like more sinister and more angry and feud with the world. So even though obviously Gerald at the gates is a lot more empathetic, but I'm so glad that Jim Carrey just made his iteration of Gerald just more bitter. And it's funny that in all three Sonic movies, Jim Carrey is the real villain, whether it's Ivo or Gerald. But funny enough, Ivo becomes the hero. So, I honestly think that's pretty hilarious. So, anyway, I like we said, just like I said, Ivo knocks Gerald out, let yourself open. I like that Gerald's like an old man, literally goes over with his jetpack, go with the mustache, not with the mustache, agreed! And then the Comic-Con reference that caught me off guard. I was saving it for Comic-Con, but now there won't be a Comic-Con! And then just slaps Ivo across the room, kind of like Will Smith over Chris Rock. And personally for me, I know Ivo is old. No. Gerald is very old for being 110 years old. I'll admit, it was quite hilarious the fact that I literally cosplay as both of these characters because Jim Carrey did the same and I did the same. And then to slap him over. And then when Gerald turned into a scorpion, I'm like, wow, I can't believe I'm seeing Jim Carrey being the Scorpion in a Sonic movie way before Spider-Man, which is hilarious. We're never going to get Scorpion in a Spider-Man movie, but somehow we kind of... Like, I'll admit, when Gerald had a Scorpion and Ivo had Mantis arms, I'm like, if one of them have octopus arms, obviously they probably might get sued for Marvel, but if either Gerald or Ivo has octopus arms, I'm like, bro, I'm going to be having a nerdgasm having a Dr. Octopus reference of incorporating Spider-Man villain references in Ivo and Gerald. I know they probably would have got sued for Marvel for that, but that would have been insane. Even though Gerald did die, but I feel bad on how the way he died for Sonic 3. I mean, like I said, what makes Gerald so interesting, the fact that they made him like the true real villain. Like literally when he knocked out, like I said, one of my favorite moments, once when Ivo slices his mustache where he goes, "That's what I call mantiscaping," and then Gerald makes a discrimination joke by saying, "That's elder abuse." And then way before they have a Star Wars moment where he's about to throw his grandson out of the earth, like for some reason, I like how the way Jim Carrey speaks, like in his Gerald voice, I just like how the way he says, "Shadow, shadow, shadow." Like obviously it's old, but definitely has this more soft, sinister side by saying, "Shadow, that you're quite useful for me." Like, obviously, Gerald does not give a crap about anyone. Like, basically, when Ivo felt betrayed, it's like, "See, Eggman, now you know how Knuckles feels when he felt betrayed, but I trusted you. You were my friend." In Sonic 2, but now Ivo, now you know how Knuckles feels, and now you felt the same way because it's your own grandfather betraying you. And the fact that during the moment where he's like, "Shadow, you were quite useful for me," and then once when Gerald decided to initiate all the gun robots and everything else, more like, yeah, Gerald is an absolute menace in the third movie. Once again, Jim just does a great job with the performance as Gerald. And speaking of Gerald, before we get to the quote-unquote hilarious way of how he died, it's so quite silly in the way where I was like, "Granddad, don't do this." I like this callback where Gerald says, "Any last words?" I'm like, oh, just like Ivo said it in the first movie to Sonic. "Any last words?" Squawk. I like that word. And then I was like, "No, I got something to say." "What is it?" "I love you." And then the funniest moment is like during the moment I was like, "No, I happily have something to say." And then after when I was like, "Okay, bye." Literally when Ivo was falling down to the earth, like first time watching it in my cosplay, I'm like, "No, Ivo!" I'm like, "I'll never forgive you, Gerald." I'm like, "But wait, I can't hate you because you're played by the same actor." So once when Gerald was being like, a brutally evil grandfather that sent his grandson down to earth, and then he just make one joke by saying, "Grandchildren, no, losing all the responsibility and all the fun." And then once when Eggman gets rescued by Tails and Knuckles, be like, "Who said life was pointless? All right, you did." It's so funny that he, like, Ivo, aka Eggman, asked for Sonic's quill. We don't know if he used it for Metal Sonic, despite seeing Metal Sonic in the post-credit scenes. But it's funny that he used the quill. When Sonic becomes Supersonic, the quill changes from blue to yellow, and he used this one yellow quill for Tails and Knuckles. He says, "Who said life was pointless? All right, you did." And then Gerald, like, farted off with his quills and just go, "Ah!" And I'm, like, literally thinking of Tom and Jerry going, "Ah!" And literally gets zapped by a bug. And just like with Ivo by saying, like, "I don't know about my granddaddy, but he'll make one hell of a bug zapper." So, that being said, so that's the end for Gerald Robotnik. So, I did expect that Gerald was not going to live as long as Eggman, because obviously, just like in the games, Gerald dies. But instead of just getting killed by execution, just like in the games, he dies in a very Tom and Jerry, Wile E. Coyote way, and just gets zapped by a bug. That's why Eggman was like, "He'll make one hell of a bug zapper." So, that being said, obviously, for Gerald, so where would I rank him? So, maybe you guys, like, since he is the last character on my tier list, maybe you guys can help me out for those who are still ranking over. Do you think Gerald deserves to be S tier or A tier? Like, I'm very 50-50 of where I want to put Gerald, whether it's S tier or A tier. A tier because, I mean, I do like Gerald, but obviously I don't love Gerald as much as Eggman, aka Ivo. I'm surprised there's not that much memes against Agent Stone will be emo. Yeah, I mean, we never know, but yeah, guys, you can help me out. Where do you think we could place the last character in the movie tier list, which obviously Metal Sonic and Amy Rose doesn't count because we have to wait 2 more years for that. Do you think Gerald should be A tier or S tier? I mean, if no one's responding, then maybe I'll just choose for myself. I mean, I'll just randomly play S tier. But the reason why, I mean, my flaws with Gerald, like, it's not the fact that, like, oh, he's comedic because it's played by Jim Carrey. I mean, like I said, the reason why Gerald is intentionally silly because it's one way to rekindle with his grandson, even though it's part of his master plan just to utilize Shadow's chaos energy and destroy the world with the Eclipse Cannon, with the laser beam, destroy everything. But I will feel like some of the flaws are, we don't get to really see Gerald that much with the interactions with Maria and the fact they still manipulate Shadow. But with Jim Carrey's performance, I still think it's probably an S tier. So, okay, one of you guys puts A tier for Gerald and then someone else. Because, like I said, I do like Gerald, but I know he's meant to be a one-off character, so obviously not as much as... Because like I said, Jim Carrey's great as both characters, but character-wise, obviously I love Ivo more, a.k.a. Eggman, because one, at least Eggman has a redemption arc, and secondly, at least for his character, it makes more sense for him to be more comedically silly, and the fact that we've seen his evolution throughout all three films. Okay, one person said S tier for Gerald, because I just think as a villain, he's just really great, so I think everyone else definitely agrees that Gerald Robotnik's probably S tier, so you know what? It's not... Okay, guys, it is a no-brainer that... Okay, I know my thumbnail of the stream honestly kind of like gives it away that, yeah, pretty much the main Sonic characters, probably I guess aside from Maria, are all S tier because from Jim Carrey's performance as Robotnik, Keanu as Shadow, Ben Schwartz as Sonic, Idris Elba as Knuckles, and Khalil O'Shaughnessy as Tails, yeah, all easy S tier because I feel like all five characters, yeah, the five main Sonic cast of Sonic 3 truly brings their A game from their character development, from their character interactions, from their sense of humor. Like, I feel like the actors, the voice actors, but also the direction of what Jeff Fowler and the writers have done for these characters have done so well. And it's so funny that the only A-tier characters that I would say is Agent Stone and Tom Wachowski, and then B-tier you got basically B-tier of like the main female-centric like the main central characters. Like, obviously Maria is technically like the first real female Sonic character from the lore before Amy Rose. I mean, we will get Amy Rose eventually in the next movie, but to be fair, guys, Maria is technically the first female Sonic character from the lore into the movies. And like I said, the reason why I put her on B tier is she's a good character, but I wish there was more to flesh her out even more. Maybe for a Shadow spin-off movie, but it is what it is. And besides, that's what I said. For those that want Amy Rose or Metal Sonic, then I don't know, wait till 2027, because now after watching 3 movies and thanks to you guys making me reach over 7K subscribers, what do you guys think of the tier list stream? Do you actually approve the list, or are you like, no, this character should have been on B tier, S tier, some other characters be on F tier? I mean, what do you guys think? What do you think of the tier list? Do you actually, I mean, in the words of Knuckles, approve? Do you approve my tier list, or do you disagree, or do you think I'm being a bit too harsh? Okay, one user, Zach, yeah, I'm just going to call you Zach. Yeah, it's a good thing that you agree with my tier list. I mean, I was going to say, like, you think Maddie is fine as B tier, because I think Agent Stone and Tom in particular had, like, a lot more to do in the movie franchise, and then pretty much C tier are just like these other characters that has, I don't know, more comic relief flows. And then, funny enough, Wanda Whipple is easily the least favorite character on the list. I'll agree with this list, honestly. Alright, I'm just asking you guys, just in case if there's, like, no last-minute change by saying, no, this character could have been on this list, or he could have been on this ranking. So, anyway, before I wrapped up, let's just go in retrospect. S tier, you got Jim Carrey's Dr. Ivo Robotnik, who, like I said, I'm just being biased here. He is easily my favorite character when it comes to this franchise. Jim Carrey's Dr. Ivo Robotnik, a.k.a. Dr. Eggman. Keanu Reeves as Shadow the Hedgehog. Ben Schwartz, Sonic the Hedgehog. Idris Elba as Knuckles the Echidna. Khalil O'Shaughnessy as Miles Tells Prower. Jim Carrey as Professor Gerald Robotnik. And then A tier, you got Lee Majdu's Agent Stone. James Marsden's Tom Wachowski. B tier, you got Tika Sumpter's Maddie Wachowski. Elila Brown's Maria. JoJo. And then C tier, pretty big. Good, but Wanda's better than F. No, she's not. Anyway, C tier, you got Longclaw, Aussie, Olive Garden Guy, a.k.a. Commander Walters, Agent Mason, Randall Handel, that's a stupid last name, but whatever, Wendy Whipple. D tier, you got Chief Pachacamac, Wade Whipple, Natasha Rothwell, and then next thing you know, you got, you got Jack Sinclair, Agent Willoughby, Director Rockwell, The Buyer, Pistol Pete Whipple, and Wanda. I like it, Wanda. Yeah, like I said, Wanda's easily the worst. So yeah, that being said, that is the Sonic movie character tier list. Holy smokes, it's been 5 hours, which, to be fair, guys, I will be back for another, no. You guys want to know what's my next tier list stream? Drum roll, please. The next tier list stream will be ranking Jim Carrey movies on Jim Carrey's birthday on January 17th. Stay tuned for January 17th that I'll be ranking all of Jim Carrey's movies. And yes, all 3 Sonic movies technically count, so I will be ranking not just the 3 Sonic movies from Ace Ventura Pet Detective, The Mask, Grinch, Dumb and Dumber, Horn Hears a Who, the list goes on and on. I'll be doing this on what's it holding on? Friday, January 17th for Jim Carrey's movie tier list stream. So, of course, I've done Sonic Media tier list stream. These are the character tier list stream. And even though some more to talk about the Sonic movies, we'll also talk about Jim Carrey's career. And since you guys know I'm a big Jim Carrey nerd myself, that's going to be the next live stream. So I know my nose is getting snuffly just because it's very cold in the state of Florida, despite there's no snow. But yeah, guys, stay tuned for Friday, January 17th for my Jim Carrey movie tier list stream. So that being said, I'll make my community post for my definitive ranking on the Sonic movie tier list stream. And for those that still stick around, thank you guys so much for watching. And thank you guys for having this fun discussion. And also, I got to talk about this real quick before I get to shut down everything. Thank you guys so much for making me reach over 7K subscribers. I never would have imagined I would hit 7K literally middle of the live stream just because you crazy stinking Hedgehog fans make my Sonic movie videos blow up, especially this one. I mean, look at this. Over 1 million views and over the shorts. Hopefully, there's going to be much more for the future, whether if it's Sonic movie content, Jim Carrey content, or whatever videos I got in mind, vlogs, whatever you guys are into. Mostly it's just Sonic stuff. But that being said, thank you guys so much for joining the stream. Definitely appreciate you all, my royal chums. And just to give one final send-off for Jim Carrey's Dr. Robotnik, it's been a real drag. No, wait. So if I have one last thing to say, it's been a real drag. Thanks for nothing. Well, in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Take care now.